will take Contenders Season 0.
Smith might have done it. They will fly high. San Francisco shot like a champions. Whoever said lightning doesn't strike twice has never met San Francisco's shot. Shanghai Dragons are your champions. Dallas Fuel takes their place amongst the stars. Florida Mayhem are your kings for all time.
Welcome to day number 4 of groups here at the OWCS Stage 1. I'm Zoe and I'm back with Joss and Necro, who will break it all down for you during, after, and before the cast. You guys are putting in the work this season. So true. So true.
So
how are you guys doing?
Though?
Jack, you're back in the country.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm very tired. Yeah, but it's
That was a very
I'm
long
excited to cast,
flight.
actually. I landed and I was like, yeah. I can't wait
Yeah.
to broadcast tomorrow. Even though I'll be tired, I don't care. Doesn't matter.
I mean, you low-key only got home like a few hours ago.
Yeah, we're good though.
Yep.
We're chilling, we're vibing. Little jet lag, never hurt anybody.
Now you're back in the EMEA because you were casting
Yeah.
EMEA today.
Yeah, we thought we
so
kept you on that
strange.
EMEA schedule.
Never left.
Like, why switch it up?
Yeah, exactly.
Perfect.
So smart from you guys, actually. Oh my god.
Just some forehead play right there. That's right. Now, before we get the show rolling, I want to remind everyone watching to make sure to link your accounts for drops because free stuff, guys, free stuff. Last weekend it was for the sprays. Next week you'll actually be able to earn Kiriko skins and more goodies. And for more info on that and much more, of course, make sure to follow us on socials. Also some really good memes over there. And yeah, this is just some of the stuff you can get throughout this year. And I mean, all you have to do is link your account. It's one click.
Yeah.
Yes.
Super
Easy peasy. I already
Make
got
sure
all my
you-
drops for the first set.
There you go. Make sure you follow some of the other regions too. Overwatch Japan is popping off, by the way. Definitely worth watching. Korea too, obviously, the all-time greats. They're clapping over there. It's good times.
They do be clapping. And what's this all for and how does it all work? Well, I'm glad no one asked because I will be explaining this to you. So once again, let me break it down. This is the format for the OWCS this year. Stage 1 is where we're currently at. We started with a Swiss format where teams were just all playing against each other, and the top 16 teams advanced into the group stages, which is where we're currently at. Now, put it very simple. Those teams in the group stages, all they need is 2 victories and they can move on and out of the groups into the main event. That's right. And the main event, as you see right now, will feature 8 teams, top 8 teams for each region. They will fight it out over a 4-day event. Some dollar bills on the line, and of course, circuit point. And those circuit points are extra important because you will need them to punch your ticket to the majors. Now, if your team doesn't get enough circuit points this stage, don't worry, because each stage you actually will be able to get more and more points. So there is always still a chance. Also, as Matt liked to point out, looking at this graphic, the ultra losers get nothing. No dollars. The ultra losers.
Wow.
That's all.
Listen.
I suppose.
Yeah, that's how the kids call them.
Is it? I would not
That's
trust
super
Matt with
like
any
kids.
kind of young lingo at all. Matt
I'm like-
I've heard Matt use like 2010 lingo and he still thinks that's relevant. Like that man needs to get a new dictionary.
It's honestly very difficult to
time
keep
for that.
up because I feel like they come up with new words like every other week, and I'm heading straight towards my 40s, and I'm struggling. Okay, I'm struggling. Now, someone else who's also struggling are some of our teams. There was a good transition somewhere there.
That was perfect.
Somehow, some way. Thank you. Let's take a look at our group standings for the EMEA region because, yeah, some teams are already officially out. If you took 2 L's, you are donezo. And other teams still fighting for their lives, guys.
Yeah, I mean, look, there are more chances later on in the year. You just have to qualify again. You know, do that again. That'll be fun, right? And then, look, if you do end up in last place, you don't get any money, no, but the circuit points are obviously still important. And there's a lot of teams here that I think people had a lot of high hopes for. Twisted Minds, for example, obvious 2-0. Space Station, obvious 2-0. Rock, obvious 2-0. But there's a lot of teams, maybe like Team Peps, that people thought maybe would do a little bit better. Obviously, they get their chance to make it through, being 1-1. But there's still a lot of teams fighting out. Like, this is getting bloodthirsty now.
Yeah, I mean, it's been so amazing watching the competition, though, because for those people that are tuning in for the first time to OWCS, I think you'll see a lot of familiar faces from the Overwatch League and our new premier competition here that we have, but also from Collegiate, from Calling All Heroes, from all of the other programs. I feel like we're getting a chance to really see just new talent come to the forefront of Overwatch competitive, and this is just the first of several stages that we have. So while we get like our little taste here, we still have so much more ahead of us.
I also just love looking at those rosters who mix them all up. You know, we have collegiate players, OWL players, Calling All Heroes players,
so
contenders,
cool.
like everyone like smacked into one team, and they're gelling and they're vibing, and it's such a joy to watch them all take to the virtual stage. Now, as some of you may have noticed whilst watching some more OWCS action in other regions, there was a little mid-season patch that hit us last week, and that led us to a new meta. So ladies and gentleladies, here's a quick clip from one of those games, and
wow.
yeah, what can I tell you?
Mauga, everybody.
It's
double sim.
Mauga.
Mauga. They double ult, they double sim wall,
Aye.
and then you are just playing Tetris to find out who dies. Like this.
That is
reminds me
6
of,
ultimates on the board, by the way.
It does
All
remind me
these
of the old double shield with sim, and there's a screenshot on Lijiang Tower Night Market of 2 sim walls intersecting the point, and then Sigmas, Orissas, and
Stop it, production,
and
stop
also,
it.
yeah,
Stop it.
test this morning to make sure everything was fine. Oh yeah, just 5 Maugas shooting each other.
Toads, Magoats. I think we're sticking with Magoats.
Moats?
Moats, Magoats, Magoats.
No, moats is a real thing back in the day. We can't use moats, but
Yeah, we can't-
Malgoats.
I know.
Malgoats, I think
Malgoats.
is fine.
Malgoats?
Malgoat. I don't know.
That sounds like a hybrid of a goat, like a goat breed.
Well, it's from Toads, Magoats, I think is where we're stealing it, right? Which is basically just meaning that we all agree with what's going on, which we
That's so
technically
true.
do not. So
Toads.
it's unfaithful, but yeah, Toads. This is what we most likely will be seeing. Let's chat about our first 2 teams going at each other here in the EMEA region today, starting with, of course, they're featuring players like Cool Boy and Hot Babe, so that's already a win on the board
Yes,
for
dude.
me.
Cool boy, hot babe. W names. Keep naming yourself like this. What do we have? Sexy Man 69 last week, Rose?
Yeah,
What am I
exactly.
saying?
At the ball. But I mean, look, there are a lot of those players have been with each other, playing with each other for a long, long time. Generally, this org has been around in contenders for a long, long time. And yeah, so there's a lot of cohesion that we get to see.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's really good to see, obviously, all
Jack.
in tier 2, and yeah, people returning too. And Bingus, a name that you should be familiar with at this point, but if you're not, there's a lot of unknowns compared to Team R. Yeah, it might be a little bit of an upward hill battle for Bingus, but hey, anything can happen, especially as we get to the last final deciding matches. Like, don't throw anything out the window. Plus, playing on the live game, getting live patches as well, can just throw not even a spanner, like a whole other bit of machinery inside the original machine that would then cause the machine to clog and then explode. So, you know, literally anything can happen.
Jack, how are you casting and playing? Like, I just
so
saw
true.
that on the roster. How are you playing tank and also casting at the same time? That's
I
crazy.
mean, please don't put me on tank. I would no, please. I would say tank is my least played role. I think I have on tank. I've got at least 2 minutes on JQ. So, you know, maybe I pop off. Obviously not in this matter. I think I have like a minute on Mauga at most. Like,
We need Zoe's Ramatra. That's what we need on that.
That's
so
right.
true.
That's right.
Sumatra,
It's
a thing of
actually
legend.
so true. It's so true. But thank you, Zoe, for our pre-show. Let's dive into the match that we got here. And like as you were saying, Jack, I think there's a bunch of really incredible talents on both of these teams that are still relatively undiscovered, and I'm particularly looking at Bingus to see what they get to bring to the table here, because when I looked at at the very first day of groups, they had a very, very close 5-map series versus Sheer Cold, and I feel like they were keeping up. They were able to take a couple of maps in that series, and so I feel like I have to give them a bit of the edge here in this elimination match.
Oh, new skin spotted.
New skin?
Jojo.
Oh my gosh.
JoJo reference?
Don't tell me. Don't tell me. We're gonna get a chance to see some.
Okay, well, he's getting deducted points for that. Sorry, buddy. All right. If you haven't, well, you should have been playing over the last couple of weeks, but there's been a big patch, and that's why we're seeing basically perma Mauga, from what I understand. I've been talking to a few people, and yeah, most people have agreed at this current moment in time that Mauga is just the best tank to roll in with.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a lot of shooting.
I mean, he's really good because the things that kind of got changed for Mauga, we see a bunch of buffs to the stomp, so he's doing more damage right now as well as that stun, and then you also have that cardiac overdrive, which just benefits the whole team.
Yeah, Cardiac Overdrive, an incredibly strong ability, just giving lifesteal to pretty much everybody, including Mauga. Point unlocks, point capped by Arye. And this is kind of what we're going to see. We're just going to see Arye hopefully just kite away. Two very different styles of Mauga compositions here, obviously, Rose. With just like the slow style from Arye with the Zen and the in the back, which I still think is probably one of the better ones into Mauga, versus Bingus, who would just run in, well, just WM1 comp, except now we have Mauga, so even more M1.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Mei here is a really big factor because you get to adjust the terrain that you're playing in. So when you're taking a look at something like Overrun, you just got a big wall that you can pop up anywhere.
Well, that was unfortunate. Hot Baby was boosted up onto the high ground earlier on by that Mei. Ends up going down to the Tracer, of all people. Nice little blink bash there onto Ken. And, well, this is going to be the big thing. It's just protecting your Zen in this meta is also important. Good. Okay, good pulse bomb, but it doesn't matter, apparently. Window, Mauga, too strong. 3 kills for Darkside Phil. Or they should end up falling, although the Zen is back. Healing Orb not doing all too much with the healing, especially with that DPS passive. There's the flip. Bingus in control. And another unbelievable Tracer kill. I mean, Team Bingus, they're just going to have to rely on going quickly. As soon as you shut down this Zen, their comp is just so much weaker. Less damage, less people to shoot up with the Discord Orb.
I think the other thing about this comp that makes it really difficult for Arye is that it's slow. You literally called that out, is that like you're playing really defensively. You want that Mei to be able to get set up with all of those cooldowns, and those cooldowns take a while to come back online. So Bingus, they get a chance to set the pace here.
Nice wall. There's the ult, but no, don't worry. Jack overcharged out, or charged out. Nice coalescence. Gonna force Darkside Phil back, but no, just W and M1. And Darkside Phil manages to dodge out of the rumble cage. Ken not quite so lucky, getting picked off by that coalescence. Arye managed to push Bingus so far back, in fact, they end up losing the point. Discord Orb on top of the Mauga as Jack marches on forwards. The block and the wall used by Kaiser as they end up getting taken down, and a nice Transcendence timing there. But it's Sound Barrier to actually match them. A Transcendence versus Sound Barrier, they're just gonna have to execute this Zen. Hot Babe ending just completely out of that fight with no word in it whatsoever, as Bingus just end up playing around that cover, and as soon as you can't apply the Discord Orb and just dishing out the damage to Zen, you're pretty useless. And
he's even gonna
chase them down, and there's the flip again. But Bingus did end up losing that point for quite a considerable amount of time there.
That was a lot of percentage that Arye got to walk away with, but I look at those supportive ultimates and I think in this situation, I think that the Lucio one can be a little bit more impactful if you can use that just aggressively. So Bingus able to do that. They also have the Reaper ult, and I wonder how Death Blossom is going to fare. Do you get like ultra buffed by the Mauga?
Window's pretty strong. Oh my god. Okay, well there's your answer, Rose. Doesn't matter about the lifesteal if you just got the damage, right? Nice little charge kill there by Darkside Phil. Doesn't matter though, because Reaper is just too strong, especially on control too. Recall from Ken. Ain't no way they're surviving that. Jack is just standing tall. So true, King. As OT does approach. Oh yeah, should get a touch here. Cool Boy switching over to Moira to help out the front line.
Ooh, well the Mauga's gonna rush in, and you've got the ultimate, so may as well go in and pop it.
Available from the Tracer, discorded, doesn't really want to mess with that. It was half HP. There's the cage fight. Only, well, 3 people trapped, but there's a lot of cover there. But the Blizzard on top. Nice little ice cream sundae for yeah, as they just annihilate Bingus. Cage fight, May Blizzard, 2 AoE ultimates. Who'd have thought? It works.
It's like a Venn diagram of hurt when you look at how these two things are layered. But yeah, staying in the middle of that's not going to feel super good. But even though Bingus had to fall to that combination of ults, they had a nice combo of their own. Jack's going to have the ultimate up for Mauga as well. And then we have another Tracer Pulse Bomb. And I just feel like Sturbergen has been being just like such a problem in the backline that Hot Babe's Cool Boy, they're going to have to be very careful of this Tracer.
Well, they have been forced to recall. There's the cage fight. Doesn't look like it actually logged anybody down. It's going to stop that point from being contested for all too long. Although a transcendence from Hot Babe to make sure they don't end up getting the flip. 99 to 99 now. Are yet in favor as they have the point. Ken with the pulse bomb looking a way to insert himself into the back line. Sees the Mauga. Hits the floor though. Is the overrun from Mauga. Does manage to drop him out of the way. Good stun. Canceling the coalescence. But Coolboy 163. Yeah, you know they got the name. They got everything going for them. Nice little call, nice little fade away from the overrun 2, and that should just be round. Oh yeah, just with better ultimates at the end of the day, and getting the Cole cancellation there from Darkside Phil really was the game changer. Round 1, over to oh yeah.
I think a big difference maker there was that Coolboy did switch over to the Moira. I think that Baptiste can be very impactful, but something that did get just slightly changed is the immortality field with Baptiste. You now have a minimum of like 20% rather than like 25. So if you do have to pop the immortality field, you're still really, really vulnerable, especially versus a Maga who can just give the rest of the team lifesteal and chunk everybody down. So I think the Moira made a lot of sense there, and you also get a chance to hit some of those more slippery targets like the Moira or the Reaper on the other side. I think the Coalescence here is going to be really nice too, especially when we take a look at our next round. The super tight corridors now to fight in over here on Sanctum.
Yeah, when a meta does revolve around one hero right now, and that being the Mauga, who's going to be pretty much perma-picked, just anything that kind of helps. Got a combo? There's no way. Surely not. Surely Coolboy doesn't hit this boot. Okay, no, all good. Tank passive does end up getting hacked though. Coolboy in a little bit of trouble, has to amp it up to get away. A little bit of a different look here from Bingus, of course. Sombra now, no Tracer from Stergen, and don't mind the Sombra at all. Although Mauga, a pretty big hitbox anyway, so you're just going to get a lot of free ultimate charge. Does keep the Tracer and Lucio in check somewhat. Speaking of which, though, Coolboy just seems completely dissuaded, just from wall riding through the team. I mean, I would say that's probably not the best play of all time, but hey, they tried to make it work, and boop kills are cool. There's the flip that Bingus captain first.
Yeah, it would have been nice to see if it had worked out, because I think if you just are able to get rid of the Mauga right away, that is an easy team fight win for you. But take a look at how this Sombra is faring. That's crazy. Yeah. Like, Mauga's not even gonna die here.
No, he's not. Don't worry. Mauga's living another day. Oh, maybe not through the blizzard though. Nice healing coming out from Waiton. Actually snipes Hot Babe, but with Jack and Waiton now dead, this should be an easy fight. The blizzard's just too strong, I think. I think the Mei variant here is just so much better at locking down space. I mean, Bingus, because they have a fast comp versus IE's fast comp now, it's going to be a little bit harder to get that EMP off. You can even EMP the cage fight if you really wanted to, I suppose, but they're probably just going to look for EMP on the Moira. They'll just try and get the execute. Coolboy's going to have to play a little bit more passive too. Just waiting for that sound barrier, only a couple of percentage points away.
Yeah, but if you just go in and pop the EMP now before it comes online.
They're looking for it for sure. There's the cage fight, there's the EMP, 4 people hit. Sound barrier from Coolboy does save 4 of them. Death Blossom available from Lutu now as he does march on forwards, and oh dear. Yep, Darkside Field caught in that cage fight. Don't think you're going to need to use that Reaper ultimate anymore. The Death Blossom. Jeez. Lucio players, sometimes you just need to chill. You ain't Frogger, Chief. I'm sorry to tell you. Oh yeah, they do end up losing the Lucio, and Darkside Field obviously going down really early. Does mean Bingus are going to get the flip.
This is so back and forth, though. It's coming down to who has the ultimates online and who can actually maximize the value. And so this time around, you're looking at this Mei from Kaiser trying to get that Blizzard online so they can hit them with the Wombo combo.
Oh, they do be shooting at each other. There's the Death Blossom. Oh, what the? Okay, really early Blizzard. Are they going to be able to make it back in time? I think no, maybe not. That tank passive going crazy for Jack there. Although Ken does end up picking up Wayne on with that pulse bomb. But now the coalescence just to make sure and to guarantee the fight. A boot kill from Helmy Drake. And, well, with your Mauga dead, like I mentioned before, pretty hard for you to actually end up winning that fight. Coolboy does end up getting hacked off of the map. Nice little hack kill. Not something you see every day. And Hot Babe making sure they pay for that one. Nice little flip there from a bit of a scrappy fight, but a more hit for it. They're always going to look a little bit scrappy in these comps.
They really will, though. I mean, like, it's going to be percentage for percentage here, just small margins. Serve is actually going to have this EMP online again. That ultimate charge did get reduced a bit, so we expect to see that coming out maybe even one more time here.
Cool boy, cool boy. Oh my word. Testing the mental there a bit. Cool boy. Playing up in the front line, dark side Phil, just Balloon's tower defense mode on the point as well. Pretty good. There's the cage fight, there's the EMP. Oh, dark side Phil. Yeah. That's a little rough. And was Ken blinking and they fell off the map as they got EMP'd? I have to get maybe a little replay on that one. Not entirely sure how that ended up working out. Nice little percentage still there for Kaiser, but they are going to fall pretty quickly. And yeah, it's not even Sombra's hiding off onto the sidelines anymore. Sombra's just walking forwards. Then you just hit the ult when the enemy Mauga puts out the cage fight. Not a bad way to dissuade the Mauga from playing super up close when they got the ultimate there.
Yeah, it's not bad either because you know that the supports are going to be right there. So how do they try to keep themselves safe when everyone's still sort of figuring out that ultimate timing? But last fight here, Jack.
Sound battle, just throw everything in. You might as well. Lutu trying to find some purchase in the front line there. Yes, the classic invisible coalescence is healing and is doing damage, don't worry. Even if it's not looking like it. Ken ends up going down to Lutu. Bingus, later coalescence here from Hot Babe 35. Their front line managed to cap the point in amongst this chaos. Bingus are going to have to go for this touch too. His healing doing a lot of work, keeping Kaiser alive somehow, some way. The overrun does end up like squashing the Mei, but it was Bingus having to split up here. They had to go to the point, but also find the front line, just leaving Coolboy alone with Jack. Taught him a good lesson. And then Ken just cleaning up. What a turnaround there from, oh yeah, Bingus looking huge in the front line. And it looked like they were going to win the fight, but classic Moira play. Just use Coalescence, fade to the back line, and then just hit him with some back shots. And look, at the end of the day, if the Moira can get that far in the back and use fade, the problem is you got to kill him. With the Cole, it's 6-second cooldown on the fade. They just got to be killed at the end.
It's right there, though. What a nice, like, little lane to just shoot the coalescence down.
Right. I
don't know. It's tough.
This meta is going to be, I think, rather messy. I think just in terms of how long these fights are going to go because the cardiac overdrive. It was really interesting hearing a lot about Mauga when it first came out, because initially in scrims when Mauga first launched, it was perma Mauga. Like the whole comp was just only Mauga. We're just going to run at each other and we're just going to WM1. And that was the only thing they were going to do. They were just going to shoot each other. And we're kind of seeing that right here with these Mauga changes. And it's definitely nice to see a hero we've not seen before. But my word, do the fights last a long time. It feels like you do need something like a Reaper, but I think the Mei right now is just so good at isolating the enemy Mauga. As soon as you take down the enemy Mauga, you have such a big advantage because the Cardiac Overdrive just provides so much additional sustain for the rest of your team, which got kind of taken away and nerfed with the DPS passive. So Mauga kind of fixing that somewhat.
Yeah, I mean, I get sort of like flashbacks to when Junker Queen was first introduced into Overwatch as well, where you had the commanding shout that felt like just such a big initiator for each team, and if you were able to isolate that Junker Queen, then that was also a great way to be able to find a win condition in that fight. But these highlights, they give me kind of so much excitement for what this meta might hold, at least for the very first day. I'm excited now. We'll see how long that actually lasts based on how much Mauga gameplay we do see. But yeah, like all of those intricate changes and differences you're highlighting, like the Mei versus the Reaper versus the Sombra. I think there's a lot to take away from this match in particular, where we were looking at sort of that rock, paper, scissors or back and forth. We'll have to keep an eye on that throughout the series and the day.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a different flavor for every single team, I'd imagine. But as we move on, because we've just had this patch, the next few weeks, the meta is going to kind of boil down and consolidate. Consolidate, that's good. 3 hours sleep is really kicking in right now. It's all good. Consolidate. It's really going to consolidate and really focus on like a small selection of heroes. Obviously, no surprise. That's just how metas work. And yes, chat, we will be seeing mirrors. That's just how Pro Overwatch works. But look, with Mauga, I think if you can just, like I mentioned before, if you can just isolate the enemy Mauga, it seems like just the the key to success, because the cardiac overdrive just provides so much. Now, whether that's going to be a little bit more shades of Reaper, who has a lot of upfront damage and was very good in, like you mentioned before, Rose, and I think rightfully put, the Junker Queen meta, which was again about sustain. Whenever we get to a sustain meta, heroes that can kind of help out the supports and help out yourself, things like Reaper, things like Mei, who have larger health pools and the ability to heal themselves. Mei a little bit less so, of course. She has to pop a cooldown for that. Reaper's obviously got the natural lifesteal, but anything that can kind of help that sustain during the fight is going to be super important, and how close range these fights are as well. Reaper does seem like an extremely good pick right now. We're going to jump over to Blizzard World though. I do want to see if REA is still going to run this backline of the Zen and the Bat, because if the Zen gets any kind of time, any kind of purchase into fight where like, okay, we can hang out and we can kite a little bit, the Zen is just going to dominate Malga. He's like Hog but with armor. He doesn't have a shield. He just kind of walks and that's it. Like, he just don't walk towards you. He doesn't have a hook
either, which is super nice.
Exactly, so true. He doesn't have a hook, he just has 2 giant weapons. And that's kind of a good thing for Zen to just shoot at, right? Discord.
Yeah.
And then just pummel him with damage. And yeah, so I'm curious to see if are going to revert back to that, especially on defense, where on Blizzard World you can play on that small high ground, Rose.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of teams utilize that Baptiste and the Zenyatta in these types of compositions. I'm thinking back to mostly NA that we got a chance to cast over last weekend, but even in EMEA, I feel like everybody takes a little bit of pages out of their book, even if it's sort of like different regional flavors. So I'd love to see that. But I think like when you take a look at attack and defense, and if you're expecting a team like Bingus to actually go for the Lucio, the Moira, the Rush variation of that Maga comp, I don't know if you can rely on that sort of backline. It's so static, and I think you have to have some amount of mobility in order to actually get around that problem.
Let's see what they want to run out with. Oh yeah, obviously on attack, Bingus on defense. Just like Bingus are going to want to go with the Kiri and the Soj instead.
Okay, I like that play. On Blizzard World, you've got amazing sight lines, and so Sojourn is one of those ways that you can get some reliable damage. You've got this ginormous target in the Maga to charge up your railgun shot, and then just pick somebody off.
Yeah, so a really good point. Obviously no shield, so you don't get the reduction. Okay, well, Hazer is just out of there. All right, got picked off. Ideally, you want to just rotate up to the high ground with your Malga there. I'm not sure. Maybe just kind of picking people off, and no ice block equals a free kill. Wow, the tracking. Oh my god, tracking from Stir is nasty on the Tracer. Definitely someone I've got my eye on right now. Nice little bit of defense though.
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe that Stair's already going to have a pulse bomb in this next fight. So that feels really nice if you're Bingus to kind of keep this defense going, but Ken is going to be on the Cassidy now to try to contend with Lutu Sojourn, and there's the rotation up to that high ground of Duskwood.
Cowboy got skin spotted. Oh, what a pole. Oh! Maybe not. Wow, that Magnade took years to get to the Tracer. But what a pulse. Stir again. What a beast. I mean, this Tracer is just being so annoying, and even the Magnade apparently can't stop the Tracer. Tracker looking real fine right now. Cowboy having to get out of there, although Hot Babe turning the tides with that Coalescence. End up trading with that Lucio. And there's the, oh my god, there's the rush, the Suzu narrowly saving weight in there from that Coalescence. They do end up going down to Cowboy, who ended up rotating backwards to that fight after being quite harassed by the little Tracer. Now, speaking of that, Stir is still just filling out that kill feed. I mean, oh yeah, 33%, but with 2 minutes to go, this is looking like quite a nice hold from Bingus currently. They can play super aggressive here too with Cage.
Yeah, exactly. I was looking at the Cage, and I'm also looking at the Overclock as just 2 really important ways to win these next fights. You can initiate with something like the Overclock, just keep them away, or, yeah, send the Maga forward. All in Jack's hands right now.
All right, how do you get to the backline with the Mei? Well, you just jump onto high ground, but nice little rotation, and Lutu just uses the power slide to just get over onto the opposite high ground. There's the double Cage fight. Okay, I see where you play. Nice little Blizzard on top as well, instantly killing Jack. And like I said, Rose, you isolate that Malga, and that's pretty much all over. And the name of the game for yeah is just use Cage fight and then use Blizzard. Cage Blizzard? This Cage? I don't know. Let's not come up with this on broadcast. No one ever has a sleep.
Yeah, someone else came up with moats or malgoats. Malgamotes? I don't know. We want. Someone else will come up with a more clever name for the combination of.
Oh my god!
Ow!
Good kill.
Ow!
Absolutely flattened. High noon on high ground. Oh, the double hit! It reminds me of Reinhardt of old, but no, it's not Reinhardt. It's just two Malgas looking at each other. There's the Coalescence. Easy game now as Jag ended up falling over. Oh yes, the coal into the spawn doors. Oh, you're not getting anywhere, Lucio. Ain't no way.
This new. I love that. Just jam out. That's my favorite emote.
Everybody has to be a payload princess sometime in their life, and
yeah. Why not?
They just like me for real, for real.
Lucio's earned it. He has a sound barrier to boot, so if we're going to be able to keep this fight alive.
Oh.
Wow, early Suzu, did you see that?
Super early. We'll see if they can make something of it. Another pulse bomb. Oh, not quite enough to say dark side, Phil. There's the block from Kaiser after they received a quick magnate from the high ground. Starrens are going down to Ken, but Kaiser's still trying to find something in this fight. I love how the overrun kill is a headshot in the kill feed. It's one of my favorites. It's going to be a reset angle for sure. This point notoriously hard to capture.
Yeah, but you have great ways to be able to do that if you're... Oh, yeah. Kaiser has the Blizzard. Phil is not too far away from being able to have that cage online too, so we're back at figuring out what to call that combo. But Hot Babes too with the Coalescence, like, Aya can throw 4 ultimates at this next fight, and that might be the firepower they need to get this over the line.
Wait. Oh my god, just at the same time, Jack, I'm sorry to say it, son, there isn't a single chance you make it out of that. Yeah, I mean... just stack ults and then win, right? I mean, that's all they've been doing to win these fights is just cage into Blizzard. And the other Malga has to also put down their cage. They hit the cardiac overdrive, and that's about it. That's all she wrote. Biggest now changing up, a little bit more close combat. No real value there, it felt like, from the Sojourn. So, and then back on the Sombra. Okay, so just looking for a big hack target onto the Malga. They're still going to be able to kind of LOS a lot of that damage, or the increased damage from the hack. So we'll see how Stir wants to end up playing this. Early Wraith form, that's not the best, but you're all good.
Ooh, watch this corner.
Oh, nice little hack there onto Ken. They end up getting saved. Coalescence available from Hot Babe. Don't want to use it too early or too late. You got to use it at the right time. Look at that for advice. Put that in a coaching pod, Jake. Nice little dodge of the hack too, as the Lucio does end up using the sound barrier. And we Drake making sure their team pushes forward, but cardiac overdrive is just too powerful coming out from Arya. And they got a lot of healing too. No more Lucio, and with a rush, Kiri and a Moira healing your front line, no one is dying unless you're Lutu apparently. Just getting up and closer in Ken's face is a cardiac overdrive from Bingus as they do try and march on, and there you go. The fight that was destined to last 3 more matches time does end up coming to an end in the end, but oh yeah, they've got their ultimate combo soon. Darkside Phil with a cage fight, and then Kaiser with the Blizzard. The best thing Stir can do here is wait for that combo to come down, then hit the EMP. It deletes the May Blizzard now.
Yep, that would be great.
Nice cage fight too.
Yippee. Yeah, I think you definitely do that with the EMP, but the other thing that you need to be very cautious of here is like timing of that. I think the other thing that makes this difficult for Aya is that they don't really have a great defensive ultimate anymore. You're kind of looking at Hot Babes or Cool Boy to try to get those ults online as more initiation tools, and yeah, this might be a little rough. Let's find out.
Yeah, they've got to know. There's the wall. Okay, they're trying to pin Jack in. EMP does hit, and the Blizzard does get destroyed. Little trade there. And Darkside Phil, well, their ultimate gets cancelled. Straight up EMP counter to both of those ults, but it didn't matter apparently. All good. Bingus end up using the EMP, but they lose the front line duel as Ken picks up a nice little 3-piece. 35 seconds to go now as Arya moves towards the final checkpoint.
What's really important about that is now you don't have the EMP to use right on top of this card. So as you're running out of time, this could be it. And Hot Babes gets to go Coalescence in your backline.
I mean...
yeah.
Okay, honestly, you do you, King. I mean, if you're just going to chase down the Sombra like that, it's a big threat, to be fair. I mean, that should just be the point too. 13 seconds in the time bank, not too bad. Anything over a minute is always good for this map. But wow, I cannot believe that went in Arye's favor. An EMP cancelling 2 ultimates, that is a done deal. That is you lose the fight, you move on, you're going to have to go again. But and Ken specifically with some really nice shots on the cast, they end up cleaning up pretty nicely and pretty quickly, mind you.
Cassidy versus Sojourn. I feel like this has been a very interesting topic of conversation over the last few weeks, because every region seems to have their different take on this one, but even player versus player, I wonder just Ken's confidence level in running the Cassidy versus something like the Sojourn. I guess to be fair too, they had the Reaper instead for like the second half of that map, but
right.
I don't know. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think the cast is still really good. Still good at locking people down with the Magnade. A little less important, I think, in these comps, considering Mauga kind of exists. But I think the DPS, as long as you're having someone that can help Mauga kind of combo off, like the Mei, I think there's a lot of options you can run for the other DPS. The Ashe, another good example of a good hit scan, just plays super far away. I mean, Binger's their idea here probably would be just to kind of get on top of Ken and just kill them before they can really do anything. But it's going to be so difficult with double healer, double like main healer too. There's no Lucio on Arye's defense. It's just Kiri and it's Moira. So yeah, it's going to be a tough one for Bingo. It's very doable though, especially with the EMP just countering so much of what this kind of comp wants to do.
I think what makes it difficult about jumping on the Ashe too is you've got the coach gun. So at the very least, you have kind of an escape mechanism that also pushes somebody else back. I think there's more distance in between you and them, but where does this Sombra go?
Oh. Yeah, no pack, no chance. Stir getting bursted out. All good though. Kaiser is the first one to go down. Jack ends up falling though. Healer's not quite close enough to heal the frontline tank. I mean, they can kind of keep space here. They know they can't get uber punished because there's no Mei, but it does look like they're going to back out, play it safe.
Mei's going to take a little bit to come back, so you could just go in with Jack at the front line. Try to maybe go towards Snacks Rammus.
Well, ideally, they try and push the Sash off the high ground. That's exactly what Lutu tried to do. Find one shot and thought the better of it. There's the Wraith form away. And they're just making like a little C shape on the point from the Maga. For Stir. Down. All right, well, that fight is pretty much done. Any extra kills here from Lutu would be nice. Case taking a lot of damage, but like I said, this sustain coming out from Arye's comp is insane. Just with the cardiac overdrive plus the double healers, it's real rough. 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go though. Big ults are coming up. But yeah, they've been outmatching Star right now. No ability to really get a lot of free ult charge from the Sombra.
I think the Sombra too is you're calling out on Nepal. It plays so differently in these compositions now, where you're looking at just sort of standing with the rest of your team versus playing sneaky, because otherwise you take way too much time to get that Sombra set up. And so I think that's another thing that's really hurting Bingus right now, is that like this Sombra is constantly known. Her presence is felt.
Oh, really, really early coalescence there from Wayne. I'm not sure they're going to get a decent angle. Cage fight comes out. Lutu's the main target, but did receive that cardiac overdrive to keep himself alive. Bob's coming in, but now the target is Ken. No Barbie in sight, but Ken's a strong man. He can stand up for himself. Not quite strong enough to stand up to Lutu, though. And there you go, the Bob versus Maga fight. That's what we wanted to see. Big ultimates coming out from and they don't even take the point. I mean, this is rough. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go, or defend the point, sorry. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go, and 36% on the board for Bingus. There's the rush. The Rogue's definitely going to help them out. The sound barrier as Maga ends up charging away, and Jack decides they don't want anything to do with this fight. Still holding on to the EMP most readily, and the EMP comes in. But what a Suzu from Callboy! Suzu hitting Darkside Phil, so the EMP didn't end up going off and hitting him. It might not matter in the end, as Darkside Phil had to kind of int into the front line to create space for the rest of their team. But the Suzu is so clutch there from Callboy. And on top of the high ground, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to survive this one. It's going to be a miracle for Ken to come back in there.
Yeah, that would have been a little bit of a tough ask, but like, wow. I'm still so impressed by that Suzu usage by Cool Boy. Like,
nice.
what timing? What immaculate timing and precision you have to have on that one in order to even, like, hit that right before the EMP, so you have that just, like, split second of invulnerability. Oh my god. Yeah, that was super, super nice. And one of the reasons we've seen a lot of Kiriko is because of the utility that she has with that Suzu. And I think feeling even more impactful right now in order to have sort of like an immediate heal plus just, yeah, semi-invulnerability. Coalescence time?
I love the Malga. Just, they stand there. Cardiac overdrive, straight into running away. There's a cage fight though. Easy lockdown kill on the Sombra. Yeah, I like what you were mentioning earlier, Rose, too, about Sombra's playstyle, like kind of differing here too, just playing with the rest of the team. Does leave her a little bit susceptible to get cage fighted, but cage fought, even cage fighted. Yeah, you know, English. It's my first
Cage
language, by the way.
fighting.
Cage fighted. A nice little headshot onto Sturber. All good. Now they can hold down the front entrance. This is the funniest interaction, I think, between these two comps too. I mentioned it a minute ago, but Snow Globe, Maze ult, like the Blizzard, you can cancel that with EMP now. That was a small change like a long time ago. It's actually really showing up pretty big. At this very moment in time, which is quite funny. EMP still available from Stir. There's the cage fight, waiting for the Blizzard. I mean, Stir's just looking at Kaiser to rock that one. There it goes. Hits it, destroys the Blizzard, and that cage fight is just too much for Arya to bear.
That is such a clean use of that ultimate, and I love that. It's just perfect example right in front of us for what
they
we're
were
talking about.
literally just staring Kaiser in the eyes. You use the Blizzard, I use the EMP. Rock, paper, scissors, Lizard. Lizard Spock, isn't it? The other one?
Rock, paper,
Scissors, lizard, Spock.
Yeah, exactly. Something like that. Or in this
Rock,
case,
paper, scissors, Blizzard, EMP.
Zerg.
The EMP
Yeah.
always wins.
It does. It definitely does. And now both teams are sort of broke in terms of ultimates. So we're really looking at just what's going to come online first between this Coalescence as well as this Kitsune Rush. And does the Kitsune Rush make a big difference here? Phil is close to getting another cage online, and that could also help them just, yeah, keep this defense alive.
Oh, there's a overrun there. Oh, uh-oh. A little embarrassing. All good, don't worry.
Run.
Kaiser just comes out with 4 kills. Alright, just made things. Just made things, I suppose. 30 seconds to go. Now is Arya looking to defend this second point.
Yeah, they did have to use the cage there, but they now have the Blizzard by itself. Ken also might even get this High Noon online. Not like the biggest ultimate that we usually see find value.
What? You say that, Rose? I'm waiting for it. Cage
I'm
fight,
ready.
High Noon, 5 easy kills.
Oh my god.
It's going to happen at some point, I promise you.
Maybe.
Don't hold me to that
Maybe.
promise. I cannot be trusted. All right, there's the rush on the point. Kaiser in a little bit of trouble, though, and Lutu, rightfully so, just targeting down that Mei. An overrun there from Darkside Fields. They end up running away, but Ken on the high ground. Someone's going to have to deal with this Cassidy as they've already taken down Wayne. Oh, Coalescence too on the high ground. And there's the High Noon. No cage fight inside, but I don't think it's going to matter. As long as you touch Arya in good spots. Easy kills for Ken. Classic high ground Cassidy and no one dealing with them. Solo queue moment. Oh yeah, end up taking the dub. 2-0 in the series so far. That is impressive showing from Arya. Although we kind of talked about it and spoke about it in the earlier stages of that game, Rose. But Rose is frozen in a perpetual state of disbelief. Excellent stuff. About how different teams have kind of morph around this new meta. And I think this is a very good example of just kind of just knowing how to play your comp a little bit better. And I think especially with Mei in the lineup, it just provides so much utility. Plus just using cage fight and then Blizzard to just win fights. And that's exactly what Arya did to the very last checkpoint. And there was just no answers from the other side.
No, I mean, that's something I feel like teams are going to have to sort of build a little bit of identity around, is like what kind of manga composition can they run and exactly how can they get a leg up on their opposition. I think in this case, we're really seeing a team figure out what the sauce is that works for them. And when you talk to a lot of teams, they're like, sometimes it doesn't matter about the meta composition that they're running. It's more sort of how can they cater to their individual play style that might just serve better for them.
Yeah, and especially with a meta that's just going to continually evolve. And this is what you kind of expect in Overwatch Esports now. For those of you who've never watched Overwatch Esports or anything, back in the Overwatch League, there was a patch cycle which we were ever so slightly behind on since teams had to scrim, and there was that small delay. But now we're playing on live. It's nice for the viewer too, because it's kind of something that you're going to see in a lot of your solo queue games, and it's what you can kind of instantly go and play. There's definitely pros and cons to it for sure, but with a meta that gets thrown in, and then it's like, okay, so actually we need to play this week, figuring out what to play, or just at least one thing that's strong. Mauga in this instance, it's like, okay, we only play Mauga, that's completely fine, and we're just going to try our thing around our strengths as a team and strengths as a player. And Kaiser is a fantastic Mei player. They always have been. So just making sure you have the right tools in the roster for any kind of meta that's thrown at you. And yeah, it's looking great now for and I'm super excited to see this team move on. Obviously, same can't be said right now for Bingus, unfortunately. They're on Esperanza. I mean, they need a complete turnaround, reverse sweep right at this very moment in time, because Esperanza is going to be a tough map, I feel, especially with this Mei.
Yeah, I think the Mei makes things really difficult. Like, once again, it goes back to what we were seeing on Nepal. And when you look at those really scrappy fights, a Mei can be a huge difference maker. Putting up a wall, isolating that Mauga, even isolating one of the DPS. Like, you could just totally block off a Reaper's plan of exit. Like, he tries to wraith away, never mind, you can't anymore, there's a wall in your way. And so nice. I think that's a really good way to just sort of continue to change the terrain in your own team's favor. It's so good for like sticking a bomb, or like getting an overrun into the wall. Tons of utility there.
It is quite funny. I will say Cage Fight is one of the funnier ultimates to witness. Especially when again, Mauga kind of came out, and all the hype trailers. And hype is really cool because they show like different parts of the hero, right? But it is so funny when you like transition that to game, and then it's two Maugas fighting each other rather than like one fighting other heroes in the trailers and stuff. And then it's two Maugas cage fighting each other and just looking at each other.
Oh yeah, it looks so different.
Just a blank stare and eyes. There is no thoughts behind those eyes. I just shoot, and that is it. Yeah. I shoot and hopefully you die.
Shoot and charge. Sometimes I feel like I'm looking at a Reinhardt without a shield, but maybe that's just my own brain.
A Reinhardt without a shield. Honestly, I mean, if Reinhardt had two giant Gatling guns, yeah, maybe so. Maybe that's what we need to do one day, is we need to exchange weapons between different tank heroes. So Mauga then gets a shield and a hammer, and then Ryan gets two giant weapons.
I don't know if that would break the game of Overwatch, but maybe for the April Fool's patch, we can add that to our list of asks with the not a double kick.
Or just give him, remove Ryan's hammer and just give him one of the guns. Then he has a shield and a gun, and then he just WM1s, takes 0 damage, and then walks towards people and kills everybody.
Yeah, I love it.
Look, I don't mean to brag, Rose. No? I have a, no, you know, I got a degree in, not in games design specifically.
I was like, do you have a PhD in game design?
No, not PhD, oh my god. Ain't no way, Chief. Alright, there's the first kill. Goes over to Darkside, Phil.
Let's go.
I will say it's nice seeing some of the emerald weapons too. It's funny, I was actually speaking to Scott about this, and he was like, how have people got emerald weapons already? I'm like, yeah, it's
probably banking up competitive points.
Yeah, they've been grinding. Only the grind lords have emerald weapons at this moment in time.
Well, Ken is a grind lord, I think is safe to say. And truly has been, though.
I think, is it Jack? I would have to, I think it's Jack. Jack has emerald on Mauga, and I'm like, okay, so you save them up for a meta, and then you use them on the, oh no, it might be Darkside Phil, actually. I'm gonna have to get a
closer look at that one.
There you go.
How much Mauga have you been playing?
Extremely base.
Time.
High noon on the high ground. That coalescence from Hot Babe doing a little bit of tickle. Oh my god. Okay, well, that was Dyson with death to a new extreme. Nice little magnate. They're trying to dive around the corner. Oh, Lutu. A little greedy for that kill there. It's Hot Babe. Just with a little tickle right click. Does manage to finish them off. Bot is moving very much in Arye's favor right now, and didn't need to use too much either. Only that coalescence. Pulse bomb has been utilized. It is all Arye currently. Just waiting for this checkpoint.
Was wondering if Lutu was going to switch off of the Cassidy, because I think if Arya is going to continue to run this ultra rush heavy style of Maga comp, you can't necessarily sit there with the Cassidy, because I think you're gonna get run over, like by overrun, by anything. And so we are gonna see Lutu switch back over to the Reaper, and I think this just gives Bingus a little bit more staying power when it comes to contending with this point. But they gotta like kind of get their act together here, Jack. That push bot's coming mighty close there.
Oh, there's the EMP. Oh, yep, goodbye. Didn't hit the Blizzard because it was on top of the wall. Nice little bit of tech there, using the Blizzard and then the wall on top of it so it can't get destroyed. Clean up from Ken. Might be possible. Pulse bomb in hand. Good stick. No Wraithborn from Lutu. And now in the sights is the Moira. Healing orb gone. Ken is dominating on the Tracer. Doesn't have to play the Cassidy, but unfortunately spawn positions are a little bit too good for Bingus there, and they will end up reclaiming control of that bot. 75 meters on their technical first push. Not bad at all.
Yeah, really not. I mean, we've still plenty of time left in this bank, right? Ooh, Jack is so low. Ooh, Jack is so low.
I think everybody can relate to that, looking around like healers. Thoughts on this?
Please?
Thoughts on my health bar being extremely low? Alright. Might need the Suzu in a minute. It's got a cooldown. 3 seconds, 2 seconds. I don't think there's any way you're saving your Maga. Not from that distance. Suzu, long range. Oh, ain't happening. You went one way, I went the other. Unfortunate. Payloads finally making its way for Bingus there. Racking up some meters.
Okay. The best thing too is that you've also shut off those forward spawns. So Aya's going to take a little bit of time here. Bingus can catch their breath. That's been a lot of teamfight action that we've had so far. But now it's time to pull out the big guns here. Lutu's got the Death Blossom, and you also have that EMP coming online quite quickly. So a little bit of a standoff at the bridge, but then it's time to hit those ults.
Yeah, like you mentioned earlier, super easy to farm against the Naga. Death Blossom on top of the rush. Easy block and easy fade away for both the Mei and the Moira. Ken just annihilated from the high ground. But Darkside Phil trying to make this one interesting with his cage fight on height. Jack going super low. Darkside Phil, hit with the EMP. I mean, Blizzard's going to come out super late. A charge from Jack gets out of the Blizzard, but the Coalescence from Hot Babe is going to perform a fair amount of healing if they can actually see any of their teammates. But unfortunately, for Hot Babe, I think everybody is already dead. And there you go, bot still in control. That EMP, again, just being the difference maker in some of these fights.
It's too bad that the Blizzard came out there, because if you just all fall to the EMP, then Aya gets a chance to come back with that EMP and cage or the Blizzard and the cage combo. So that would have been really nice to see there. But what?
Whoa. Okay,
Fat finger?
That was a misclick. That's a cusser if I ever saw one. Okay, well.
What are you gonna do, dirty one?
We'll ignore that one. Gotta heal your dark side, Phil. All good. Don't worry.
Oh, that's such a huge mistake, though. Like, I know it's not. I know poor Drake. It's like not his fault. But it's so tough to look at that situation and not think that sound barrier could have helped in that situation. But you know, it's okay. These Lucio ults have been charging up really fast with the new projectile changes, so you'll have another one in no time. But Bingus still has other. Yeah. There's still other ultimates. You know, Bingus has got some more to work with. Yeah.
They will be fine. As I fat finger my cue as a Lucio player. Alright, march on forward here. Darkside taking a lot of damage. Magro to dash away, and there you go. There's the stomp. Hot Babe now paced on the pavement as Jack picks up a nice couple of kills. Oh, beat be damned, I suppose. Don't worry about it. We won the fight, guys.
Guys, see, listen, it's all about luring them into a false sense of security so that they push forward too aggressively, and now they're thinking about what this pace of the ultimate is.
They don't have beat. We're all good.
Yeah, they don't have beat. Yeah, exactly. But
neither do we, and we have now lost checkpoint. Interesting. They're trying to rationalize it with themselves.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Are you trying to fight with my inner demons? Alright, Stir with the EMP, ready and waiting to go. Again, I think, Rose, you just want to hold off this. Wait for Kaiser to use that Blizzard. Unless they try and do the wall tag. Ooh, nope. They're going to use it anyway. There's the overrun straight into the back line. And the cage fight too. Darkside Phil in a little bit of trouble, but Blizzard's just too strong there. I think maybe going a little bit too aggressive with Stir's EMP does cost him that fight in the end.
You're saving it now for like the blizzard so that your team doesn't fall to it, but the problem with that now is that already went off kilter with how they were using that ultimate. I think that was really smart from them, whether that was an intentional play or not. Now you know that when you have got this cage online here for the Maga, for Aya, you've got other things that you can combo with it. You don't have to worry about that EMP being able to shut off anything in that cage either. So.
All right. Helma Drake
Sound barrier
close to the next sound barrier. Coalescence from the high ground, trying to make their presence known in the front line. There is an ultimate here for Lutu, and there is the cage fight. Lutu's super scared to peek, and I would be too. Cage fight in a small corridor like that, yeah, you don't even want to rip the Death Blossom. You will just insta-die. Nice little team kill, very quick too, which is what was important there, Rose, because now they get a lot of free time and space on the bot.
Oh, look at how far forward. Yeah, Ken is hunting for it. Did you see that? Like you can go set up on that high ground, or you can go push forward and try to create some space. But this is the high noon. It is high noon somewhere.
Well, no sound barrier available anymore, and the high noon. Where is it? Well, it's on Esperanza. 12 o'clock midday, and Ken comes up with a giant kill. I mean, Kaiser opened that one up for them. Helma Drake ended up getting sniped across the map. Icicle headshot. And that was it. Can't use your sound barrier in these fights. And Coolboy was like, whoa, you haven't got beat? Okay, we just beat in, we win the fight, and now we get plus 100 meters and approach the final bend.
Yeah, and it's only a minute and 20 seconds left on this clock too. So Bingus, they've got to win these next 3 or 4 team fights here to take the lead back and win this. And it's not looking like it's going to be an easy task here.
Yeesh.
Not with that either.
Yeah, couldn't put it better myself, to be honest with you. Two Malgans looking at each other, staring at each other, longingly, lovingly. It is Jack that has to end up backing out. There's the sound barrier just in time. Coalescence is going to get saved as well, so Bingus at least have got that going for them. But with 50 seconds to go, even if end up losing this fight, Bingus have the biggest mountain to climb. They're seeing the bot away too, but I mean, geez, 60 plus meters to go. OT approaching rather fast.
Yeah, it's going to be 3 team fights here that they're going to have to win. Maybe even more than that, depending on like how many ultimates end up coming out and how much time they stall. But it's so tough because when you look at Aya's composition, they have better staying power on this bot. Kaiser with the Nay is going to buy so much time for them. So Bingus have to play this
just
really
get a
methodically.
Oh, please, heal Jack.
Magus almost dead.
Cage fight used super early for space? Couldn't be me. Cage fight used, bot has been stolen, high noon available, cage fight to stop them from coming in, and that high noon is going to make sure no one is touching. Nice headshot, and that should just be it, surely. Lucio does get a nice little high noon kill. Oh my god, what a flick. I mean, this really is Sisyphus pushing this bot right now. Ain't happening. Lutu tried to be the man of the hour there. Unfortunately, they fall flat. Oh yeah, taking Esperanza, taking the series. And Coolboy doing what they do best, just vibe. 3-0 for yeah.
Super good stuff. super good stuff coming out from them today. And you know, I still want to give some credit though to Bingus, because we did see them go very toe-to-toe, especially on Nepal. It was very close, right? We had like 80 to 90%, like always sort of trading back those different team fight wins, and I don't think it was like ultra easy for to get the win there, but definitely when we take a look at Esperanza, it felt like a little bit of a different story. They just like found their fluidity and were able to get the...
Let's close it out. So,
Close
Zoe,
it
what
out.
do you think
Get it up.
What do you think about Blizzard and
Maga.
Cage? Should that be called?
A Blizzard Cage. Oh man.
It's hard, right?
Everything I have in my head right now is just like not good for broadcast.
I was about to say.
So I keep on brainstorming. I keep on cooking on that one. Either way, though, I honestly generally love the idea of having the May in that setup, because it really gives you so many more options on how to approach fights. The possibility of splitting it up or completely isolating the enemy's Maga, like clearly that worked well in the favor of OWCS. So I like what I'm seeing there, and I think that was Kaiser's May was definitely a big part of why they managed to get the dub in the end.
Yeah, I think Kaiser was really, again, the Mei, there was a nice little quadra kill from the Mei, but the Mei is really there just to provide utility. Plus, if you can chunk people out with the icicles, also really good. A lot of like instant damage rather than just like consistent. And bursting people out in a sustain meta is what you need to do. The sustained damage from something like a soldier is just not really good enough because it's just going to get healed away. So if you're just consistently hitting headshots, you're obviously building your ult a lot quicker as well. It's really important for the success of this composition with the Mei. But then the Blizzard cage fight, it's like, what do you do about that? Because you can't really play the Zen because it's too slow. You can use the sound barrier, but it was actually Stir switching over to the Sombra, unfortunately going down to the classic Moira on the flank moment. But I think that Stir on the Sombra really tried to make it work, and they tried to find the weakness to this to the Mei Blizzard with the cage, but it just didn't end up working out. The EMPs were sometimes either waylaid or used a little bit too early, and that resulted in the cage Blizzard just getting its full value. And that's exactly how they ended up finishing Blizzard World, was just using those combination of both of those ults over and over and over again until they capped third. And that is just what it's about in this kind of meta, in the sustained meta.
Yeah, I think too, though, when you look at Esperanza, even though you had the EMP to be able to respond to something like that Blizzard cage, OWCS stopped using that as a combo of ultimates. Like, not only did they maybe either intentionally or unintentionally stop comboing those together, but it ended up being that Blizzard and EMP were online at the same time, but then Cage was on its own and still able to find that value regardless of having that Blizzard. So yeah. I think that's a really wonderful way for OWCS to kind of identify, hey, EMP, that was great, but what if we just don't fall into that?
Yeah, I mean, it illustrated perfectly at the ending of those highlights there too. The Mei was EMP'd, but it's like, well, I just have Blizzard. We just survived this, throw the Blizzard out. Also, Ken, player of the match from this match, kind of cooking on the Tracer. I love to see it. I love a good Tracer duel. Stir obviously switching over to the Sombra, not playing the Tracer in the end of it, which got a little bit sad because I thought Stir's Tracer was very exceptional. Ken also holding the game down too on this high ground with the Cass. I think Ken did extraordinarily well. And for a DPS to shine in this meta, you just need to be super consistent with the Casty, with the Tracer too. And I think Ken just had it in spades. I think having a Tracer and sticking the right targets too is going to be super important because, like I said, sustained damage just isn't enough versus a sustained meta. You need instant impact, and pulse bombs do that.
Indeed. I love that we're finding ourselves once again in a meta where, clicking heads, very important. Seeing those Tracer pop-up moments or some big Cassidy plays, that's just fun to watch. Honestly, no matter what else is on the server, if you got those guys shooting out, that's just an absolute joy. Now, we do have a winner's interview, of course, after this series. Hot Babe from is joining us for a post-game interview. First of all, congratulations. Also, what's up with the nickname Hot Babe? Where are we at? Where's that coming from? Walk us through your lore. What's the background?
So it's honestly just a funny backline name. My support player is Coolboy163, so I thought it would be a really funny way to just have what's your hot babe? No, sorry, what's your cool boy is a hot babe? So we just had it as a duo thing.
It's also much more infuriating to be killed by a hot babe on the server.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that.
Honestly,
it does something to the mental.
The casters. Yeah, the casters call the name, and it's just really funny. So.
I love it. Dude, honestly, keep doing it. Like I said before, keep doing it. Sexy man, 69, hot babe, hot girl, whatever. I don't care. I'll call it, bro.
We're eating.
Abs, I did want to ask you, especially with EU being more of a prominent region now in Overwatch Esports and stuff, are there any UK players that you've got specifically your eye on? Because I think the UK, we've had some top tier talent in the region in the past, but is there anybody from the UK you think is about to pop off in the region?
I think all the known players. I think some of them that are not known is Tikuno. I think he's actually doing really well. He was playing in the OWCS group stages to qualify for the top 16, and they played ROC, and they played another really good team, and they went 2-1. I think it was Team Peps and ROC, and they nearly beat both those teams, and they're in the top 16. So he's doing really well. So I think one of those players to look out for.
That's good to know.
Love that. It's great to be able to give some support to some of the other well-known players in the scene. But I want to talk about yourself and also just the match that we just had and the Mauga meta. Can you give us some insight on like what your healing output has to look like in a meta like this? Like give us like numbers or just your own feeling. Is it tougher?
So it's okay. So like the damage passive has gone from like 20% to 15, which is like really nice, but also just kind of sucks because I'm just holding left mouse on Moira. If I play another support, I'm just like healing as much as I can. If I play Moira, I can only do like healing orb and damage orb like pre-fight, so it kind of sucks. It's just like, honestly, when the health bar goes past a certain threshold, you just like, okay, your tank's dead, just stop healing him now, because you're not going to get him above that threshold, so you just like, okay, he's dead, just do left damage now.
Yeah, this meta's hard on your tendons, I can tell. Now, of course, with this victory, you get to play against Sheer Cold once again. That's a rematch from your opening match, which was a very close 3-2 series, which you unfortunately lost. Did you guys have any big takeaways from that first match? Do you feel like there was something very obvious you should have done different in order to take the dub?
Probably play the game more is probably the biggest thing.
Nice.
Play more, play better.
Love that.
Yeah, we don't really scrim, so we just like all our practice is like just playing ranked. So if we don't even play ranked, we're not really practicing. Probably figuring out what to play. As I said before, we don't practice, so when we play the official, we just like learn throughout the official.
Approach.
That's a W response, I'm just saying. Honestly, we just don't practice, so any team that loses to us that practices, you know.
Yeah, we're just learning throughout the game, but I think we found something that works, so it will be a little bit different. I think they play primarily a lot of Zarya and D.Va, but it's Mauga meta right now, so it'll be interesting. We have a good Mauga player, and we found like our own little niche.
Yeah, no, you guys look competent and confident. I can't wait to see more. Best of luck in your upcoming match.
Thank you so much.
That's Hot Babe joining us for a quick chat. I love the answers there. Maybe we should just play the game. It would go really well for us.
That would help.
Oh my
I like
God.
that. I like that a lot,
Let's
actually.
help.
Yeah, we just play solo queue. So, okay, sick. I mean, solo queue is pretty decent practice, but no scrims. That's kind of crazy to me, but they're also still doing super well. So, you know, maybe the ceiling, they've not reached it yet. It's a glass ceiling, they're going to smash through it.
Exactly. Well, Mauga will see through that, or to that rather. And now we, of course, have another match coming up. One May Army will go up against Keltas right after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Enemy in sight.
Our victory is at hand. Ashes to ashes. Die, die, die.
Let's get you back out there. Maintaining connection. I'm getting readings of cosmic disturbance in these ruins. Moira, prioritize our people, not your cosmic experiments. That's an order.
Accept my gifts, and all will be yours. Your ally has descended into darkness.
Our group energy is interesting. Very interesting.
Check this out.
Methinks a Cupid I shall play. What are you looking at?
Keep moving forward.
Best of luck to you all.
Play now! Or if you're not playing, then at least watch our show, please. That sounded desperate. Let's not go there. Anyway, we are back here. Jack and Rose joining me for all the EMEA action here in the OWCS group stage. Group stage 1, day 4. Lots of numbers, lots of words. We're nailing it. Also, of course, once more a reminder, it's still early in the day. You know, you can still earn some drops. So connect your account wherever you may be watching, be that YouTube or Twitch. Connect your accounts, get the goodies, free stuff, free cute stuff even. I mean, what's not to
So
love, guys?
cute. It's the cookie spray. It's the cookie spray, or the icon.
Yep.
Have to have it.
Even Mitch is a hater, but like everyone else really embraces it.
How is Mitch a hater?
I think
Actually-
he's over corgis.
He's grumpy.
I think
bro.
he says he said that they're just like overused or like I don't know.
Overused.
Yeah, he needs to have something else be like the hype dog. He's done with the.
He
toy.
clearly did not watch the Sojourn short. I'll call him out. You did not watch the Sojourn short, Mitch.
I think he did. He's just over it. I mean, I get it, you know. The question is, which dog is coming next?
weak.
Maybe you want to let us know. Just calling him out, like sending all the haters over to Mitch's Twitch. But not Twitch, Twitter, or X. There we go.
One of those
X.
All of them.
Yeah, but yeah, follow us on socials. We have lots of them, as you can see in your screens. And share your opinion. Which dog is the next fade?
Oh, we need a dog hero. I think that's the
Yeah,
next step.
we need a new one. We're done with the
Hero is
corgis.
dog.
Bringing
We're done
new
with the
ones.
hamsters.
I am. My vote goes for sausage dogs.
Okay,
I think
that's actually a good choice.
I think Duckle are pretty good.
Cute.
They are very cute.
Okay, that's
W.
cute. That's cute.
Yeah, that's my vote. But let us know via your socials what, in your opinion, should be the next hot thing. One thing I know I'm looking out for is, of course, this squad, a one-man army. I mean, we have quite a few familiar faces here. Also, of course, people we've seen recently in the World Cup. Ollie played for Finland, so gotta be a good player, obviously, because Finnish players are just good. Period. Avo, Team France, 2023 as well, and lots of recurring faces from the contender scene.
Yeah, A&J has been around for quite some time as well. Excited to see A&J back in it. And yeah, I think it's quite cool, Zoe, you mentioned that, because before like Overwatch League and during Overwatch League as well, the Finnish were just so sick at Overwatch. And like seeing the World Cup back last year, it was a really exciting time to see a lot of players from different countries that we wouldn't normally see. And Finland is one of those. They've produced so many legends of the game. And yeah, we'll see how Ollie can do. Of course, has also been around for a long time as well. Speaking of Finns, well, there's one on the bench. Dempsey. Sadly, Dempsey's on the bench.
Get Dempsey in, alone for his Roadhog pick last week.
Oh my god,
Dekra.
so funny. Actually, so funny. I was watching the Keltis versus Space Station group game on day number 1 that we didn't broadcast, and like the comms from Space Station were so funny. Like Dempsey, no pig pen. Like, actually hilarious. Felt like Space Station having a good time. Maybe Dempsey not so much playing the Roadhog in that matchup, but like I don't know. It's among a meta now, so we might not even get a chance to see the Roadhog. I'm sad. Honestly.
Sag. Well, you never know, Necro. Maybe they'll do it for us. Both of these teams were handed 3-0, lost in their opening matches by SSG and Ex-Oblivion respectively. So let's see what they have in store. It's time to win some maps for both of them. Let's see which maps we will be playing first.
Yeah, let's have a little look. Yes, Lijiang Ta. Oh, what a map selection. Lijiang, Kings,
We are
and
blessed.
then Esperanza. This is what you
We
want
are
to see
so
right
blessed.
here. I know some people get really bored of like seeing the same maps over and over again. I don't care what you have to say. I like seeing Lijiang Tower, Kings Row, and then Esperanza over and over again. I just really enjoy the maps. I think they're sick. And there's been so many like historic moments on each map too in esports. So yeah, it's always a good day when you start off. Well, I guess technically it'll start off match number 2, but when you get a match that starts off with Lijiang, I'm not going to complain. Yeah, and I don't think we will end up seeing the Roadhog. Sadly, they're not Nozzle, they're not Namakuchi brothers, so I don't think that's gonna. I don't think it's gonna happen. It's definitely just gonna be Malgo. But again, like we were discussing previously, Rose, how are the DPS really gonna shape up here? Are they gonna be playing the Mei, or are they gonna be playing literally anything else, like the Sombra or the Sojourn
Reaper?
or the Cassidy or the Reaper? Yeah, I still really think, especially on control points, Mei is just so valuable. On most points of Lijiang Tower, it's just so good.
Is it horrible that I'm like, where is the Symmetra? Like, I don't want to speak it into existence, but I feel like it's coming.
This is the map.
And it's Lijiang.
Yeah,
like,
this is the map
exactly.
for sure, Rose. And that's the thing. If we go to Night Market, we'll probably end up seeing the Sim, because Sim is just historically
She's
good on
so
that map.
classic there.
And that's where the meme screenshot comes from too. The double sim wall, Sigma, 2 Sigmas, 2 Orissas. They're all ulting at the same time with double wall intersecting the entire coalescences. You know, it's just, yeah, like, Sim's classically good on this map, especially Night Market, because you can speed out the gate, TP to the window and then play the drop fight. That's what a lot of teams do. Some teams TP out and then speed to point. I think the drop fight's a little bit easier, but we'll have to wait and see, of course, and we'll have to wait and see what round we go to as well. It is random on control.
That is true. That is true.
So we might not see.
No, maybe we don't. Maybe we get control center and then we still get Symmetra. You know, like it could happen. But it looks like that is maybe
a little night market. You know what? I don't mind. I don't mind seeing the sim. I think sim a lot of the time. It's quite it's one of the silliest heroes of all time, I'd say. But in Amalgam, not too bad. I mean, you can just fry the Amalgam with your beam. You always have a lot of charge. The problem is you're not hitting a shield, so you're not getting the recursive charge. You're not getting it permanently. But still, when the sim gets ramped up, it's so much damage.
It's disgusting now too, because it got buffed.
Exactly.
It got buffed. Yeah, like the damage per second has increased from like 60 to 65, and now the max damage is 195. You are microwaving people. You are gonna melt them. And sadly, we're not gonna see that here. Maybe even better, we're not gonna see that here. But it is gonna be a basic mirror. Just looking at the backline and the differences there between the Kiriko versus the Moira.
Yeah, exactly that. It's going to be all about the Sombras here. See which Sombra can build up to that ultimate the fastest. That's going to be the name of the game. Objective unlocks. Kel'Thas says they're not backing up a little bit, giving one-man army the little garden here, but they do end up running forward, kind of like overdrive and straight into the back line. Potter didn't have a chance against the Sombra, unfortunately, especially a random stray hack. Oh, Theomatic makes it out. Whew, skin of their teeth. Sound barrier waiting for A&J too.
Already?
Sound barrier easy beats. I mean, the amount of damage and the amount of healing you're doing, not too surprised. There's the EMP. I mean, Skytus does have his EMP too, and they end up letting it loose, and easy cleanup. Sound barriers and everything. There's no shield to kind of stop all your damage, so expect these ults to build up quickly and expect them to dumped into the fight every single fight.
It's just like, even though I know that that's the pace of which we're playing, like it still doesn't
ridiculous.
cease to surprise me every time when I'm like, one of the first ultimates we're seeing online is a Lucio sound barrier. Like that is insane to me. And these sulfur charges, these EMPs are charging up so fast with that like 8% change. So we're just expect to see a lot. I mean, like, oh my god.
Good rush onto the point. Oh, Theomatic is surely dead. Yeah, their team went one way, they went the other, and that is it. Yeah, rush advantage there. Ollie didn't have the Coalescence. They used it last fight, but even into the rush, Coalescence, not the craziest. Oh, I mean, you can tag people down that are trying to use the rush a lot of the time, but the rush is just such a powerful ultimate. Like the cooldown usage and obviously everything firing quicker, especially with a Reaper in your face, there's just no chance for you to win that fight.
Yeah, I mean, you saw those Hellfire shotguns. There's like no escaping that.
Free Coalescence for Ollie there. And like you mentioned before, extremely quick ultimates building up on the support side. JCB also kiting back with the rest of their team, making sure they can get their own ult online. And Ollie receives the EMP. Nice little EMP at the forward, but they just stand there, tank it, sure. Cage fight on the point two, cancelled with the EMP. Later on, almost always the better. Theomatic does end up going down though, so Kel'Thas at least have the front line advantage, but not with the Reaper paying attention to it, that is for sure. Nothing stopping those Hellfire shotguns going off, and one-man army end up winning that fight and take the point.
Okay, well, super late cages, like 8 ultimates thrown into that fight. And it's not going to be any different here as we take a look at the Sombra ult being the next on the docket. Kiriko Rush, though, in here, so Kel'Thas could just kind of win this one out with just overall sustain.
Well, the Rush is pretty effective at sustaining people. Oh, Theomatic, as they were turning tail to run. A quick cleanup from Kai. Nice of them to name themselves Kai41. I don't think I'd ever seen Kai, the other Kai, on the Reaper pick. That would be crazy. That's a fever dream if I ever did see one.
That would be the day.
British Kai on Reaper. Just please play Widow. You're good at Widow. Right, Kel'Thas They control the point rows, and it's just going to be the same thing, I'd imagine. Just waiting for these EMPs.
Double
you want to go last.
EMPs, double sound barrier, you got the coalescence, like 8 ults.
Nice little boop, but no. It was actually Podno managed to Suzu GCB, so they managed to get out of there and survive that initial engagement from Theomatic, who jumped onto the back line. Theomatic does end up picking up 1 kill on the Sombra and a rotation from one-man army as they make their way to the point. Keltas can still come in. Early Suzu usage shouldn't be too much of a problem, and especially with the amount of focus fire, it's just way too late on the sound barrier from A&J. And that is surely it. Keltas still in control of the point. One-man army didn't manage to cap. They were 1 pixel away from doing so, and that might just be their demise.
There you go. It's so tough, like, I couldn't even come in with those, like, last couple of ultimates, but this is gonna be, like, so scrappy. Very much like blink and you'll miss it kind of moments with the ultimates getting thrown out there. But I think a huge difference maker for Keltas was the Kiriko. Like, even though the Coalescence feels like it's gonna be really powerful, just being able to hit so many targets at once, it's the amount of lifesteal, it's the ability to sort of, like, stunt the healing passive. I think that Ollie in a lot of cases was using it very reactively versus like the Kiriko. You've got the rush to like just increase damage output and really make it hurt, but also the Suzu. Like, how many times did we see that Suzu just come in clutch there from that Kiriko?
Yeah, you really have to be so careful with your Suzu in these comps. Feels like it still does feel like the Moira is a little bit better, especially with the amount of healing you can output. And like we saw in the interview too, with Abs or Hot Babe, they are just basically holding M1 and then you use Healing Orb and that's it. That's pretty like one-dimensional gameplay from the Moira, but you need to do that even with the nerf to the DPS passive. That 15% is still a lot in terms of healing reduction. Nice little first fight win there from a one-man army, although getting chased down. Okay, Sky, TSA did not fall, and I mean this is a quick rotation from Keltas, I'd imagine. They have White Rune control here, so you just wanna run at them at this point. Just be afraid of the Sombra. That holding the right click could be pretty devastating to your front line if you do manage to get a random hack
EMP
off. Yeah, I mean this is so free. Freest EMP in your life. It's just about the damage follow-up. That's what counts, and there it is. Kai on the Reaper. Oh, we really are in the sustain meta. Consider Rush as well, used at the very end of that fight. Not sure it was necessary, but got the job done. I mean, Sky end up falling super early on. Not great. You need your Sombra alive in these fights, and you're just so far behind in terms of ult charge now.
Yeah, I don't mind using the Kitsune Rush in that instance, because, well, you know, it's gonna happen to them too. I'd back up if I were Keltas, but maybe that's just me. But yeah, I don't mind using the Rush because, like, look how quickly you're gonna get it online again. It's sort of like any ultimate. What? What?
Surely you got booped and then you use your dash, right? Surely. Clueless?
I think you must have gotten booped there and then just like stun locked without movement lockout. That's crazy though.
Freeze fight of your life, Robert Army. Didn't need to use EMP, didn't need to use Cage, or the Beat,
nothing,
or the Coal.
Nothing.
You now sit on the bridge
Absolutely
as Tumper swims with the fishes. That's rest in peace.
But it's like the gentleman's agreement. Just you gotta give him like one free team fight. I don't know.
Yeah, that is
only works if they win.
That is the most insane GA of all time. I will give you a free fight. EMP in the back, beautiful stuff. Lucio's the target, but they can't quite get it down. Somebody, oh, the Ajax!
Oh no!
GCB tried to get the sound barrier off to save the team, but got hit with the AJ. Happens to the best
Unlucky.
of us.
Wow, Cage here?
I mean, they catch A and J, and they're going to get spawners. Is this worth, though? They can only take White Room. Not sure they can do much else, because one man...
they'll just go in with EMP while he's missing.
Yeah, they do have EMP. Zydra, EMPs, instantly deletes the cage, but A&J with the sound barrier. Theomatic taking a little bit too much damage, tries to dash away, straight to the bridge, but Toma fast on their trail. Does like Theomatic manage to get out of the way pretty quickly. Kai TPing to the backline, Death Blossom. Oh, you love to see it. The solo queue Death Blossom TPing into the back, hitting the queue, and everybody dies. That's a little overrun there. Double kill there from Tama too, but smart from All Man Army. They back out, they know they've lost the fight, they can EMP to win the game here. Or win the map,
yeah,
sorry.
I mean, they're already in one fight territory, and so with how fast these fights are going, you're looking at like maybe even 2 more here, and they are coming back in with an EMP of their own as well as that Coalescence in very, very short time.
Yeah, super quick, super easy to farm. EMP with Cole. Virus does end up hitting Tama, so they have to back out. There's the EMP. Lucio's the target. JCB 4% away from that beat. And then you would have to contest with the Ajax as well. Nice little flip from One Man Army, a reset from Tama, and a wave goodbye. There should be maybe a touch here. Kai goes Tracer. Yeah, okay. The Sombra does manage to get there for the touch. The sound barrier comes in. JCB almost hacked out of the beat. That would have been rough. Double Ajax in one map, not so great, but all good. They managed to get out just in time, but I mean, you're trickling onto the point. There's almost no way you can win. Not against the sustain meta. There's just no chance.
It's a good effort though, because you always have to try it.
I see it big. Yeah.
Just no follow up. But hey, listen, it's gonna be a tied up map so far. As we take a look at 1-1, and now we get to go over to Control Center. I don't think we're gonna see the Symmetra though. I have a feeling. They've both figured this out.
Not. Yeah, they're probably just going to run the Reaper. You don't really... The thing is with the Sim, you're just going to get run over against the Reaper, to be fair. So
that is
the
true.
Reaper doesn't really care. Reaper just walks at you and you just die. The turrets, obviously, they're a non-sequitur 99% of the time. So as much as I like the Sim, it was really just a night market thing, which both teams obviously opted out for. Yeah, I mean, hey, one apiece. I mean, the chat is also, by the way, just a quick update for those of you who are listening. 66% for One Man Army in the Preds. So yeah, a lot of One Man Army fans.
Yeah, but like also not nearly as like one-sided as sometimes we see those chat predictions. So we love that.
Elimination match as well, mind you. Just thought I'd remind all of you at home. Loser here does end up going out as both teams are 0 and 3 in terms of map scores, and of course 0 and 1 in terms of series scores too. So a map win here will give them their first map win in Overwatch Champions Series in the EMEA, stage 1.
Okay, well, it's going to be a quick backup there to capture the point, but Keltis is already back in action. It's going to be an EMP first here for Zydra as well.
Farming. Zydra with the best Sombra skin in the game too. Good to see. Up onto the high ground, waiting for One Man Army to jump in. EMP hits 5. No escaping that. Virus in the system. Malware, Trojans, rats, you name it. Sombra's got them, and she threw them at One Man Army. And that will be the point flip pretty quickly too.
Not too bad, not too bad. Now you've got the Coalescence and the sound barrier to follow it up. GCB, this is your chance for redemption. Give us the biggest sound barrier of your life.
Sound barrier, later one here, that's what I want to see. Boom, oh, the boop! Oh, they're good! They were trying to crack the mental of JCB, but he manages to get it off. What a fade from Podo there. Straight out of the EMP's range, and Coalescence to heal everybody up too. Nice stuff. But unfortunately, yeah, the EMP's still a little bit too strong, even against the Coalescence. Good reaction times, but it meant all for naught at the end of it. Nice little flip from One Man Army as they regain control.
It's all good, though, because Zydra's going to have another EMP by the time they get back into this fight.
So true, right? So true. Wait, she's spitting with that one. Write that down. Put that on a statue in the middle of Times Square.
He's got another one. Like, look at this. This is crazy.
Yeah, it's
hit
so
the
fast.
Hit the Blossom, hit the cage, yada yada.
Ridiculously quick how fast the Sombras are. Oh, and Zydra's doing the same thing again. You come onto the point, I EMP you. Easy as you like. Spot in the back line. Only has 3 people this time, but Ollie A&J are the key targets. Death Blossom on top. A&J ends up going down. Kai with the Death Blossom of their own. Not looking the right way, apparently, as AVO takes them out from behind. 40%. Yep, you can still turn the fight. It's all good. But against the Reaper, you're locked in here with me, son. Tama ends up falling over after using that cage. Polo, rank 1 on Face-It in terms of ELO, by the way, in the world currently. Grinding the Face-It ladder. But not as much grinding as you need, apparently, to survive all the oncoming damage. Rough stuff from the morning.
That is just the damage passive as like a prime example. Like you can't out heal that, and especially with like a hero that has life steal. Hello, that's crazy. That's not happening.
EMP only his 2 this time. Nice little fade there from Kai, and a beat 2. Oh, should be able to get back on the map, but not, yeah, straight back to spawn. GCB with a beautiful little tag there onto the Sombra, pushing them off the map, forcing them to translocate, and then straight into their waiting arms. AVO just get booted away, doing so much damage still, though. Kai with another impressive Wraith Walk, but straight into the line of sight of AVO. One-man army do get hit with a 3-man EMP, but I don't think it's going to matter. 99%, and it's only Zydra to save them. And that is not going to happen. A charge towards the enemy spawn. The Lucio gets back, but not in time. And there we go. One-man army with a map win. Their first map win, in fact, in Group D.
Good stuff, good stuff. I love being able to see the reaction in real time to figuring out how this Maga meta is going to work. I don't know yet how I feel about it, but it was still very, very close map there. 2-1. It's not all done and dusted yet, so I feel like this could be a very close match.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty close. It's gonna depend on who can basically just outpace each other with the Sombra ultimates. And Group D as well, coming into stage 1, was probably the group of death out of all of them. Space Station and Ex Oblivione, two of some of the fiercest competitors in EU. I mean, a rough start from both Keltas and One Man Army, who went down 3-0 to Space Station and Ex Oblivione. So maybe we just not seen their full power yet, going against some of the greats from Overwatch League and just Overwatch Esports history, honestly, on both their squads. So yeah, it's definitely been rough to start off, but now's the time to kind of stake your claim in Group D.
Yeah, it's hard because that's just sometimes how the cards fall, and we've seen that in North America. One of those groups has like 3 teams we could totally see being in the main event. So yeah, stake your claim, make the most out of the opportunity, be able to show off what you got. That was crazy.
There goes Tama. That was a big boot.
That was
crazy. I think you were right in saying that Tama tried to charge back on, and then
I think he just got stun locked. Yeah.
There's the AJ. Good stuff. Good W production. Catching the Ajaxes. Perfect. A&J almost getting booped there and dipped by GCB, but they ended up surviving. And yeah, it was really just about EMP pacing here. That's what it is about control a lot of the time too. It's just about ult pacing, very quick game mode when it comes down to it. The team that wins the first fight does normally end up winning the game, or winning the map, sorry. That's just how it ends up working. You win the fight, you're going to have more ult charge. The enemy's team supports probably have a little bit more ult charge than yours because you win the fight. But in this meta where you're getting ult so quickly, you could argue that it's probably a little bit more 50-50, but just the pacing of control, like if you do win that first fight, it's just so stacked in your favor that you're just going to win the round. So there you go, a 2-1 to start us off with. Not bad at all. One-man army coming up quite clutch, and like you said, Rose, it's definitely going to be a closer game than maybe a lot of people anticipate, or at least the chat, 66% voting one-man army. Can't blame you.
I was looking at Avo's Reaper there. I was kind of reveling in the kind of the 1v1 once again from those highlights, just like the Reaper versus the Maga. And I think that like Avo in general had really good positioning, had really good usage of the Death Blossoms, just being able to go in and quickly pick up targets. Because I think some of the mistakes that some of these Reapers can get into is like you go in and you're like, I am gonna do the solo queue thing where I'm gonna go into the backline and I'm gonna kill everybody because I think I can get away with it. But there are ways that you can stun it. You've got these Sombras, so you have to play a little bit more carefully around those cooldowns, and Avo was doing a great job of being able to do just that.
Right, we're going to go on to King's Row next. If I had to guess, we're probably going to see the same comps.
Nope, no Hawk. No,
there's absolutely no way we play Hog here, unfortunately. It's just, I mean, the thing with Malga, and what I said in game number 1 today, was he just kind of shoot, and that's it, right? He just kind of shoot people.
You shoot and you run.
Exactly. You shoot and you run, you hit the cardiac overdrive, and then everybody gets healed, and that's about it. Hog does everything but worse, pretty much. He doesn't really shoot that much. He has hook, which is cool, but that's about it. You're just a giant squishy ball just running around being an ult battery, which is kind of what Malga is as well, because again, no shield, but you do have a little bit of armor there, so there is a benefit to playing Mag with. Well, there's a benefit having the armor versus not having the armor, of course. The damage reduction plus the ult generation is not as much, but yeah, it's unfortunately, Rose, it's just not going to happen. A ball, though, I mean, it could work, but I just don't see it really being effective again because. Yeah, the way the ball works too is you go in and out, in and out, in and out.
It was a
shake
bait.
it all about, you know. So yeah, it's just not happening.
I'm gonna remember that for the next time.
Little nursery rhyme.
Ball. I love it. No, I was like, that has to be a bait though, because like I'm with you. I think that there's too much potential for Wrecking Ball to be taken advantage of. If you think the enemy team is going to run a Sombra, you're so screwed. You're also really screwed if there's a Reaper. There's just too many ways I think that you can get around that, but it is going to be a Sojourn and a Reaper. I was like, no way they keep the Hanzo also. But yeah, no, it's just going to be more of the same here with the Magas. But this time with the Sojourn flavor. So a little bit more of that long-range hit scan potential.
That's fun. Yep.
Everybody's
just,
on fire.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, pretty much. Just firing down the corridor, wait for a railgun, hopefully snipe someone off. Although Keltas do end up giving that high ground away for free. You don't really want the enemy Sojo sitting up on height here, but unfortunately, that's just what they found themselves in a position. Ooh, this guy taking a little bit too much damage there. Still end up dropping. Railgun completely charged. 66% and counting now for one-man army, just slowly tapping it, just waiting for the picks. It's all on the Sojourns to try and find somebody, and there you go. Zydra ends up taking out the enemy Soj, and that beat not reaching them in time. A rush on top, GCB in trouble. Zydra making sure the tank is paying for it, as Theomatic just got farmed in the front line. That rush, just so powerful, and only not using the coalescence either. I mean, you got 66%, you're not feeling too bad about that off your first push.
Yeah, not bad at all, because like you already just need to win one more fight, and you think you have the ultimates to do it. Both of these overclocks have a chance to open up this fight a lot, but it is once again about trying to take that space. It took one-man army a little while to be able to get to the point, but here is the overclock already from Zydra.
Yeah, everybody backing up though, all good. Don't want to take any random stray headshots, cost you even more time. Zydra is going to back up to high ground too. So here we go. This is the coalescence versus the sound barrier. You want to go pretty quick if you're one-man army here. Just get that coal off. JCB has got a very good opportunity here just to get the freest beat of their life. Although saying that, almost got sniped out in midair. Nice little high ground control here as the cage gets laid down at Theomatic's feet. Keltas are going to have to touch the point eventually. There it is. There's the charge from Tama onto the point. ANJ dead. Now Kai receiving a lot of that Death Blossom damage. Hides behind the phone box. And the slam coming in from Tama, just knocking the Reaper airborne.
Did that help? Did that hurt? I don't know.
I don't know, but they didn't take the point. And that's the most important thing. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. One-man army just struggling to get anything done here. Especially with the sound barrier coming up from ANJ. This is their only real shot. Otherwise, JCB's going to be in this. Polo's going to be in this too. And yeah, there's no use fighting into that rush.
But Kai, like, this Death Blossom, just get into the backline after that sound barrier has been used. Like, I think you just win that way.
Nice little overdrive. There's the sound barrier. Perfect stun onto Kai too. Stops him from using the Wraith Form. That'll be Keltas backing out.
Yeah, they have to, because at this point, like, you don't want to give anything up here. If anybody else dies, then you can't take this first corner, but even then, you're looking at Zydra having to walk all the way back here from that far spawn, and so you have to back up, use the Suzu, all of your resources. No one wants to go down here.
Yeah, because it was only 33%, there was no, like, them one-man army kind of waiting around. Yeah, no retouch, and there's no even chance to really hold that archway either. So, yeah, you're right in saying just trying to get control of it, but one-man army just run through, barrel on ahead. It's going to be quite easy for Kai to get some good value here on their ultimate. And there goes the Hellfire Shotguns on the rush, forces them all the way back. And yeah, that is the ultimate they're going to use to take control of that archway. Even though the payload has gone through it, they should be able to hold on, at least for a time. That was close.
They knew that Kai was going to be going into that window. But it is cage time.
Cage, Cole, Reaper, still with ult. ADO close to their own, jumps in onto the front line. Oh, doesn't it get sniped? Little railgun action there from Zydra, just popping people out of midair. God, I do love seeing Sojourns. Just such a... It's so funny watching Sojourns play and then Reaper play at the same time. Because Reaper's just WM1ing and then the Sojourn is hitting some sick, nasty flicks in the sky. It's pretty nasty. But one-man army now going to re-engage here, Rose, with an EMP. Walk forward, EMP. You know Keltas have nothing. This is a one fight. I think Keltas know that as well as they're backing up slowly.
I almost wonder, though, if you just, like, go forward and just take it, like, accept the fate.
Yep.
Right?
Okay.
Like, that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, you called it perfectly. That's exactly what they did. They just kind of walked up. They played the corner. It's like, we kind of know they have EMP. We've got nothing. If we just team wipe, we could maybe be able to get another touch here.
Exactly. Wipe fast enough, you get a chance to come back and recontest right before that cart is going to reach the end. And I think that's just the way that you play it, because now you're the ones that are at the ultimate advantage here if you're Keltis. You're going to have the Kitsune Rush. It'll help you get back to that point fast enough, and then Tummer's very close to having another cage online.
Rush, though, that was the difference maker before.
Yep. They're going to back up.
Taking a little bit too much damage. Yeah, they end up backing up. 60 seconds to go. A small reprieve here for both teams, as it looks like the wraparound. Easily spotted, easily called there by Podo, and there's the rush. Have you Kai in the corner trying to stay alive, and that coalescence, yeah, you see, coalescence into the rush, not so great. They end up just backing off as they both support using the ultimate at the same time-ish.
But now we only have 30 seconds left for one-man army to get back into this one, but there's the cage.
Sound barrier, cage. Yeah, thank God we're on third-person cam right now, because my word, everybody is just looking at each other close enough to give them a little kiss on the cheek. Podo ends up taking the big kill on that Theo there, and with 15 seconds to go and no EMP, one-man army are in trouble. I mean, maybe they can get EMP in this fight, but Keltas are just going to play up.
Yeah, like at this point, it's tough if you're one-man army, because who goes and actually touches the cart?
Lucio. Oh, they made it. The slam on the ground. Oh, nice boop.
Oh.
Heads up play there from GCB. Nice little boop onto A&J. No touch on the point. No EMP. No cage. No nothing. No more push for you. 104 meters and then some. Not the worst, but that was a struggle on point A.
It's so tough, I think, in this meta too, because like it is all about taking that positioning, and if you fail to do that 1-2 times, that is a lot of time you're taking to actually set up and try to grab those angles. So I think they just ran out of time there, which you would have liked to have maybe 30 more seconds in order to actually take that second point.
Just lining up. Just lining up those EMPs, this was important. I want to say, like, defense-wise, again, Summer's pretty strong. You can hack some of the packs away, which isn't the... I mean, it's pretty nice for you, but there's not too many people that are going to utilize those.
I don't think you're not using them right now, are you really? Because
yeah, you're running together. You're deathballing basically. That's what sustain does. Sustain meta and like sustain comps. That's also what they do best. They walk together. They kill together, they go to the cinema together,
they hold hands together.
They hold hands together. Yeah, I mean that's what they're doing. That's just how you kind of play these comps. A little bit, I suppose. That's not the most honest way of looking at this comp, especially with the Sojourns, because they do ideally want to play on the high ground.
It's more nuanced than that, but like the same thematic is going to be throughout all these compositions with that Lucio and the Murderer, which is what you're saying, right? It's like if you're relying on the healers to be able to sustain you, and also just yourself if you're a Reaper, that you're not really utilizing those health packs as much as we have seen in other metas.
Sky taking a railgun to the head there. Yeesh. Nice little rotation. See if they want to go to that mega health pack and then rotate. Doesn't look like they want to currently. Slowly but surely making their way. And yeah, Zydra, I like this move, just kind of staying back, poking away, but the problem is you're away from your healers. Tummer's trying to get back just in time. And Zydra is actually the one that comes out on top. Sky was trying to play aggressive there. No, Zydra was super low. They slid into them, but an easy kill with a disruptor shot from Zydra. Point being capped now from Celtas 2 is they do have 3 people stacking on it, and Thematic has found himself in the worst position possible, close to the spawn, in fact.
That was just another good boop again. GCB has been on point with those, not only to like boop away one-man army from touching the cart, but now to isolate Theomatic into the just outside of his team. It's pretty good. Payload's gonna unlock with over 5 minutes in the bank here for Keltis, and also so many ultimates to work with. Like Padonova's been really, really clean with these Kitsune rushes, and that could be the perfect ultimate to just open up this archway, which One Army is desperately trying to hold on to here.
I will say the sound of Mauga's guns is pretty wicked. This ends now. When did it end? Oh, it ended right there. Zydra got sniped out of ultimate. Good stuff. Still pushing forward though. Keltas, yeah, I don't think he'll be pushing for too much longer. That's rough. That's really just flying too close to the sun there. I think that every Sojourn player has felt that fatal one time or another where you get sniped by the enemy Sojourn when you rip your own ult. Tough stuff, but we go again.
It happens.
We go again.
Rush time. Maybe Coalescence Rush. Watch these streets.
Maybe in a little bit of trouble. I had to get saved there by the sound barrier from ANJ. A later B. Oh, the saddest Lucio of all time as ANJ is attempting to break free of the chains as they are stuck in the Mauga ult. That's a real rough one, especially if you get a couple of squishies. Even better if you catch the Lucio. It's just such a strong ultimate, just locking people in place. And there's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. And you just lock down Lucio, and one of their best abilities, just running away and running with speed. So here you go, second point fight.
Watch the Reaper. Watch the Reaper. I mean, Kai just has the opportunity to close it out here. Gonna hide in the rafters, waiting for one-man army to walk in, and there's no supportive ultimate for them.
Oh yeah, they know too. Oh, Death Blossom from the skies as Kai's take care of 3, and that should be them taking care of the map too. Easy as you like. Blink and you'd miss it. Keltas tying the series up. One-man army end up going down on King's Row.
1-1. We got a series on our hands. I'm so excited because I feel like a lot of the times we do get that 3 Overwatch. When I walked into the series, I'm like, okay, that first map was really close. Both Keltis as well as One-Man Army don't feel like they got a chance to really show off what they had to offer in their first matches of this group. And so here we go.
Here we go. No more
4
3
maps.
Overwatch. Let's go.
At least 4.
Esperanza up next, of course. And then we'll go on to, yeah, we'll continue. Maybe we'll go map 5. We'll see. Of course, Flashpoint will be after that. So we're guaranteed at least 4 maps, like you said. So jump into some of the highlights from that last game too. There are a couple that kind of stood out. I mean, no more Ajaxes, which is kind of sad. No more beats being randomly killed.
What? We hate when that happens.
I love when that happens. It's fun.
No.
It's even better when with player cams and at LAN and stuff, you can live Ajax reaction. And
okay. The reaction is like it's nice to see players like care, right? Like I wish we could show player cameras even now, because I feel like we get to miss out on like the pop-off moments. Like, what if you get that like major Death Blossom moment and you want to celebrate that? It's just nice to see that players are enjoying themselves playing this game, and even if we do catch some of those sadder moments like an Ajax.
Perfect. It's honestly perfect. All for our enjoyment, and those watching at home as well. Yeah, it was pretty lights out on the attack.
Yeah, Keltis played this beautifully.
They just played it better. They just played the comp better, especially with the EMP.
So much momentum.
It's really rough, especially with how long these fights last too. There's even less time in the time bank because of how long the fights end up lasting. And I think GCB had a very good series, or series so far at least. Apart from the Ajax on Lijiang Tower, of course.
We ignore that.
Yeah. But the boosts have been really fantastic from GCB. Just displacing the Mag or displacing the Reaper is just super important. And the cages from Tama, also really sick. They ended up trying to use Sound Barrier to save Tama, and then, yeah, saddest Lucio of all time as they try and run away from the cage fight, but it's just not happening.
Stuck in a corner. Good that you brought that up, because like one of the changes that was made to Lucio in the last major patch that we had for this season was that he does have like a 0.45 second movement lockout, and we've seen that already affect on Lijiang, being able to boop Tummer off the map. That was actually ANJ that did that, but even in this moment, like GCB, like you get the boop at the final part of that point, and that Lucio can't touch. So like the movement lockout is very significant, even though it's a fraction of a second. It still feels like it matter so much. It's very
those
impactful.
fractions, they feel like they last a lifetime, right? I mean, that's
Yeah.
the big thing. It's just any small buff like that for Lucio is going to be good. I feel like Lucio did lose a little bit of his pizzazz with Boop, especially with the tank passive not being CC'd as much. Obviously, that's good for the tank, and it's just a good change overall. But yeah, Lucio did a little bit more, and I'm happy for it. I think Lucio Boop kill is always really funny, and getting locking people out of abilities. Sounds good to me. More time for people to whiff ultimates and and fall over, so it's good stuff. Esperanza, of course, up next, third map in the series, and again, it's probably just going to be the same thing. I can't imagine we're going to see Sojin here. Maybe, I mean, it depends, because if you win the first fight, Sojin is way better, because then you end up taking the high ground, and you can just dominate them from height. But if you're just going to want to run it fast, you can do that as well with Reaper, and just run it down with the Sombra too. We'll have to wait and see what they end up wanting to do, because I think both the Sojins had a couple of standout moments, but when it comes to this kind of death ball right now, from what we've seen from both teams, feels like the Sombra Reaper a bit stronger on maps like Esperanza, where you can just run it down with death ball.
Yeah, I think like another thing we could consider here is just how much these players will start to continue to like counter each other, because like even if you win with the Sojourn, just go to Cassidy or go to the Sombra, and I think it's even easier to see these DPS get changed up because of the ultimate change that we saw even just coming into Overwatch 2. You get to keep some of that charge, and I think that there are a lot of teams that are sort of under exploring that option when it comes to the DPS heroes specifically, and so I wonder if we get a chance to see more of that as this meta starts to develop.
All right, loading in.
Let's see.
Esperanza. Yeah, I mean, a lot of these fights and a lot of it is just getting your ults off, like, and cycling them. Basically, that's just how it be. And Reaper Soj, again, I don't mind it. I think getting the high ground's like super sick for Soj, and Soj is really nice too. It's not like Soldier or Cass. You have a lot more mobility. That slide is very powerful in terms of movement ults.
Yeah.
You speed quicker, but you are quicker during it. And then you get the height and the distance from the enemy team, which is really nice. Unlike Cass, small roll, Soldier, dude's got legs.
Agreed.
So, you know, Soldier's as well. What I was saying before, you can just one-tap someone sometimes. And that will happen less in this meta too. It's worth keeping in mind. The Sojourn isn't going to get those, from the meta we had last week, Sojourn isn't going to get those insta one-taps a lot of the time now, because everybody is just so survivable, and there is just so much healing. So getting those one-taps on Sojourn is a lot more difficult.
That's very
AVO.
true.
What? How did AVO go down so quick? All right, well, that's fight over, I suppose. We'll never know. Surprised they didn't have Wraithful there, but they just got caught out.
Well, this is exactly what you were talking about, though, is that you get the pushback going, you win with Sojourn, and then you flex.
Oh, that's just rough positioning. We'll call that unlucky. Maybe that was a kunai, some Cheerios fired out from the Lucio. All right, all good. Sojourn on high ground now. Yeah, exactly that, Rose. Asian, just getting the taxi on the rest of the team.
Yep. That is how it be sometimes.
No one pushing the push ball right now. They're gonna have to fight this high ground control. ANJ can try and kite here, or not kite, sorry, just push his team up onto height, but it looks like Tamo's just going to go for the bridge stall strat Colosseo moment. Waiting for the EMP. I mean, they're in the perfect position for it. I mean, they know this. Sombra is down low too, but a quick transfer up into high ground, you should be safe. EMP, hits 5 too. Here comes the ult cycle. Poto falling. No chance here. An extra kill is really nice, and it being on Thematic is really sick, but because you got Lucio, you should just be able to speed back. ANJ is going to go to spawn, pick up the Malga, but yeah, better EMP, or not better EMP. The enemy team doesn't have an EMP, but just a better ultimate in that situation. They end up pushing the bot, and now they got to be worried. GCB can basically free sound barrier into them, and it's going to be a tough time to overcome. ANJ sound barrier here is crucial.
It's going to be very critical, but also, like, what firepower do you have to actually back that up? I think Kelta's here with the ultimate advantage. They can throw a couple more ultimates at this fight and be able to get the W. I mean, look at this positioning from Kai with the Death Blossom ready to go.
Oh my god! Oh, you boot him into your team, bro!
Oh no!
Well, that sucks for AVO. Doesn't matter if you got Wraith form, that Cage is going to insta-bin you. Luckily though, one-man army, of course, don't end up using ultimates there, so Keltis -2 in terms of ults after that fight.
Well, Lucio giveth and taketh away. I think
Right,
we learned from that boop as well. But yeah, Keltis get to extend their lead here, and they also have an opportunity to catch this checkpoint. One of the things that's really nice about having the Sojourn is you can play at range here with the overclock. So what are you going to send back there to actually get access to that hero?
This ends now. Well, we'll see what the Railgun can do against the sound barrier. It's going to be tough to land the headshots. Later sound barrier from Keltis here. Oh, Sydra's in trouble. He heads straight down into the cage match. And Pono too manages to TP away, survive behind the bot for quite a long time there, but they're just healing. Again, it's just not enough from the Kiriko. The healing output from the Warrior is just way better in that situation. That was a really tough spot for Pono to be in. Both Pono and Zydra ended up getting cage matched, and well, GG. And now the push bot doesn't end up moving forward, and again, go quickly here. I think that's the name of the game. You just got to get in there with the EMP, and this is a perfect spot to use it. Keltis is just going to bundle onto the point.
Yep, it's set up for success here.
I mean, no cage fights either on either side.
Here we
Just
go.
waiting. EMP lands. Only hits one, mind you. Only on Tomo. Wow, that EMP just completely...
Suzu?
Completely destroyed by one-man army.
Was there
or
a
Kelta,
Suzu
sorry.
there?
Possibly, or the... I'm not sure. I'd have to have a look at the replay real quick. Or I think maybe they were just hiding around the corner, just kind of knowing that that's the trap they're waiting for, right? They know they're just going to walk out into an EMP. And, wow, the biggest ultimate for one-man army now just completely waylaid.
Yeah, like super huge positioning there to be able to just kite that.
TP, high ground, AVO, what you got for us? Straight on the Kiriko, watches the TP, Swift steps away. AVO looking from the sky, surely they know. There's the Wraith, oh yes, with the Death Blossom. No, nice little boop and a Suzu, making sure AVO doesn't annihilate the rest of your team. Death Blossom still available as the cage match comes in. Speaking of Death Blossoms, the Amatic, yeah, taking an entire channel of Kai's Death Blossom, ends up falling over. 46 meters and counting now for Keltas as they cap that point.
They will. And that is a really big checkpoint to take to make sure that these fights are going to go a little bit faster for you. One of the things about the Moggen meta is just because of how fast these fights are, getting back to the point's crucial. Now you get that closer spawn. And it might be a little bit of a tussle here because of how equidistant they are, but still, like, these fights are going to go so fast.
All right, what time is it? I've made that joke already. I'm not making it again. Scrub that one for the record. Production, scrub that one for the record. Zydra does receive that beat. Here comes the Death Blossom, though. Just staying out of range, but not for long enough. Zydra thinking, well, no ability to get away from this one. Already used the power slide. And Theomatic trying to even this one up a little bit. Just free ult charge for the Sombra at this point. As, yeah, Tama goes back to spawn. They got a checkpoint, though, which was the important thing there. And are they all going to be getting forward spawns? Looks like so. It. As,
yeah.
GCB is spawning now as well.
There you go. That's the thing. As those forward shots are so important because this bot can't make it super far before they end up just being back already. Like, hello. Here's the EMP.
Welcome back. How about a cage fight? How about it instantly getting dominated as you leave? As they did use the rush. Pretty nice response there. Stopping that cage fight doing much. Oh, wow. That was a lot of damage. Kai had to Wraith form almost instantly. And there it is. Cage match, EMP. Oh, cage fight doing so much work, but again, just stripped away. Just kind of dominates the map, honestly. It's like super hard to get off the cage fight, knowing the enemy team has an EMP in their back pocket. Although one-man army still up a player, make that 2. Shouldn't need to use any more ultimates. Yeah, just an absolute brawl. 3 minutes to go now.
Still a lot of work to make up for, though. This is going to be a push, but like another contest coming through from Keltis before you do reach that checkpoint. Kai is the Death Blossom. Zydra could have the Overclock here. I'm looking at the sound barrier, though, to be most impactful in this fight. I think GCB can provide a ton of sustain. Just has to get it online.
That's so high from the high ground there. Sky building up the EMP rather rapidly. Oh, Kai, come on now. You knew they were looking. Can't fool me twice. All right, there we go. Coalescence. EMP so close to. Nice little boop on AVO. Almost gets bitten there by Kai's own ult. That Death Blossom doing so much work in these small corridors. Actually, Sky is coming out on top here on the Sombra. And that'll be checkpoint for One Man Army, saving that EMP, saving the cage match. And this is a big turning point here for One Man Army. They've got the 2 ultimates that they need to win this next fight and take the lead. It's whether they can actually get this one off. I mean, Kaltas, they've got to know. Ult tracking, like, you know that Sombra's got... you don't have to be a genius. The Sombra's definitely got EMP if you're Kaltas. You know you just have to play back. And Sky's going to have to find an interesting avenue here to actually get into this fight. Catching the Lucio, catching this Hiroko is going to be most important. Well, hide underground, apparently. JCB ends up getting hacked anyway. It's crazy how they actually hit them. I thought they were way gone. I thought they were way out of sight, but apparently not. And there's the lead for One Man Army. Only used that EMP, and they're ready and waiting with a sound barrier and a cage fight.
Yeah, this might be a bit of a closer here. 1.5 minutes remaining. But Keltis, like, they've been really good with the Kitsune rushes. I think that's been able to buy them a ton of space and time. And it will help to get some of these other ultimates online that you'll need. But, yeah, these hacks have been so nasty.
Oh, there is the cage fight. Nice headshots, too. That's got to be a little bit of serotonin hitting the brain, especially as the Kiri. A lot of extra damage, mind you, as well, from the kunai headshots, of course. They got nerfed at one point, but still pretty devastating.
Okay, well, that's 1 fight down. 48 seconds to go. 2 more team fights that Keltis are going to have to win here. Because you get a chance to get past this midpoint, but there are a couple of forward spawns, but I don't think it's everybody. Yeah, that Lucio's missing.
Oh, MIA is the Lucio right now.
Oh, that's so devastating.
And this is 30 seconds remaining as well, Rose. This is
final fight
now. Sound barrier advantage for Keltas. GCB has to go godlike here with their beats. They got to know that Sky is kind of close. They end up using the rush first. Pretty nice. Going to separate the team. Forces AVO to raid.
EMP will be there.
AVO getting jumped upon as well. But with that coalescence, it's going to be easy for them to kind of walk on. Oh, and that's a big problem right in the back. AVO just taken care of. Zydra just sticking super far away with the railgun. And that is all she wrote. Keltas come back 2-1 in this series at the very end of it. That was a very backwards and forwards game. But just more ults basically won that out. You had the sound barrier. It's almost impossible to lose that unless you're hitting the 1-man, 2-man beat. You know, like there's just no way that's going to happen. And Keltas just overrun them with ults.
When is the last time that we've seen a push map like that too? Jaws, I feel like it's been a while that we've seen sort of like this just really fluid back and forth between these teams. Because sometimes it's just we look at a match and it's so one-sided that like it's a full push or you get 100 meters and then there's no coming back from that. But this was exciting.
Yeah, I mean, I think that just kind of happens when you get a lot of 3 Overwatch, right? When it is 3 Overwatch, normally the push map goes extremely one way. But yeah, it's a back and forward game so far. Of course, with a 2-1 scoreline, we can still go to that map number 5. It will be Flashpoint up next. Suravasa is the map as we jump through some of these highlights from earlier on in the map. And yeah, this is a fantastic EMP too. And I really like the Sombra. I really do, but feels like they're just getting outpaced a little bit. But it is all just about the ult economy and ult cycling with the Mauga comps. The sound barrier, the cage fight, and the EMP are the big ults you've got to really watch out for. And whoever just kind of has the edge in terms of ult economy, either building them quicker or just using them more proactively, is going to end up winning a lot more fights. So yeah, we'll see when we go what happens when we go to a map like Suravasa. Normally you want to play those faster comps, so less Sombra, I would imagine. Maybe they do go back onto the Soja to match, but Zadra's been looking decent on the Soj. See that?
I think the Sombra is like, it's so nice, but I think one of the problems that it suffers from is that you're also playing against a team that has a great situational awareness, and so we saw a couple of times there where that EMP was hitting only 1 or 2 people. So there's a lot of cover on these Flashpoint maps, you might not necessarily be able to find nearly as much value with the Sombra's EMP specifically, but if you're using it to be able to shut down an ultimate like a Death Blossom, like a Cage, I think that is where the EMP can really shine rather than trying to like win it outright, as we have seen from the Sombra of old, just getting a couple of picks in the backline.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, with the Sombra, as kind of a counterpoint to like my own point as well, is like you're building them so quickly, the EMPs.
Exactly.
And the Reaper is doing more damage overall, just like how up close and how much damage you can do as the Reaper, how much sustain you can do, etc., etc. But like you're building them up so quickly, and these just looking at each other 5-on fights, like everybody's just out in the open just kind of shooting. Yeah, so definitely pros and cons. Of course, we'll have to find out. Survasa is up next. Keltas ended up choosing this map as well, so could end up just ending it here. Elimination match. Keep in mind, loser here will end up going out of Group D. The winner, the victor, will end up having to face, unfortunately, Ex-Oblivione. And
yeah,
one-man army, if they do end up coming back, maybe they try and get the revenge match against Ex-Oblivione, but Keltas, after seeing maybe the 3-0 that Ex-Oblivione handed one-man army, rough. It's going to be a rough match regardless. That decider match, of course, happening later. And Space Station Gaming making it through, no real surprises there. Group D was the group of death. It's just these last scraps that, well, a scrap being the
Scrappy
attempt. No, the scrap being the attempt to try and take down Ex-Oblivione. Like that's the scrap they are fighting over right now.
That is tough. Ex-Oblivione has been one of those very history teams when it comes to EMEA contenders. Like I remember casting them 5-6 years ago at this point, and they are still a force to be reckoned with. But let's see what Flashpoint has to offer with the Malga comps. Jack, I don't know what to expect.
I know what we can expect, Rose. You don't need to go roll some dice. You don't need to roll the bones to see what, or read the tea leaves. I know what we're going to see.
Hit all of the ultimates right when they come online.
Everybody hit Q at the same time, and yeah, hopefully win? Question mark? Exclamation mark? Yeah, I mean, the big thing will be here who chooses what in terms of Sojourn and the Sombra. But it looks like both teams are opting for the Soj. Not too much of a surprise. TP's out. They're switching over, and then, yeah, back to basics.
Okay, so no Sombra here. I think, like, it makes a lot of sense, just giving the architecture of each of these points, and to your credit for the conversation we had earlier, it's going to be tough when you just have to kind of rush into everybody, but who gets the pick first?
Yep. Just about those Sojourn Railguns, that's all it is. You're going to have 100% rail almost every single time you peek. As we watch the point take, as we watch paint dry, someone will eventually get a pick. Nice little point flip though. One-man army definitely catching the better of Keltas there in terms of rotations.
Let's see. Kite away here from one-man army. Waiting for cooldowns.
Ooh, all good. Theo
is so low.
Yeah. The funniest thing about Malga, actually, I'll talk about it in a minute. Coalescence, Rush, second sound barrier, Death Blossom, I'm waiting for it. Both railguns. Keltas end up taking the point. I mean, the Rush is too much to contend with on the point, to be fair. I'm waiting. Here we go. Sojourn's time to rip ults. Oh, taking a small duel. Cage fight coming down for Tama. But it will be a flip from one-man army. No one has died, and the points flipped 2 times. A kill.
Nope.
Everybody clap in the chat. A kill has happened. AVO ends up falling. There we go. Keltas. They should just be able to take the point back.
Death Blossom? No. Save it.
They don't need it. Surely, yeah. I mean, style points, honestly, just Death Blossom on their corpse. Why not? I mean...
Oh my god. Such overkill. But yeah, wow. All right. 100% of a flashpoint come and gone. And it's going to be Keltas trying to work up to the final destination. All the ults used under the sun. And we still have some. Let's see this Death Blossom. Come on, Kai.
Show us what you got. Cardiac Overdrive, Fade, Suzu, Speed. Show us what you got. Show us what you got, son. There we go. Death Blossom in the cage. Everybody's trapped, but it doesn't matter. They end up killing the cage regardless, though. And there is the charge in. Oh, it is, I will say, a very satisfying ability to watch is when the Malga just dives in among 5 people and just stomps on them. There's the sound barriers though as overtime approaches. Kautas trying to keep themselves in this one. Coalescence ripping, tearing through the health bars. There's a GCB. Well, he's flinging donuts, but looks like no one's eating today. Theomatic ends up going down. Kautas taking that first points.
There's a lot into that, but like it's so worth it because this is gonna continue to be a game of inches. And as we see this next flashpoint, like get control of it first. Oh, this one's gonna be really tough too, because we're heading over to the little one.
God, yeah, it's kind of funny looking at all these points, right? So I think that's a really funny point because
the worst one.
It's so small, and like yeah, these comps obviously thrive in the close quarters. Sound barrier from A&J. Doing the moving forwards. Good Suzu there, timing on Tama. They have got their ultimate coming up soon. That cage fight. This one on the Sojourn's just trying to find headshots. I mean, there's just no way you survive that if you're Tama, yeah. They just got ran over. Oh, easy clap.
All right, nice start here. Still like Kiltus coming back in with a ton of ultimates though. Especially when you have Cage. But I think the problem with a lot of these fights too is even if you have the ultimate advantage going in, they're lasting so long because of how much sustain is on the board that like Theo and AVO are also gonna have their ults. Like give it like 3 seconds.
Oh, whoa, tiny Overwatch. Especially with the cage fight too, actually. Oh my word. Nice little fade into the back line.
With the cage.
Yeah, it was literally a cage fight in the room. The coalescence is just rolling through everybody too. It's just ridiculous. One man army end up losing that fight. Cage match a little bit too strong. Again, ult cycling here is going to be important. And with one man army coming back in with a cage fight at Death Blossom, I mean, again, JCB has to be really has to go huge with this sound barrier. But against cage fight and Death Blossom, it just doesn't have that much of an effect. You really just have to burst somebody down because everybody's all grouped up as one. That overhealth is going to just get deleted.
Yep.
Speaking of which, there's the cage fight. And the two Maugas now get to leveling, staring at each other. Sky's just trying to find a headshot with this railgun. They end up taking down the cage match in the end as JCB walks on forward with the sound barrier, just kiting with Tama. Beat a little bit too late, coming out from One Man Army, not saving their Sojourn in time as Tama is now playing backline Mauga, and a Death Blossom from AVO. It is just an absolute mess of a fight. What is happening? All right, now we know. Killfeed and the kills
Keltis is
coming
winning.
through. Keltis is winning pretty hard there.
Thank you, Killfeed, for that one.
Yeah, I mean, Tama had a good idea of like going to the back line, just trying to push the Ollie, and yeah, end up causing the fade. And with Keltas maybe just taking this point too, they are going to be on map point as well.
Ooh, they're trying.
Nope. They end up backing off.
Like,
wow.
I heard that, but like they can't because you have to beat them to the next flashpoint right now. Look at how quickly both of these teams are going to be moving to try to grab that defensive position. Because ideally, like you're forcing the other team to use cooldowns to get to you, whether that's like speed in or the overrun, just anything. Like you want to force those out before you get to. And Tamer's ready to go with this cage fight.
Ready to rock and roll.
Oh my god, the cage fight just on the Sojourn.
All right, well you don't need cage fight, you can just track him through the air. Tank players do have aim. Watch that clip. Easy cap. Yeah, all right. I was expecting maybe One Man Army to go down there with a Cole, but not wanting to fight without their Soj. They want to mess with it. They just want to take this one a little bit more slowly. This is going to be, again, another giant ult fight. I think everybody's pretty much going to press Q at the same time. I'd imagine.
I think so.
They're going to... Oh, wait, no, they got... Wait, Tomo got stunned out of the ultimate by Theomatic. Okay, all right. Wow. I expect we're going to see a lot more of those in the future. Well, Kai, that was ambitious. Straight in front of the rail gun. And the aim... Ooh, Sidra, okay. So a bit of skeet shooting there against the enemy Sojourn. But what a stun from Theomatic. Stunning Tama out of...
so cool.
Out of the cage fight. All right, we take those.
That was so cool. I like it's the first time for everything seeing it on the official broadcast. But yeah, like that's really awesome to see that interaction in real time.
Very small window to do that as well. Wow.
Hammer could do that too. Yeah. Well, especially because of how much lead up you have the overrun for. It takes a while for that to slam back down.
Yeah, and cage fight's pretty quick. So yeah, exactly that. That window is so
cool.
small. All right, there we go. Well, no cage fight. available for Keltas. Oh, just the high ground controls here is going to be devastating. However, 2 sound barriers. Zydra just dipping away from that beat. It's actually getting a heal bot by the Kiri. AVO doing a good job. Just it's a little 2-for-1 trade here from AVO's positioning. Stopping Zydra having any say in this fight. AVO does end up going down though. Fell into the lap of Kai by the looks of it. Zydra taking too much damage, and there's the flip. A free one almost at that.
Okay, well, I mean, now it's lost right territory here. We get a little bit of a flip here from one-man army, but, like, not going to be too long after.
Surely they don't let it go.
Give it up.
Free.
They don't. No, please.
Okay, there you go. All good. And they take a kill for it as well. Alrighty. Massive advantage for Keltas. Theomatic as well was completely speared for the rest of the team. They always tried to jump onto the ground, but AVO actually just comes back massive. Double death bottom. They should be able to cap that point. And with these stagger kills too, this should just be it. I mean, one-man army taking this. Keltas not going to be in this one. They cannot end it right here, right now, and they're going to go on to a different one. Okie one-man army still in Surabasa.
Wow, that's awesome. I mean, a lot of that too is like, we did see Ski take a bunch of really nice picks there with the Sojourn, but these rest of these flashpoints don't necessarily look like they have the best sight lines for the Sojourn, unless we go over to Gardens, which we could. That is still available, but
good rush.
It's gonna rush first.
Yeah, really nice rush. I like the pacing.
My god.
Boom, 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 boom.
Deleted.
Oh,
Moira!
Yeah, okay. This ends
Moira
now.
things.
And there you go.
Oh
That's
my
the fight
god.
over with. Hey,
Yes,
sometimes, yeah, I mean, look, if you just extend that just a fraction too far, a pixel too far, the Moira can just dominate you. With that coalescence, use any kind of mobility tool to get out of the way or to get into a better position, a more aggro position. You will just get caught out with that Moira. It is a lot of the time just too overwhelming in terms of damage and healing for you to run away from, especially if you are a squishy.
Yeah, oh my god. Cage match on this point, though. Jaws, please, no.
It's going to be Matt's favorite time of the year, just watching MMA. Oh my god, the cage fight is just gross. Okay.
Oh. Cage fight, Death Blossom. All right, we need a couple of different names for like Blizzard Cage.
Death Cage.
Death Cage. Okay, that one actually was really.
I think someone said I got a ping, but someone was saying maybe the chat was saying Icebox or something for Blizzard.
Icebox? That's the wrong game.
No, but you can. It's an icy box.
I know.
You can have a cylinder box though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, you could, but like still.
Boxes don't have to be squares. I'm just saying. Don't let a box tell you what you can and can't do. Don't let them do that to you. JCB running away, or trying to. Oh, okay, straight into line of fire of EVO. Nice little boot kill there from ANJ. Not sure if that was off the map or not. And a big reset.
Hell in the Cell.
Oh my god, wait.
So good, Zoe.
Hell in the Cell
so
is
good.
Perfect.
Oh, so good.
Golden Boy is just clapping just vigorously right now with that Hell in the Cell reference. Unbelievable stuff.
Oh.
One-man army.
Rush back to the point, though.
They are.
They get there? I don't think so.
No, they're rotating for sure. Just go to Gardens.
Like, let's go to Gardens.
Yeah, it's just too much. It's just too much of a distance to kind of traverse, especially when the points are that far away. That was one of the more mid points. So yeah, just take a better position here, and you can end this fight pretty quickly too. If you can, you're probably going to be able to stall out for 20 seconds or so. Yeah, exactly. You just hit the rush on the point, pretty easy, then run over them. A one-man army definitely know that though, and they're going to take an alternate route with a little bit more cover as well, mind you. Oh, okay, coalescence, and there is the rush too, while using that fade to get out of the way. These railguns are going to be pretty deadly, but yeah, with this point unlocking, the rush is going to fade away in just a moment, so one man are making a little bit more safe walking back into it. Cardiac overdrive, a little boop on AVO. They end up surviving with it thanks to a beat from ANJ. And Zydra just trying to line people up, trying to get a collat here or something, some additional damage. Nice headshot. Ends up extending a little bit too far though. And there it is, no Hell in the Cell. It is just the Cell right now, and Theomatic locked up. Straight back to spawn, as the point will eventually be capped, but it's all on the Sojans. Oh, Sky doesn't get away, but with two supports up and Amalga, there is all the sustain in the world. As many health pots as you can muster, Traveler.
That was a cool on fire voice line. Neat.
Hey,
Mag is a cool dude.
he's a cool guy.
He is a cool
Write that
guy.
down.
Put that on his resume for the next time we make some Overwatch patch notes. But yeah, like.
You need a frosty skin. I think that'd be kind of sick.
That would actually be really cool.
A winter skin.
Give him like a Zarya-esque type of skin.
Yeah, I'll be
But
down.
Theo, Cage now.
Yep, Cage available.
Cage Cole.
Oh my! Okay, Theomatic almost got obliterated. Cage down,
Still
instantly
might.
leaves it. 62% here for Keltas. They just want to end this series right here, right now. And a coalescence from Ollie. I don't think it's going to do all too much, especially without your tank. An easy kite away from Keltas. They're losing a lot of health, but they're going to have cardiac overdrive in just a moment, so everybody's going to get a little bit of life steal. AVO just trying to make their moves here. A little bit of
just go
movement
for
into the
Cage.
back line, but there it is. Hell in the Cell coming in, but Sound Barrier is going to negate all of that damage, and that should just be it. Keltas just cleaning up Theomatic, and they should be good to go. A 2-2 going into that last point. Make that a 3-2 as Celtas end up taking the series. They survive yet another day. Ex-Oblivione now in their sights to try and stay in and make it, get a ticket to the main event. My word, a closer game than what most people anticipated. I mean, the chat voting one-man army, a lot of them losing their points in the chat. Rest in peace, but that's just how the cookie crumbles.
I'm so chewing, please, Phil.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Z, and you know what? That's pretty fair. I'm going to be honest with you,
It's
Zoe.
lunchtime right now.
It's
Be
lunchtime,
very
and the fights were and the game was lasting a long time. No, I don't blame it. All good.
Yeah, I need a sweet little treat. There we go. Yum.
Ooh.
Oh,
Oh my-
that looks so good.
Wait.
Worst thing to eat on camera too, because it has like tons of chia seeds. So I'm just not gonna smile for a second.
okay.
Okay, that's fine.
Fair.
Just don't pull a me. Eat between games and then spill stuff on your shirt or jumper, and then you're doomed for the rest of the day. And you have a standing jumper, and then you can't explain it away. So yeah, don't.
That's why you wear layers. You can
Yeah.
cover them.
Yeah, that's true.
The mess.
That's so true, actually.
Smart. So smart.
Speaking of layers, though, Celtas with a lot of layers to their compositions.
Wow.
Yes, I'm working on the segue, so I'll learn him from.
Were there a lot of layers to the composition?
Not really, no. It was actually one layer, and
There
it
were
was
a lot of layered
Malga.
ultimates, I guess.
Okay, that's okay.
Fair. Well done.
Wait,
Well
Rose.
done, Necro.
Spitting with that one. You're not wrong. I mean, a lot of this meta will be just the layering of ultimates and just ultimate economy. Especially with the sustain meta, we saw it if you watched Overwatch League recently with the Queen meta. That's just what the Queen meta was. It was a lot of the time just about the ability to have a better ultimate economy. And sustain meta really does lend to teams that have a lot of synergy and just know how to push their limits in terms of ults. Yeah, we're going to keep seeing that. I mean, there's nothing we can say. If you Ajax on the stream, you get rolled in your beat. You're going to be a highlight. I'm sorry to say. But yeah, a lot of the time it is just about how you cycle the ultimates and kind of build up for the next. And I really like the Sombra picks. I really do. A lot of the time with faster comps and in faster maps, like we saw on Control and Suravasa in Flashpoint, Reaper's just way better. And especially with the Sojourn too. The Sojourn just trying to look for picks, which is a lot harder in this meta. But if you can find picks, you're just a godsend for the team, honestly. And there are a lot of highlight plays here as well for the Reaper players. Something you don't get to see too often because, yeah, Reaper, he does like to shoot a lot. But big death bottoms, that's a little bit of a rarity.
I want to shout out the backlines there as well. I think the Lucio, the Boops, they got to be on point here to be able to displace those Reapers or also those Moggers. I think this is going to come in really, really clutch. And we have a lot of really deadly and very aware Lucios in OWCS. So I'm very excited to see them making appearances in those highlight reels as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we saw some huge Lucio plays, calling out the movement lock once again. It can put you on a very quick path off the map, or also just push you into your enemy, into your teammates to like death blossom them. It's great.
Right.
So that can definitely be rough. But I think outside of the Lucios as well, like I want to call out the Kiriko here because I think Pato did an amazing job of like the Suzu timing with just being able to make this Reaper unkillable, or even just to be able to get a good timing to stop the EMP from coming through on a lot of those targets. It was just really great stuff all around.
Yeah, the Suzu versus, or the Kiri versus the Moira is kind of cool. A little bit of a difference there in terms of compositions. I think the Kiriko has got a lot of merits, and yeah, if you can land Suzus that often and helping people like this helping the Reaper out too, which is really important because you're so vulnerable in the Death Blossom, and it helps. The best way for Reaper to perform like this is have an incredible backline and being able to keep you alive, because you are a fairly decently sized hitbox in terms of a DPS, and when you're in the Death Blossom, you're a sit and duck. So yeah, Kai did a fantastic job. Obviously, the big play from Kai was on King's Row when he jumped down from the skies and ended up winning the game for them, which is really sick.
Yep.
Oh, here you go.
This one.
Yeah, there you go. Boom. Straight into the back line. Nice to see. Good on Kai.
Beautifully done.
We have 2 Kais in the EU now, which is great.
Too many Kais. There can only be 1 Kai. We've got to have a Kai off.
What happened to Kai 1 to 40 though? Kai 41.
Yeah, where are we on?
Original Kai is Kai, so that's Kai 1, and then where are the other Kais? There's 39 of them MIA right now.
Yep.
We'll never know.
Okay, find the Kais. Find the
more out there.
Kais. We used to miss Waldos, now we're looking for those Kais. So any Kais in chat, turn up. We're looking for you. Now we're also looking for a quick word from our winners. So let's bring him in. Tamer from Keltas is joining us for a chat. Welcome and congratulations.
Hello.
It's great to get to chat with you. First things first, let's talk a little bit about, of course, the transition in meta. You, as one of the lucky ones who gets to pick up the new duty as a Maga player, how's that been like for you? It's been a short turnaround, of course.
I don't really have a lot of playtime on Morg actually, and this is the first game I actually play with the team. Like I had 1 scrim yesterday because I was a sub. So I literally had 1 scrim of Morga so far, and I think I picked it up pretty quickly. And I don't know. I think
that did not look like a 1 scrim Morga situation.
Yeah, the biggest reason we won, I think, was because of the Kiri pick. Honestly, I think that just was the biggest difference in the comp in mid, because of how good Kitsune is in those brawly fights. So
yeah, especially the long fights, the Rush does just win out against the Cole like a lot of the time. And like you were using them really early too, which is kind of cool. Just like, okay, we can just win the fight with Rush, like we can just run into you, like, and they can't respond with Cole, because normally with the Cole you'd respond with your own Cole. So I really like that. I thought that was a really interesting pick. What do you think about your next opponent? Obviously, Exoblivion. They're going to be one of the Titans of EU. Like, how do you feel about that game? It's going to be tough, but yeah, have you got any words for it?
That's a rough one.
Yeah.
But, to be fair, it was like in Flash Ops back in the day, we took a map off of XXO. It was like a hard Sigma meta there, and we cheesed them with Doomfist, so we took a map off of them while having 2 subs actually. Which is pretty impressive, but I think that might have been just luck. So we have to see. We're gonna try our best.
That's great to hear. I know that your group has been so difficult as well, because you also had Space Station as one of your opponents. But overall, outside of that, like, how have you enjoyed your experience competing in the OWCS and just with your teammates overall?
I mean, I set out, like, I was hard grinding the game, and then my team kind of imploded before that, so I was just going onto this team as a sub, as like an emergency player. And today, for example, the old tank was sick, that's why I played. So I don't have a lot of experience, but it's nice to have 100% win right now, playing 1 game.
Yeah!
That's right, time to retire, honestly. No, it's been really great to see you and the boys in action. Thank you so much for taking the time for a quick chat. We can't wait to see more of you.
Thank you for having me.
And that was Tamer from Keltas. I mean, honestly, that was not a performance looking like someone who only just played Maga like yesterday.
I love that.
Like, that is actually really, really impressive. And also him coming in so last minute, which I wasn't aware of, really impressive. Like, the team looked cohesive. I don't know if this is the comp, which, you know, makes it maybe a little bit easier than like your traditional dive comp, which does require a little bit more, I guess, communication.
Yeah, I think it's honestly mad W. Like, we saw Abs earlier on, or Hot Babe, like, we don't scrim, we just play ranked. And then Tom was like, I've had one scrim on Margaret, and I'm popping up these numbers. Like, it honestly,
It's just that good.
It just feels like a EU Overwatch. I love it. I love it so much. And yeah, I think it's fantastic him coming in like that and playing Malgren. Yeah, it didn't look like one scrim at all. So yeah, I'm excited to see what they can do. But you know, like you said, maybe them taking maps off of Ex Oblivion way back when in Flash Ops was a bit of luck. Maybe they can have some more luck coming into this next series because, man, their group is rough, but some decent experience. That is what you got to chalk that up to.
Yeah, you can get lucky more than once.
So
Trust.
true. So true.
Now we've got another EU Classic on our hands. Battle of the French with Team Peps and Nuage after this break. A bientôt.
It's time to blow this scene. Get everybody in the stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam.
Welcome back, friends. We're here with yet another match of the EMEA region, last one of the day. Jack and Rose still with me. Jack still awake and kicking. Very impressive.
I'm hanging in there.
I'm
I had
actually
3
super.
hours of sleep. I'm good. You don't need any more than 3 hours. No, you do. You need like
but
7, 8.
That's not medical advice, by the way.
Yeah, I think we're legally obligated to tell you don't do that.
You need sleep. Please get sleep. Nah, whatever.
Yeah,
it's fine.
You need. That's all you need in your life. Some sleep. Maybe something to eat and a good Overwatch. That's right, Necro. I knew exactly where I'm going with this one. Now we're going to be treated to a rematch. I'm very excited for this one because Team Peps and Nuage, they faced off against one another in the opening match in the groups, but also prior to that. And unfortunately, right now, the record is very much in Team Peps' favor. It was convincing victories nonetheless as well. So 2-0 overall versus Nuage. Let's take a look at that Team Peps. Obviously, a lot of renowned players taken to our digital stage here.
Oh, yeah.
However, they did suffer a tough loss in their most recent match against Twisted Minds, which is also arguably one of the best teams in the entire region or even in the entire tournament. So, you know, that's something to keep in mind. Also, the reason why they struggled is because they ran with that echo comp, could not make that work. We're not going to see any of that today.
Absolutely not.
Shout out to my boy Naga, we love you.
Yeah, Naga,
me.
one of the GOATs, one of the greatest of all time in terms of EU Overwatch. It's good to obviously see Naga back. But yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there. So like that was a rough loss. Like Twisted Minds, they got 0 points on Samoa Kings Row, and they got 3 meters on Colosseo. Like, that was insane. But, I mean, look, Twisted Mind's one of the best in the region, maybe best in the world right now. But Peps, is there going to be a revenge match kind of story here? I mean, last time they faced, it was a 3-0, closer than the Twisted Minds and Peps 3-0. And there are, again, lots of, like, well-known names from Overwatch League, as well as EU Overwatch in general. Like, Doge and Sharp, some old heads will remember those in the Overwatch League, but there's still a lot of players that need to make a name for themselves. But Peps is just so strong. It's just so hard to bet against them.
They are. Yeah, but one of the things that is a total game changer is the meta that we've got right now.
Yeah.
Like, we aren't going to see the same echo comps, like, sadly, because I think that both Dip as well as Naga are very gifted echo players. But you're going to have to show up on some of these other roles. And also, can the backline adapt to what this new meta has in store for us? Because we're not seeing, like, most of these heroes that are actually on these team graphics, despite them being, like, their favorites, you know?
I do like it. I do like on those graphics actually sometimes when it's like double tracer, there's like triple tracer, quadruple tracer.
We're gonna have
so I like
OPQ.
Yeah, please no, please. Let's not start that on broadcast.
So funny.
Lijiang Tower, Midtown, Esperanza are your maps. If we need to go further, New Junk City and Shambali Monastery if we go to a map number 5. But yeah, Peps 3-0 against Nuage or New Age. It was funny actually hearing last week Matt struggling with Nuage or New Age. That was kind of funny. I was thinking like new metal, like the genre of music, and I was like, oh, that makes sense. But
so you were on top of it. You knew exactly what Nuage.
Yeah.
Saw it.
I mean,
Cloud.
Zoe also knows like 7,000 other languages.
Yeah, it's unfair,
It's a little,
honestly.
little bit unfair on the rest of us. However, they're just built different.
You
Exactly.
really are.
All right, Lijiang Tower. Here we go. Yeah, same kind of thing here. We'll see if there's any different flavors here from either Team Peps or Nuage. Doubt we're going to see anything insane, but you know, from what we spoke last game about the Kiriko and the Moira, maybe we are just gonna see some Kiri. I mean, Tomo was saying, you know, Kiri just kind of wins it for us a lot of the time, especially with how powerful the rush is. So, you know, there could be a little difference in that. I don't think Doge is going to play the Doomfist, although that would be kind of sick.
Round one.
Oh wow, they're actually going to run dive.
Okay, I am very curious now. I was waiting in bated breath because I'm like, okay, sometimes like, you know, they will bait you and like maybe 2 seconds before the timer runs down, they'll pick something else. But it is the dive. It is the Genji Tracer Doomfist dive. Doomfist is one of Doge's best heroes. Maybe not super comfortable with the Maga pick, but you're gonna have to find an opening here with the dive onto this ball of death. Where do you go?
Yeah, and that's the big problem here. Like, who do you kill? It's pretty tough to like isolate one target and just destroy them. Plus, the Doomfist, classically, pretty bad against the Sombra. You just wait there with your hand, and you get hacked, and then you insta-die, basically, as Doomfist. So it's going to be a really rough time for FD God just chasing down Natsuki. But Natsuki does live.
Yeah, but look how scattered everybody is. You can jump on literally any target here. Like, the Kiriko can get out because of the Swift Step, but everybody's so isolated that Team Peps is going to have a way easy time to be able to take everyone down. As I say that, like, Sharp and Dip, they trade, but...
Yeah, you end up losing your Sombra there, who was close to EMP, but, I mean, Nuage can just back... they're going to have to back up. They're going to wait for their Echo now as Dips end up making the swap. But like you said, really hard to actually isolate a target. And then you can easily hack EMP, just like that. 5-man, easy as you like. Nuage is just going to get absolutely dismembered from that one.
Yeah.
It's going to be really hard. I think Nuage just needs to change. I just don't think the Doom is going to hit.
I think you have to run the mirror, but also, like, are you comfortable in the mirror? Because we have seen that teams that aren't just not nearly as good as at the Maga, like, they just can't find the edge. And so I don't know, like, it does take a specific hero pool to be able to run this comp, but I feel like a lot of people can pick up the Reaper or the Moira.
Really good call. Oh, even better punch. Kronos gets that cancelled. There's the rush. Sound barrier comes out, though, and a dupe onto the Sombra. Free EMP in the sights of Nuage right now. Sharp. Oh,
wow.
Okay. Well, that's how you end a fight. Sharp with a double kill with the pulse bomb. Beautiful stuff. Definitely one of his best heroes. Was known for it when he played it on the Atlanta Reign back in the Overwatch League. And there's the flip.
Yeah, oh, for sure. Like I think like the players on Nuage are so gifted at their individual heroes. Like, this just might be their comfort, but it's like 92% for them to be able to get the flip. They don't have many ultimates in the bank either. Like, even though Meteor Strike did get buffed, it's still not that much damage.
Oh, punch into the wall. No, teleporting away. They're trying to focus down Hybrid. There's the Meteor Strike. Buff incoming.
Wait.
It's going to matter.
Buff?
It's going to matter.
Buff?
No, it's not. He's just going to use it to get away. Smart stuff. You don't want to, like, int-in after you secure the kill into Hybrid, and you know Team Peps are backing up slightly. But Team Peps need 1 kill. They just need Nuage to jump into them and just do what Dive does best and just try and jump in and kill somebody. After getting poked out, hit the EMP, and you're good to go.
Like EMP, the Echo, she's grounded. EMP, the Lucio.
I mean, look at that.
I don't know.
Ooh, okay, decent stuff.
Wow.
All right, decent pick onto Bembest there. Got punched into the wall away from his healers, so they had no LOS at all. Another free EMP from Dip. I really like the Sombra copies. I think they're so sick into the Malga with how easily you can get the EMP now. And against the squishy target like Malga, it's just so clean.
It's working.
It is working slowly but surely, but Peps just need to walk in and hit the EMP
skeptical.
is the only thing.
Yeah, like I'm still skeptical only because of just where we've seen this meta go so far. Having the EMP, as long as you can hit like 2 targets, I think at this point you're feeling really good, and you see how they're hunting that back line.
Yeah, they spotted the Lucio there, and Nuage are playing this really well, just kind of kiting out right now. EMP hits, only hits 1. Sound barrier comes in. Nuage have already lost Dip though. Kronos is enough falling to Sharp, however, in the back line. The cage has come through. Sharp hit the recall, the pulse bomb. Oh, Naga almost played him in his own game. Did he give him the bag too? I would have done, to be honest with you, after that one. Catalytic an overdrive, and yeah, the Doomfist has no chance, you would imagine. Although Suzu comes in, and actually Buddy takes care of Hybrid. As it Meteor Strike high in the sky, but here comes the late beat from FD God, and with Doge dead, who really touches? Maybe the Kiri, but it's looking rather unlikely. Sharp is going to come back in just a moment. That death, oh, yeah, the killing, or the damage orb, killing Dip. And Naga finishing them off with just a stray little shot. And yeah, as OT ticks away, it's almost impossible to dislodge the sustain comp. And there goes the round. Team Peps taking 100% to 96. A lot closer than I thought, honestly. Nuage had some very good engages with Dip's Echo.
Yeah, same. I'm really impressed at being able to run the dive into this, because you classically look at 5 heroes all grouped up together, and you look at the dive comp and you go, where's the target? Like what is your end goal here? And how easy is it to actually isolate somebody and take them out with a dive? It's very difficult when you have like this giant beefy Mauga, and then you also have like 2 very slippery backline characters in the Moira and the Lucio. It can be difficult to actually find your mark there, but Nuage did it. I mean, Dip several times was able to just burst down the Mauga. Like Ben Best got completely chunked, and then you have Sharp that was just making the backline's life a living hell.
Yeah, so
I don't know, maybe this is it.
So what Traces do best is make the backline
really
think again.
They're running it back here.
Yeah, you just need 1 hack. That's the scary thing. Because we were talking about how, like, of course, the Sombra plays a little bit differently now in terms of positioning. Just plays with the team, a lot of AoE healing. There's the hack. They're attempting to hack FD God. Oh, Lucio. Yep, goodbyes. Or Natsuki, sorry. FD God's on Team Peps. There's the points. Oh, that was unlucky from Doge, although not sure Doge would have wanted to stay around. Wouldn't have been a warm welcome from Peps there on the point.
It's like Doomfist. Like, look at that. You punch down, and then you have to immediately get out of there. It's just it's a game of poke.
Oh, this Naga. Okay, Naga went way too deep. There's the Coalescence though, trying to even the ties, but Doge once again taking down the Moira. Naga's just overextending there. Didn't need to, it felt like. I guess one of the best things about Echo in these comps too is this beam. With the DPS passive, it being 15%. If you didn't see the patch notes, it's not 20% anymore, it's 15%.
Yeah.
The beam is still insane.
You still feel that, though.
Exactly. You still feel, especially with the beam that does double damage after you chunk someone under half, and Mauga's kind of the perfect target for that, because there's no healing in the world that's healing you up.
Yep. But EMP is ready to go. Hybrid just gets to initiate with this.
They can juggle point pretty easily, though, can Nuage. Virus goes a little bit wide, but it looks like Hybrid's trying to find a way into this fight. Maybe waiting for Doge to dive in. However, they have got an ult of their own. And there we go. EMP comes out. Sharp targeted, and the Sombra comes in from Dip. EMP high in the sky. A better one, perhaps, too, from Dip. The clone looking just unreal. The duplicate working out so well for Nuage. No double free EMP. Not gonna be that cheeky, as Nuage now control the point as FD God. Now, having some dinner with some fish down in the little ring there. 47% of building for Nuage. Fantastic echo play so far from Dip.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I'm very impressed with just the Sombra copies. I've been seeing like a lot of copies there onto just the backline because of the instant utility that you get, but the Sombra, give it then also take it away. Like, you now get EMP so fast with that charge change.
Oh, nice hack. Oh, hack didn't end up going through. It looks like Sombra got interrupted by Sharp there. Sharp going super low. Blink over the top. Oh, all good. Managed to get away. Nice little Meteor Strike. However, that is going to cost them the point, but they've already lost Hybrid. I mean, Naga kind of waiting in the corner here. This sound barrier from FD God nowhere to be seen. Dip ends up taking them out before they can even rip it. Team Peps stopping the percentage build up from Nuage there as they did cap mid-fight. as the reflip comes through. 75% now and building. Naga switching over to Tracer of all things. Widowmaker, sniping dip. No, little swing and a miss there from Naga.
It was a good effort, though, because if you get rid of the Echo, then it does buy you that fight, but it's final fight territory now. Nuage has another duplicate, could just go for the hybrid dupe once again, and that EMP is so impactful. It's won them every fight.
It's exactly what they've done, Rose. Easily done. EMP, you're in. Boom, EMP hits 4, and there you go. Dip just dismantling Team Peps with the Echo dupe. Round number 3 on the cards. Maybe spoke a little bit too soon in terms of compositions being just a must pick right now. Nuage kind of making it work with the Echo, with the Doomfist. Obviously it being a new meta too. Not sure how much time every single team has had to kind of warm up on the meta. It's kind of been theorized that Malga, maybe Orisa being very, very strong right now. But yeah, Nuage kind of playing Team Peps their own game. Just getting more EMPs because the dupe is just so quick to build up.
My take here is that we'll see Malga a lot for like these first few days of competition, but when we get to the main event, I don't know how much of it we'll actually see. Like, I think right now it's got shiny new toy syndrome.
Okay,
you see
I
the
like
buffs, you have the health, you know what these comps can do, but I think against some of these teams that are super practiced with the dive like Nuage, look at this. Team Peps got forced off the comp.
God.
They went for like the space station special.
Okay.
But you're seeing Reinhardt.
Actually, Ryan Hart in my video game.
Wow.
Ain't no way we're seeing Ryan. Oh, what a burst. That wasn't even, those stickies weren't even on the sim, by the way. Rough stuff. That is a very good start from Nuage. Dip's Echo, super clean. No real surprise though. Dip showed up last week. Even though they did end up losing, of course.
Oh, Naga go Echo. Ah, redemption time. Let's go. This is how you make Zoe proud, is to be able to show off the Echo once again. Listen, like dive versus dive. Doge has had a very impactful Doomfist this entire game. The disruption has come in clutch, but now it's time for the Echo v Echo, and you're not giving over a high value ultimate to the Echo on the other team. But where do you find that edge now? Is it going to be the Kiri? I feel like the Suzu has just been so good for that instant.
Oh, Dip trying to punch up right now, but Naga beats him back down. Force the recall. Dip finding FD God. Where was FD God to die there to a beam? Maybe they were trying to chase Dip onto that mega health pack. Even Naga going a little bit too deep there, with Natsuki picking up a boot kill. Nuage with a really nice fight, beating them out, beating Peps out on a dive versus dive here. All right, okay, and because you swap so late into the round as well on control, super hard for you to come back. You lose first fight, you lose first point, and you swap comp, you are back like 2 or 3 stages on the Monopoly board. Like, you have gone full circle, do not pass go, do not collect $200 kind of deal.
Yeah, for sure. Like you give up so much ultimate charge. Look at this. Like, Cronus is going to be... FD God is going to be the first one with it all online. Sound barrier, you do expect it to be here, but it's going to have to be the biggest sound barrier of your life right now to get this team back on a track. Because you're contending with a duplicate, a pulse. Like, it's just so much damage from Nuage.
Yeah, just straight up 5 ults. There's the beat from FD God. Does hit 5. FD God taken to the skies as the rush comes out on the point. Hybrid trying to find a stick target, but Sharp's going to pay close attention to them. Stick did land. I'm not sure if it was on Natsuki, but definitely received a little bit of that damage at the very least. Dip choosing to copy the Kiriko, providing a little bit more sustain for the rest of the squad. There it is, Team Peps coming out on top. Regardless of 4 ults being thrown in by New Age, they still lose the fight.
It's a huge fight for Team Peps to win. We were just talking about how behind they were being able to switch over these compositions, but now that you've actually won that fight and not using very much here, and forcing so many ultimates out of Nuage, like, you actually have a chance now in this game. Just win another team fight, keep the ultimate economy in your favor, and Team Peps could do this.
There's a very good chance they make it back. Although just
super winnable.
A 5 stack of ultimates might do it for Nuage, as long as they don't whiff again. Pulse bomb for Sharp. Paying very close attention to Hybrid here, make sure they can't get onto the back line. Small rotation towards Mega Health Pack. A Tracer dupe from Naga hits the recall already. Looking for a target to go into. You never normally see a Tracer up there. That's just echo movement for you. Looking for one. Oh, misses the melee. Oh, and the heals come through from Buddy. A stick onto the Kiri though. Naga eventually cleans the back line. That was a really nice movement there from Natsuki, but couldn't outsmart Naga for long enough. Oh,
Look at that.
that was aggressive from Sharp.
Maybe a little bit, but like risk it for the biscuit, if you will. Naga though almost walking away with a 5 kill there onto the enemy team. That would have been a really cool ace to see. But Team Peps now bringing it into last fight territory. And what do Nuage have against this? Hyper just could get a pulse bomb here. The Susu's out.
Ah, yikes! Yeah.
Just get the pick.
A Buddy got rolled. Hit the Swift Step. Instantly got turned on by Bembest. Rocking the Paris Eternal skins too. Him and I believe Naga was playing with them too, which is mad respect. Alright, Hyper with the pulse bomb in the back pocket. Punch from Doge goes a little bit wide, but it's all good. I think it was just kind of aiming space there, and it looks like Team Pep's moving towards that point now.
Alright, well, here's the... Oh, Susu's out already.
Hyper taking infinite damage on the sidelines. Yeah, Buddy already using the Susu, but there is the rush. That was close. Sharp almost goes down. Here's the recall just in time, even though the heals were coming in from the Kiri. Duplication onto the Winston, instantly evaporated. They've traded. Doge for Naga, 4v4. Beat comes in from Natsuki. He got so far away from his own beat, but they got more sustain on the point. They have Bembest still alive. They just got to keep him up. He's so low. Somehow they're keeping the point alive, though. As Hybrid just permanently contesting, and they C9. Oh, New Age, please. Oh, that was rough. Rose, it's happened again. It's happened again. It's C9. Nuage, what are you doing? She's frozen in the perfect timing. Perfect timing for Rose to freeze. Another C9 coming in for for Rose on the broadcast. She was really surprised.
It's good. It's good that my camera froze because you didn't need to see it. You didn't need to see it. I need a replay.
That was, yeah, Nuage, they were so close too. Hyper was keeping that point alive that entire time. I think they were trying to chase Bembest because Bembest was so low, and obviously taking down the Winston there, there's a lot less on the point for you to kind of contend with, but Hyper was just dipping in and out of the point. Clearly, obviously waiting for Nuage to then get back on so he can kind of contest, but that contest just never came.
Yeah, but I wonder too, like, I think Team Peps just had that. Like Doge was gone.
Yeah, it did feel like
it does. It like I know like it's the curse. Like I swear it is now like 3 days in a row that I have had just, you know, teams not touch the objective. It's fine.
Yeah.
Oh. But yeah, I think like the biggest takeaway from this map is just how much this Doomfist dive had an impact on this Maka comp. Like you can't touch the Echo. You know, like even Sombra doesn't have that range all the time. And the Sombra was a beautiful gift for Dip's ultimate. You do the Sombra, you win. Like it's as simple as that. And I think like when you know that they're going to be running an Echo comp, like maybe that is the secret to dismantling the Mauga.
God, look how fast you build those ults.
Yeah, like you always get an ult. Like when we think about the Echoes that we saw last weekend, they were barely getting the ultimate online if they duped a DPS, or even if they duped support. We didn't really ever see like the Coalescence come online or the Kitsune Rush come online. But this, instant EMPs every single time.
Really clean stuff. Yeah, Dip was the difference maker on this first map. For sure. For Nuage, unfortunately though, they obviously go down. Team Peps taking the map. They want their revenge. Team Peps in the opening matches, they ended up winning against Nuage, a 3-0. It wasn't as one-sided as Swiss Open versus Peps. There were a few points there. Esperanza was specifically close, 99 meters to 79. So pretty decent showing so far from New Age, and I want to see if their take on the Mauga, maybe they just don't want to go for this mirror. Maybe Doge just wants to stick on the...
Oh, here it is.
Here it is, yeah. So look
Yeah,
at
so
Ben Best.
somewhere-
They're clearly just trying to kill Ben Best. Every single member that is currently alive for Nuage is chasing Ben Best. And then Ben Best just hits the leap over the side and goes back to the point, and then just no one touches. Yeah, I mean, that's just maybe a little bit of a breakdown in comms there on like who's going to touch and like the priority for who's touching there. It's rough. That definitely was a C9, but it'd be like that. It'd be like that, as they say. It happens. Fast comps, sometimes you play fast and you burn out just as quick. So, yeah, rough stuff on that first map. Maybe they could have ended up coming back. Midtown, though, coming up next.
Yeah, let's move on. We've got Midtown. We've got the next man.
And this is a map, interesting, Rose, where you again, I don't know what I expect from Nuage. Maybe they do go for Mirror, but you can definitely just play the Doomfist. You can play the Dive here, you can play the Echo here. It's not a map where you're just pigeonholed into one comp, but then you can just play the Mauga too. I think with the Sustain comp, like the Queen comp that we had in Overwatch League, like it's just, right, you can just run that anywhere because the comp is just so, like, you just can't kill anybody. And Shout is insane. And in this sense, in Mauga, it's like, kind of like Overdrive is insane. And just Mauga's Cage is insane, right? So, definitely a comp you can run anywhere. We'll see what happens, obviously, on Midtown. It'll be Nuage defending first, by the looks of it.
I wonder, like, because, like, is that true, right? I know that on paper and from what we've seen so far from the first 2 matches, Catalytic Overdrive is crazy. Like, you get the lifesteal, but you also have all that sustain. But when you're going up against 5 really just like tanky targets when you're all grouped up together. But if it's 1v5, or like you see the Mauga comp coming and you just run away, like you're forcing out so many cooldowns, and I wonder if that's why Nuage decided to keep on this Doomfist dive. But we've seen that if Team Peps responds with the Winston dive of their own, like they can win those. So I think this is going to be a really tricky.
I vote they play Dive.
Well, Dive is so fun.
Exactly. We'll see. We'll see what happens when we load into Midnight. Just get everybody in the lobby situated and ready to go. Of course, Team Peps, they come into today at 1 apiece. In fact, Nuage 2, completely even record across the board. Both teams have 1 win and a loss each, and they both have 3 map wins and 3 map losses each too. So it's been pretty mirrored in Group A so far. We'll see if that can kind of continue as Team Peps. If they do take a 3-0, it'll be exactly that. It'll be completely mirrored across the board. Of course, there's an elimination match, or sorry, a decider match on who ends up going to the main event after Twisted Minds 6-0'd, or 6-0 map score, or 2-0 game score in this group. They were going to be dominant. No real surprises there. That team is stacked. It's up to Peps to really, or Nuage, sorry, to punch up a little bit now. See what happens. But I just got the word that we're going in. So yeah, Midtown, Nuage on the defense first.
Still thinking of the end of Li Sheng.
I mean,
anyway.
We move on. We move on.
I know. I just like, because you know what's gonna happen again. It just is hard for the course when I am on the broadcast.
Exactly. It does. I don't know why that happens. Like,
why me? Like, why? I think, like, again, check the records, but like between the last Overwatch League season, the last 2 Overwatch League seasons, and now, I think I have the record of the most number of C9s.
Easily. I think easily, yeah. There is a spreadsheet out, not a spreadsheet, but a tracker out there that did track, like, who's casted with who, casted partners, and then maps casted, etc. And yeah, if there was a C9 thing as well, your name would definitely be rank 1.
Don't know how I feel about that.
Casted C9s. I mean, hey, if you're gonna leave a legacy,
that's the one.
Make it a funny one.
That's so true. That's so true. Make it a funny one.
All right, let's have a look on defense then. Nuage.
It's Doomfist.
W.
It is Doomfist.
W for Nuage right now. They're playing the Echo, playing Tracer, playing Doom. Clearly think they've got their own kind of flavor and style for this comp, for this meta right now at least. And we'll see how it fares. Team Peps. Queen
they don't
Rush.
want it. They don't want it.
Get out. Okay. Oh,
now look at that though, Orisa. Okay, so like going back to the point that you were making before, is that Orisa, like actually a good counter to have in a Mauga comp, in a Mauga meta. I think Orisa also as well is just in general still a very good tank. She has Fortify. She is so sustainable. Like, I don't know. This might be it. I'm excited.
It is going to be tough for those to really get an in here. That spear is an insta-kill on the Doomfist if they're not careful, as long as there's follow-up, plus the Magne too. Team Pep's just running basically a lot of anti-Doomfist. Just making sure they can lock the Doom down and even lock Dip down too, but it's actually Naga who ends up falling. Team Peps make the long rotation around the outside, going through that alleyway, and this is going to be a rough ending unless they manage to pick up a kill. Doesn't like Nuage want to press the issue too much though.
No, I think you just back up. Like, you're waiting for Naga to come back. You're waiting for cooldowns to be available again, and Hybrid, like, just good, consistent damage.
And this is the problem there is against this comp too. All the problem for Nuage is Bembes can just walk on forwards, although he can't walk that far apparently. As Sharp had a pulse bomb. First class priority mail. Straight to your post box.
Well, now I wonder, do they keep the Orisa?
Yeah, I think so. I think you just keep it. I think this comp is definitely...
Like, long term, Orisa works, but I spoke. There is no Orisa anymore.
I mean, yeah, it definitely work here. Again, the rock's going to be pretty big for the Doomfist, but you're just going to get kind of bopped around. Kitsune Rush is going to get used. Doze charges up the power-up punch, and the poke is really nice. Oh, that was like a small mistake there from Doge. Slammed, tried to go up to the high ground, ended up slamming stairs. And Bembes now just corralling everybody. It does what Sigma does best in just corralling enemy teams, as Hybrid just lays waste to the backline. Natsuki dead, as Bembes is 1v3 in the train car right now.
It's working. Hold the front line. Let your team cap the point.
Oh, FD! Oh, FD God. We'll call that the Doom buff.
That is actually the Doom buff, though. Like high key, that's the Doom buff.
Oh, good punch from Doge. Man, if he followed over the top of that, that would have been sick. You don't want to kill it. You don't want to kill the Bap here either. You just want to leave the Bap for as long as you possibly can. Okay, don't lose the 1v1. Okay, all good.
No worries.
I would have left him for a little bit longer, to be very honest with you.
I don't know if you want to give him that opportunity.
I think you just stalled them for so long. You could have maybe made that last fight, although with how long these fights are going, especially with Sigma making rotations, Rose, it might just be last fight.
You're already
anyway.
in last fight. Yeah, like right. I think you're already in it. You got Amp Matrix that can help make this fight a little bit faster, but you're still missing out on just other damage to back that up.
Oh, that's a good window. Very
there
good
you go,
coverage. Sound barrier for New Age. 5-man hit from FD got as well. Just going for the match. New Age just trying to play back. Got to be careful now. That point can flip over at a moment's notice, but Sharp again ending Bembes' life super short. And this dupe is just getting so much work done. Double Tracer is terrifying. I think that might just be it, you know. 15 seconds to go. 2 Tracer on the map. You got a staggered Kronos too. Yeah, this might be just done. Naga should be able to get touch. Triple Blink onto point, has Pulse Bomb in 2%. Oh, we got punched. Oh,
he's dead.
Nice heads up play there from Doge with this positioning, knowing that the Tracer has to Triple Blink in. Good stuff from New Age. Okay, series on our hands here as Peps get 0 on that. Well, I guess 94%, but they get 0 points. They didn't even unlock the payload.
Yeah. It's still winnable.
Everything's winnable.
Everything is always winnable. It just might be harder than.
Yeah, it might just be actually quite difficult. Yeah, exactly. It might just be harder than having a cab. That's facts. It's been.
Listen.
It is wrong.
I don't know. Like, I hate looking at that and going, but do you dive too? Because the Orisa did look so good until you realized it was difficult to actually break past the dive.
Yeah, they were kind of moving as a unit, but getting picked off there on the rotation, that is where the weakness lies in these kind of comps, is that rotation
no shield
from the Orisa. Exactly. You're spear spinning, you can fortify, etc. You can help your team in that way, but if you get picked off on on the cross, which is what Dive does very good at, is picking people off, especially when they're trying to rotate to different areas of the map. You end up in a 4v5 and then you just slowly end up bleeding out because the resources just aren't there for you. And because you've made that rotation, it's harder for your spawner to also rejoin your team. So
exactly. You're sat there as ducks waiting to be slaughtered, I think is, or pigs waiting to be slaughtered. Is that the?
That is the expression.
That's the one.
Like
Sorry, I was like,
slaughter,
yeah. Ducks sitting in a row there. But you got the Orisa on defense. I think it plays a little bit better here when you have the rotations on back of point. But you once again have Nuage that's playing this dive comp, looking for an opening.
Yeah, I mean, with Dip on the Genji now, again, this is might want to wait up for a lot of ults. Oh my word, those shurikens hitting hybrids square in the face. Yeah, you can't let the Tracer get away with anything here either. Naga's going to be the biggest dissuading factor for Team Peps. The New Age not like diving in and kind of like inting on top of them.
Look at that. I mean, already stalling for so much time though, right? Like this is a minute that's going to be off of that clock. But
right, yeah,
because
they can't
through there.
They can't insta-bin somebody, and that's the important thing. They have to just kind of execute and just get on top of one person. Hopefully they die. Dip is just slam damage over and over again. Just waiting for the Tracer, and it looks like the Lucio 2, Natsuki, and Sharp now make it to the Mega Health Pack room. Point. Of course, about 94%, we'll call it 95 for the victory here.
Ooh.
Just ult, that's all they're waiting for. Rush Blade. Oh, well, actually, Blade's way too far away, so maybe not. There's Kitsune's, or there's Kunai, sorry, just demolishing the front line. Good window, but Doji's just going to stand next to it. And yeah, immediate strike straight on top of the Orisa. A lot of that damage has been blocked. Oh, rough on from Ben Best there. Trying to use that ultimate, trying to lock Doji in place, but it's not going to happen. No tick acquired for New Age, but again, they're slowly bleeding out here. Team Peps are able to kite away. New Age gets one tick in 2 minutes. 2 minutes to go now as Sharp falls, and that will be the reset from New Age. Very winnable from Team Peps. Same with New Age 2. It's played, you know, Naked Blade, not so great. You really do need Nano. The targets you're looking for here, what, Kronos or Hybrid maybe, but there's a sound barrier from FD God if they really need to use it, but sometimes you don't even need to nowadays.
Yeah, like the Blade's so rough because like you do need that bit of amplified damage in order to actually slash through some of these targets with the way that they change some of Genji's kit, but you can still make them scatter. That's still valuable when you look at the space that can create. But yeah, it's not going to be like it's not going to be a fancy ultimate, I guess.
They got to go Sharp. They have to kill one person here to a Team Peps. There's the Blaze, showing top of Hybrid. There's the Sound Barrier, though, and the Lamp as well. Lampington doing a lot for Team Peps there, stopping Dip from doing anything. 1 minute and 10 seconds to go. Yeah, the beat, the Blade forces the beat. That is probably the best outcome you can possibly get from just a Naked Blade nowadays. It's just forcing a big support ultimate like a Sound Barrier. That was a good trade by Dip, I'd say.
For sure.
60 seconds to go. They got one tick. But Team Peps have 4 ults in the bank. This rush from Buddy, they're going to have to just insta-bin somebody. They're going to end up using that Sound Barrier to go forward. Buddy still has the ultimate, and there's the kill. Kronos dead, Hybrid falls too. Buddy ends up getting taken out by Naga's Pulse Bomb, and Sharp also just a menace in the backline. The rush super late, and New Age, they are just going to be able to run over Team Peps. Kronos going down like that is not what you want to see. Team Peps routed, and there is the map. 1 apiece in the series so far. No 3 Overwatch today.
That is going to be a very quick capture, but that's what they were waiting for. Even if it doesn't work 3 out of the 4 times, it only has to work once. So, there you go.
Yeah,
Rush.
That's all they needed that Blade for, was forcing that Sound Barrier, and then they just rush in with the beat, use the rush on the end of it, boom, kill Kronos. Kronos, like, I guess you can quickly pop down window, but you know, in that small fraction of time, you're like trying to throw Lamp, trying to survive, right? Hoping, obviously, FD God can kind of boot people away. But yeah, no beat, no problems for.
Wondering if like it looks a little different if you like put the window down first, but it's so tough to call what you're gonna try to layer there.
Even if you put down window there, it kind of sucks because then you're already getting dived on, so it's like, meh, you're not really using it anyway. But yeah, they were clearly just trying to lamp themselves, or maybe the lamp didn't even go down. I'd have to watch the replay, obviously, towards the very end. But Kronos was the perfect target for
Absolutely.
Nuage, they execute on it well, and they take the map. And what was actually quite a close defense and offense there.
It was close. I think like what really Team Pep struggled with is the fact that they had to switch up their comp on the attack a couple of times, and the Sigma is just so slow after you had already utilized so much time on the Orisa. I get the theory behind it, right? You have the shield, it helps you make those rotations just a little bit faster, but you're still getting stopped at the doorway with very little room for error there after how much time you've already used. So it was a really good effort though, and we still have several maps ahead of us when we look at the rest of the series.
Yeah. Esperanza is up next. I want to see the same thing. I mean, maybe both
Or
teams...
dive.
Mauga. It's whatever. You guys just don't know. We're just ahead of the meta. I'm still not sure about that. I still think Mauga is probably the strongest tank. And like running with the sustain comp, but I mean, we'll see. I mean, I'm happy to see some Echo, and I'm happy to see some just old school dive, but Esperanza can do both of those things. We are going to jump to a quick break though. Don't go anywhere. Got Esperanza coming up next. Map number 3, Team Peps, Nuage around the corner.
Enemy in sight.
Our victory is at hand. Ashes to ashes. Die, die, die.
Let's get you back out there. Maintaining connection.
I'm getting readings of cosmic disturbance in these ruins. Moira, prioritize our people, not your cosmic experiments. That's an order.
Accept my gifts, and all will be yours. Your ally has descended into darkness.
Our group energy is interesting. Very interesting.
Check this out.
Methinks a Cupid I shall play. What are you looking at? Keep moving forward.
Best of luck to you all.
Where it'd be like, no Cowboy Bebop trailer for you. It is my time to shine. I do like the Moira skin. It's pretty sick. And the Bebop skin.
It's awesome. That event was
Pretty
really
awesome.
fun. I had a really good time playing the Moira event. I thought that was a really,
Yeah,
really
Moira event's
fun
pretty good.
PvE experience.
I love Eldritch Horror. Always thought it was quite cool.
Yes.
Just like big, crazy looking things, which is, yeah, it's really sick. Yeah, it's a decent event. If you didn't check it out, unlucky. I'm sure it'll be around it again, though. Esperanza is the next map. Map number 3. Team Peps and Nuage, or New Age, New Metal, whatever you want to call them. With these comms coming in, hey, I'm down. I'm down for more dive. We've got a lot of good dive players on Team Peps right now. FD God, certified Lucio main. A lot of very, very good Lucios in Europe. I think especially with like Astro, one of the best Lucio players in the world, it's a high bar to really climb over. I don't think anybody's beaten Astro just yet, but EU does seem to produce a lot of good Lucio players. Master as well, also an extremely good
Admiral.
Lucio player. Admiral, yeah, just a lot of good Lucio players all around. I know Jake's a big fan of FD God. And Team Peps, Hybrid and Naga, very suited to most metas, which is good to see.
Sure.
And then they've got a large bench too. I'm hoping we want to see Poco come in and just decimate the competition. Bring out D.Va and then only lock that in.
Bring out the Maga. Bring out the Maga.
Please no, just bring in D.Va and just dominate. All right. Looks like game is ready. We're just waiting for one team to get into the lobby, but it looks like we're all ready to go. One apiece for Team Peps and Nuage. Team Peps now selecting Esperanza as we load into the map. Yeah, more Echo as well. I think that's going to be a big factor here in this game, and it's good to see some more Echo play. And with Echo, not more often than not, you're wanting to dupe tanks, but we've seen a lot of duping the Sombras, which has been great, especially when they're playing against the Maga comp, but we'll see what they want to run here. No more 3 Overwatch. It's good to see. Of course, both these teams are just fighting out here in this decider match for Group A. Team Peps have already beaten Nuage once. They want to be in the main event. They want to be joining Twisted Minds out from Group A. Nuage want to get their revenge here. They want to just end this one a quick 3-1 and then book their ticket to the main event, knocking out some Titans of EU Overwatch.
Yeah, the loser goes home. They don't get a chance to play in this group stages again. They're gonna have to try. They're gonna have to try again next time. But right now, we are gonna get a chance to see the style of compositions both of these players want to go with, and well, look at that. We've got Maga here for Team Peps, but it's with the Sombra once again. And lo and behold, Nuage, they've got the Echo, they've got the Doomfist dive, so we've seen how this can go when Dip does have that duplicate online.
Yeah, working the way up to the dupe. Always one of the harder things to do. You don't want to play too aggro, but you've got to be careful of those hacks too, plummet down to earth. But they're playing pretty well. I mean, you just play on the periphery here, just throw in the sticky bombs. Another hero that benefited quite a lot from the projectile size increase change recently. Echo, especially her stickies, were always quite decently sized. You always seem to get at least stuck with a couple of them, even if they were flung from super far away, and the tri-shot too, so large benefactor from that change. Just makes Echo even better. Pretty like Hybrid's positioning, actually.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, just get a hack onto the Doomfist. You do force him away. So it's buying some space here for Team Peps to continue to make their march forward. But they're all waiting for cooldowns. You wait for the catalog overdrive here from the Maga, and then you go in when Hybrid is very close to getting this EMP online.
I think, yeah, it's just going to be an ult fight. I love how Ben Best has 24%.
Ooh, he's in!
Okay, the overdrive coming in. Everybody's getting healed up, but there's the beam. That's what I was talking about earlier on. Just so devastating to Maga. Super easy to hit. There's no healing in the world, even with this heal comp. There's no shots. The dupe on the Lucio. Okay, Dip trying to diff FD God. B comes in from FD God though, making sure they don't lose the 1v1. All good. Always embarrassing when you lose against someone that's duped your main. EMP coming in. Dip getting hacked. Buddy 2. This later EMP from Hybrid again. What found Nuage a lot of success on map number 1 was duping the Sombra. Not sure that duping the Lucio there worked out in their favor. They end up losing that fight, losing control of the bot. And now Team Peps can play up.
It was a good idea though, because had you had the sound barrier, even just booping someone away, having the duplicate onto the supports rather than the tank, you just get some instant utility that you otherwise don't have to have on your team. So I don't know. Sound barrier would have been great there, but it's so difficult to actually work up to that. Now, not too much progress here for Team Peps. They have the Coalescence, but Nuage also is coming back with the Meteor Strike to play really aggressively.
Oh, good call. Good spot as well. Sound barrier comes in, but Dip is the target.
The hack.
Easily slain. The hack was super nice. And yeah, the Coalescence is just so good at taking down those aerial targets. Pulse Bomb in the hands of Naga, just diving and dodging around those kunais. Ooh, nice mid Dragon 2. Blinks back, repeat indeed.
All right, now the Maga comp is working. When we saw it on Lisheng, it was struggling a little bit to be able to get past some of the coordinated dive here of Nuage, but that was also...
Oh, what a stick!
Oh!
Okay, Naga, I see you. I see you, sir.
I was gonna say when Dip had the duplicate, but also, like, you don't have a Lucio anymore, so that has to be a backup. They can't come in and contest this. That is a point capture here for Team Peps, and they just get to keep steamrolling. Wow!
Okay.
Naga obliterated Sharp.
Yeah, that was not exactly what Sharp wanted to run into. On the high ground was Hybrid and Naga at the same time, and Naga just taking them to the cleaners. Hack on to the Echo again. Dip used the shift to get away. Soars high. However, that bot is moving on forward. Now you can just hold the corner. Here we go. Esperanza. We're in stage 2 of Esperanza in this boss fight. Okay, I mean, you get on the high ground, I suppose. Does look very funny. Good stick. Didn't do anything there.
Okay, no
Hybrid
EMP
dead.
then.
Yeah, they're just backing up. Don't really need to do too much here unless you want to jump in as Ben Best. Has got Cage coming up. I mean, you trap this Lucio. The Lucio is going to die. Although Kronos with the fade fades away from Ben Best, who needed a whole lot of healing, but you had no choice. They're just trying to make this fight super long here. Just die on the bot. Go again. 70 meters versus 0. Nuage are going to pick up some meterage here, but not too much. FT God is spawning somewhat last, so going to be able to taxi the rest of the team.
Yeah, it's not bad. Like, if your Team Pep's in that situation, you're trying to force out ultimates for Nuage, but you're also trying to build up to your own here. So Peps gets a chance to come back into this one with basically a full slate of ultimates. Naga's not going to be too far away from making a pulse bomb, depending on how long this fight goes. But I'm looking at Hybrid trying to set up here for this EMP and maybe deny Dip from being able to get this EMP dupe. Oh.
I'm just looking Dip square in the face. Unfortunately, Dip can't see where Hybrid is. That is a very early rush. Easy disengage from Peps. They're going to go around the corner. EMP lands as soon as they go for the dive. Oh, Doge. The baits. And they even Cage as well. Cage EMP. Yeah, there's no surviving that. That was really well played from Team Peps. They heard Buddy using the rush. Okay, sure, we'll just disengage. We're us 5 anyway. And then they just EMP as soon as they try and go for the engagement. Really nice stuff from Team Peps.
That was beautiful. That was super beautiful. And you're going to see that from a lot of these high-level teams. Just having that awareness to be like, I got to back up here. I know when the fight is not going to go my way. But look at that. There's the Sombra. Get onto the Sombra.
Sombra copy. Here's the free EMP coming right up, sir. 7 seconds to go to earn yourself a free one, but it doesn't like Team Peps are going to give him the opportunity. Naga does end up going down. There's Ben Best goes in. EMP hits. Only hit Hybrid, but it will do. A cherry on top of the ultimate, really. Meteor Strike even coming in. Oh, it looks like Dip lost the Moira there. The Moira was below them. Surely Dip doesn't die to anybody. No. There's the bot. It's going to get juggled a little bit. Okay, FD God. Sure, why not? Surely you get killed by the Doomfist, though. That was a really, really awkward fight for both teams, as it wasn't clean. And the fights need to be clean for Nuage to really push this bot. A considerable distance, at least.
I mean, I think the good news for Nuage is, like, they did get the rest of the ultimates out of Team Peps.
Oh, they forced
like, so,
ooh, can they chase?
So, like, it feels good, but now you're, like, in the same boat. If you're Nuage, you don't have anything to work with here. You have to try to get these just raw picks, and while the Echo and the Tracer both have the ability to do that, again, who is your target?
It's quite rough. And even on these high ground fights, too, because Peps can back all the way up if they really want to and play around the little shield wall and play around the mid. I mean, you could just take, basically, with this comp, like, you can just take mid fight over and over and over again. And that's what Esperanza really boils down to when it comes to sustain, or, like, even these rush style comps as well, is that you can just play the mid fight. And you can just keep repeating mid fight. So Team Peps kind of seeing that in the tea leaves and saying, you know what, we can just chill here. And with Hybrid's positioning too, I mean, they're just walking into an EMP. I don't think they even need to go aggressive, but they definitely can. 5-man EMP, you're going to wipe the floor with them.
Yeah, and that was after already stalling for like a minute around that mid.
They rush? They rush?
No way.
Buddy uses rush, Kronos with a coalescence. There's a beat available for FD God, so Nuage, they're going to have to contend with that. Free EMP comes in, FD God hit. Are they going to use the sound barrier? FD God targeted out, 1 HP, ends up falling, in fact. Okay, maybe I spoke too soon. Naga takes down Natsuki, though, and that beam is going to dish out too much damage for Bembest to stay alive. All right. Call me a liar. I thought that was a bad rush. Buddy comes in, rips the rush at a 4v5 situation, but they still managed to come out on the top. Now the bot's going to get on moving.
All right, I dig it. Like, I was with you there. I thought the rush, it felt like it was an overcommit in a lost fight, but it was able to get them enough to be able to get those ultimates. The duplicate was also really nice. You had the EMP come online after Team Peps felt forced to use ults. They don't get there before they capture the point.
All good. All good, team. We have Soundbar. Yeah, I mean, catching FD God in the last fight when he had beat, that was the real final nail in the coffin. FD God survives there, use Sandbarrier, that's a win for Team Peps, but not so much anymore. There's the hack onto Doge. Doge pretty low. FD God knows they have a sound barrier here to match, and there it is. Both beats come out, and now Sharp looking for a target, trying to jump down Kronos. Kronos uses the shift to get away. Dip already dead as Hybrid pings him out from the floor to the sky. A little bit aerial combat, as look like Hybrid was in the sky there with with the Echo. But the bot has been stolen. 4v5 now. New Age do have the high ground, but what use is that when the bot has been stolen away from you and you have no point presence? Oh, the tracking from Sharp.
Ooh, Kitsune Rush.
Kitsune Rush. Oh, an EMP with the cage.
Again.
Yeah, ain't no way. Call that a virtual machine. You're just getting surrounded and you're dead. There's just no way. Team Peps, I mean, this is their opportunity right now to run away with this. There's 15 seconds to go, Rose. With a pulse bomb and a coalescence, this could be the end. Nuage need an incredible duplicate here.
And they could, though. You gotta dupe the Sombra, you get the EMP online. That has been a win condition for Nuage, but you still have to make up this meat rich.
Dip looking for an entrance. Yeah, that's the big problem. You need 2 or 3 fights before someone comes out. Nope. Denied completely, and now Naga in the back line. Here's the Sombra dupe. This is what you need, but getting an individual hack here is going to be basically impossible as that coalescence is doing so much, and Naga manages to snipe the dupe out of the air before the EMP can even register. Team Peps are going to wipe Nuage, and that should be Esperanza and match point.
Oh, there you go. That looked much better when it came down to the Maga, but they figured out how to gel the ultimates together. The cage and the EMP on top of each other was just a death sentence when Nuage walked in.
You just lose. It's like
That's so tough.
It's like the Blizzard thing, the icebox or whatever you want to call it, right? The Blizzard with the cage. Like, you just lose. You just can't win that fight. And that's exactly. They were like, okay, so if we just win here, we get more meterage. And we're an OT. They have to win an OT fight, so they need to burn ults. So it's just kind of an easy game from there. As soon as you hit that EMP cage, and then you take down Doge. So yeah, Team Peps, especially during the end of that, they played that extremely well. We are going on to New Junk City, as our next map was picked by Nuage. Of course, it's a flashpoint. So faster comps here. Again, I think this is probably just what we're going to see for the rest of the series. Peps running Malga, and then Nuage playing the Doomfist. I think that's going to be the tail here. And this is also another really good dive onto Dip. They know Dip is just such a problem, especially when it comes to damage output and just the targeting with the beam. You can just instantly obliterate somebody. So I really like the target focus coming out from Peps.
Yeah, I do too. And I think they also had some really just heads-up recognition about the type of game plan that Nuage wanted to go for. I think this is a beautiful example of that. You had the Kitsune Rush coming right at you, and then you hit them with the cage and the EMP. And it was a perfect response mechanism for that level of aggression that you're going to see out of this Doomfist composition. And so, like, when you take a look at how these two different team comps actually interact with each other on a map type like Flashpoint, it's hard to imagine that like the Maga doesn't get the upper hand with just how scrappy those fights are and how quickly you have to engage. Like the Doomfist takes some time to actually ramp up. Same with the Echo to find those focusing beam kills.
Right, yeah. It's harder to... on the rotations, it can be quite easy for the dive comp to kind of pick people off, but yeah, when you are on those points, it can be a little bit more tough. You can just hunker down with the Maga comp, right? I mean, that's the big thing. That kill at the very end, Naga focusing out Dip was really cool. They literally pressed EMP, and it was like halfway through the animation, and Dupe died. Dupe died, and it was like, well, GG. GG, actually. We don't win this fight. 2-1, Team Peps. Looks like they want to stop Nuage getting their revenge from the opening matches in week 1. New Junk City up next. And yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there, Rose. I also want to see maybe if Chrono switches over to the Kiri. I don't think that's going to happen. We've seen a little bit of like Kiri and the Moira recently as well. I just think Lucio is also still just too good to not run. But, you know, stylistic differences, maybe you feel like you need the extra healing. But a lot of the time, the Lucio with the beat, it's just too much of a strong ability to waylay.
I think you would do like Lucio Kiriko too. Like that is something that like we could see, but I think the
Kiriko
Lucio
can
is
save
a
you
must pick.
From the focusing beam too. Like if you time it well, like the focusing beam can't just like instant evaporate you. Yeah, Suzu is pretty strong. We'll have to wait and see, of course. We're going to jump to a quick break, just give the teams a little bit of time here and get them all in the lobby and ready to go. So yeah, on the other side of this, we'll team Peps. And I'm just closing out the series. Or will Nuage take us to map 5. We'll see you in a bit.
I think it's time to blow this scene. Get everybody in the stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam.
Welcome back. Potentially the final map as we go into New Junk City. Maybe Shimbali, we'll see. Nuage's pick, of course, as the series began. As yeah, we head into the 4th one. Not a bad day of games so far in terms of like no 3 Overwatchers. Well, over the last few weeks, it's just been perma 3 Overwatch. So yeah, it's nice to see some back and forth games. Of course, the match last week, if you didn't watch it, was Space Station versus Exblivione. That was in Group D. That was definitely a game to watch. A banger map 5 in EU. Oh yeah, versus Sheercold was also pretty decent as well. That was played off stream, I believe. That was in the opening matches. All right, New Junk City. Anyway, back to the present. Back to the present. Less of the past.
Woo.
So we jump on in.
Well, this is Team Nuage's pick, and I think like if you're picking between the 2 flashpoints, I think this makes a lot of sense. New Junk City has more open flashpoints to work with, so if you feel more comfortable running the Doomfist dive, you have way better avenues to do that. I just like more high grounds to play with. These flashpoints are a little bit bigger. Thinking specifically of like bomb flats and how that can play way different to one of those like tinier enclosed points like ruins on Saravasa.
Right.
So, but I don't know. I just think like more of the Doomfist, New Junk City, a little bit better.
I mean, sure, yeah. I mean, I think Nuage just kind of almost refusing to play the Malga at this point. I'm curious. I'll have to ask Doge how much they've ended up playing the Malga in scrims and whatnot.
Yeah.
Of course, because we're on live patches, a bit difficult in terms of getting a lot of scrims in beforehand.
Oh, look. Naga's going to play the Reaper, though, as they come out of the gates. So it's going to be the Sombra and the Reaper this time around. I really like that because at this point, you're just trying to like rush an enemy target here on Nuage, whoever it may be that's in front of you.
Yeah, I mean, the only issue is it's going to be hard to really lock someone down. They're trying to get the Lucio. Natsuki eventually finished off by FD God. You see, it was literally ring around the rosy there. You're on the roundabout, and you just keep going round and round and round and round. You don't know where to get off, and luckily they found Natsuki after the small charge. I mean, with the Mauga too, really, if you hit someone with that knock-up, you're pretty dead. So you can't get caught by that if you are the Lucio player. Best thing about Nuage's comp though, Dip really hasn't got too much to deal with, or doesn't have to deal with too much. There's the dupe onto Sombra again. It's worked out for them wonders here, but can they get any value from it this time? Of course they can. What am I saying? It's EMP, but no. Insta-hacked out of it by the looks of it. Hybrid refusing to let that EMP go off, and that is going to be the fight again. Backline down for Nuage as they back away.
That's so tough there, because like you had the EMP, you got hacked though, but Team Pep's like that's the way that they have to respond to a duplicate like that. They know that EMP is going to be there, so that's the sauce, that's the ticket. Coalescence now.
Here we go. Coalescence and sound barrier. Natsuki, there's
in a
no
tiny
way.
room.
Natsuki gets this. Nice TP up into the skies. Need some of those healing offers. No, not to be. There is point A, or first point even. Surely secured. Sharp does find one.
Oh,
does
they
mean
flipped
things
it.
on the Tracer. And yeah, getting the flip is quite nice, but whether they can actually hold is another question. And with Doge going down, very, very unlikely. God, those voice lines are kind of wicked.
So cool.
And there's the flip. All right, okay, yeah, Nuage not deciding to chuck themselves at the point. You would have been a severe disadvantage if you did so, not knowing where the next one would be. Here we go, big rotation now. Looks like a quick one for Team Peps, yeah. As soon as Team Peps gets set up, it's going to be really tough for Nuage to really get any value in space. So they're just going to opt for like a splitting.
Yeah. Ooh, how?
Little hack and a little chase. That's the problem with splitting up too, but you expect kind of the Echo to stay alive there, Rose. But very unlucky, and that might just be the point cap. Although
getting trapped in a room like that's so unlucky. If you're the Echo, you do have the Kitsune rush, so you can layer that over the point. But it's really important here for Nuage to like try to find some real estate to not give over too much of this point.
Oh, what a dodge from Natsuki. Oh, Sterns are going down though. He may have dodged the EMP, but he did not dodge the double Hellfire shotguns, spinning and winning in his face. Sharp does find at least one with a pulse bomb. A hack again from Hybrid. On to Sharp. Nice little dodge there from Naga, getting out of the way of that punch, and that was a lot of big value ultimates used by Nuage. Same with Team Peps though. They do have Cage, but Cage can just be a fight ender if they catch more than one person in it.
No, the biggest key is that Dip has the duplicate again, so could dupe the Sombra, get the EMP. But Team Peps has already figured it out once before, just being able to hack that Echo out before that EMP can go off. But let's see if they can replicate that again.
Gotta find this Sombra first. There you go. Eventually ends up popping out of stealth. Look at the ult charge. 40% already. I'm looking, I'm waiting, I'm looking, I'm waiting.
Don't worry,
oh, so they
it's coming.
When you hear that virus too, it's ridiculous. There's the EMP. Oh, doesn't cancel the coalescence. Corona's a little bit further away than he expected. And there's the cage match. An EMP onto 4 people and nobody dies. Oh yes, we're in Mago meta, sustain meta, baby. Team Peps just unrelenting in their aggression. Nuage are going to let that point go. Team Peps rolling through this map so far, and with Dip even, they're actually going to switch over to Sombra. They decide Echo, not for me. Not for me today.
It's so hard though, because like even though the Echo can work on some of these more open points, we are heading back over to an enclosed space. We were already in Ducks, and now we're going over to Refinery, which plays a very similar way. And the Echo just is so vulnerable when you look at just how little skybox you actually have to play with here. So if you can't beat them at their own game, join them, I guess is how they would say. So Dip really looking to try to hack out people like Ben Best there, try to shut off some of the...
Oh, what a stick.
Oh my god.
Sharp has still got it. Known for the Tracer and Atlanta Red.
For sure.
Johnny's king, Mr. Sharp. Good stuff. Good cap as well from Nuage. That's what you want to kill. You kill that, you get the stick on the Lucio. Team Peps have really nowhere to go.
How long though? Because they've got an EMP.
Well, they do end up laying down the rush. I mean, you just back up here if you're Team Peps. I mean, is this happening?
Now get out of it.
Oh, it's happening.
No.
Oh, it's happening. He got punched into the wall, but it doesn't matter. He's done the damage. He killed Buddy with his Death Blossom. Good God.
We're back in the meta now. It's okay if you lost a member, just hit your ultimates and win the fight anyway. I think is what we've learned from the Buddy Kitsune Rush and also the Death Blossom just now.
There's always just something so comical to me about seeing a Reaper just like because it's just something that happens a lot in like ranked or like quick play or whatever.
Yeah.
TP Reaper into a backline and then hit Q. Like it doesn't happen that high a lot of the time in like the highest levels of Overwatch because it's just so easy to kind of telegraph, predict, and you see the Reaper TPing. It's like okay, I'll just rush where you were, and your team. Uh-oh. Well.
One. No, nothing. Nothing.
Zero. That's a goose egg. 0% EMP. Hybrid stance. That'll do. That's one more than they got. Although I don't think they actually got. Did they even get dip?
I think that was Suzu. I think that got Suzu'd.
Little Suzu. All right, so that's a little goose egg too. All right, Team Peps, 90% on the board. Nuage. And up re-controlling that fight. They do find the flip. That was 2 EMPs with 0 hacks, by the looks of it.
They will get better. Players and teams will get better at being able to dodge that out. As time goes on, and the more practice they get, that'll hopefully happen. But yeah, there you go. Like, Nuage now last fight territory to finally get a score on the board here for this flashpoint. But they gotta get this post bomb to count here.
Peps just need this one fight.
They've got Cage. They've got Cage Cole. Even Cage Death Blossom.
Sharp cannot get into this fight. There's the EMP, and it's a good one. 5-man EMP. Team Peps laying on their backs now in spawn. Nuage are going to finally get their first point in Flashpoint to keep themselves in the series. That is a make-up EMP if I've ever seen one.
There you go. That's the real ticket there. But now we're heading back over to points that I would have expected the Doomfist to be pretty good. We've got bomb flats, and I think that like the Doomfist and the Echo play really nicely around this point in particular, but I don't think we're going to see the Echo. I think like Dip has been doing a lot of good work here on the Sombra. It would surprise me a lot to see that change come back through. But here's the Naga Tracer, actually. No more Reaper.
Yeah, I like it.
Gave up that ult it.
Coalescence, no boobs. Oh, Natsuki trying to run away, trying to get away from the team. They know he's there, kind of, maybe, not really. The cage comes out. Oh, zoning cage, all good. Not a problem. Does mean they can put themselves on the point pretty easily. And now Sharp receiving that beat is a free ticket to go into the backline. Pulse bomb in his hand, spotting the Lucio out. Doesn't even need the pulse. Oh, the tracking from Sharp is just stupendous. As New Age make absolute light work of Team Peps there.
Really nice first point capture for them. They were able to convert that over to success on that previous flashpoint, and especially when you are playing from the defensive position, it's way easier to be able to set up this Doomfist dive and find a target when Team Peps comes in. Biggest thing too, Dip already has that EMP. Set that up. Make sure you catch Hybrid and capitalize. Hybrid does have one too.
EMP's good. Follow up! There it is. That's what I'm talking about. Sound barrier 2 from Team Peps. Surely an instant win. Oh, nice little virus kill there on the retreating Dip. Here comes the Meteor Strike. Natsuki ends up going down, and that will be that. There you go. 50+% though, or maybe 61% for Nuage. A little bit extra too. Not sure they can find too many more kills, as there's a Suzu, but you take that. Oh, okay. Okay, wow. Naga's just going.
Naga?
Touch the spawn door challenge. Get the 5k? Not quite. All good. Naga, wow. I didn't think they'd chase that much, but hey, if you got the confidence, chase them all the way to the spawn door, burn some more time. That was an extra, what, 20%? So yeah, not bad at all from Naga.
No, it was great. Like, you forced out the Suzu, then you go hit him with a pulse bomb. Really beautiful there. Now, like, that buys so much time here for Team Peps to try to close this map out and the series. Benbest is working up towards that cage. That's going to be a really important ultimate for them. Naga's down, though, so Cronus is going to probably feel pressured here to use the Cole.
Yeah, Cole into the back line. Yeah, Benbest Ganano himself is just spinning on the spot, hitting people is what Benbest was doing right there. Natsuki falls to the Coalescence and the overwhelming mass of Peps players onto the back line. Flip does end up coming through, yeah, but Hybrid, short work of the rest of the team. A little bit of extra percentage eked out for Nuage, but that's about it as the Flip comes back quite rapidly.
I mean, that actually is pretty important there.
Gives them a fight.
it's one more fight, but still, like, I think that puts you in a really, really nice range there. But it comes down to this one. Team Peps, they have an EMP coming into this next fight, and should be an easy trigger to pull.
Yeah, Dip making their way to the point, same as Natsuki, but Doja's already dead, left alone, isolated, shivering cold in the back lines, and well, I think that might just be it. An easy team wipe. Doja was there, just basically sat there and got hacked. There's the flip from Team Peps. They're going to take the map and the series, knocking Nuage out. Nuage couldn't quite get the revenge. Team Peps are going to advance.
Great stuff there. I mean, it was going to be always such a fun match to watch between two teams that have just such phenomenal players. And we got a treat there, Jaws. Like, after seeing the first two matches of the day being Maga versus Maga, we got a new twist on things with Maga versus Doomfist Dive. I did not think that we were going to be able to see that, but that proved to be really fun, Zoe.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Nuage, they didn't earn themselves a victory with what they showed us, but I feel like a winner because we did not have to watch the Hell Cell mirror. So thanks, Nuage. That was a joy. And they played it close too. I think they really threw Peps for a loop there, who had to adjust time and time again and really adjust their game plan, because I do not think that Team Peps expected to see some dive coming in, least of all with the Echo in the mix.
Yeah, I think everybody was expecting just a complete Malcolm mirror, so it was nice to see a little spanner thrown in the works there. And one player I did want to point out, obviously they did end up losing, was Dip. Dip did a fantastic job on the Echo.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely one of the better heroes, and you're sitting there getting EMPs that quick. Well, you're in Sombra form, so of course you're going to get EMPs quickly, but just the value, I should say, from the copied EMPs was just fantastic. And the Echo pick works really well against the Marga if you can chunk them down that much with the beam, and then you finish them off with the beam. But the Malga meta is just, the Malga and the sustain comp is just so good. Another player that obviously always kind of stands out, especially in EU Overwatch, Naga. Dude's been around forever, and still seems to be at the top of his game. Used to play on Paris Eternal, and I cast Naga back in like 2016, 2017 in contenders. Dude's been around for a long time and still messing with the best. So yeah, it's good to see Naga performing well again.
For sure. I think like one of the things I wanted to go back to and touch on just a little bit is like, while Dip did have some really impressive performances on the Echo, I think you also have to give a nod there to Team Peps to figure out how to beat that. Because like at the beginning of the series, you get the duplicate, you get the EMP. That was a clean fight win there for Nuage every single time you were able to hit that ultimate. But even just in this situation here, where we're getting a chance to see all the highlights, Team Peps, like, they adapted over the course of the series to figure out how to stay out of position of those EMP duplicates, and also just in general on the final map, just stay out of it completely. We saw some big old goose eggs there.
Yeah, this fight was specifically funny, yeah, because of the EMPs.
So funny.
Like, sure, like, I mean, it happens, right?
Everybody's
so quick because you got Lucio, etc. So yeah, it's whatever. If you both get 0-person EMP, then it didn't happen. It's all good.
Yeah, did it actually happen if nobody saw it?
Exactly. Cancel each other out. Naga, though, is going to be a player of the match. Nicer limbs, good damage, 0 assists, classic DPS player. Good stuff from Naga.
Just Naga things. No, it's I love seeing him at it again, and really stand-up performance there. I love that he ended up just, taking that mirror. And when Dip came out on that Echo, I was like, oh, surely Naga's not gonna let that stand. He's gonna match it.
And he didn't.
His hero pool is vast too, so not too surprising to see him match Dip there on the Echo. It just couldn't hang. Dip couldn't hang in the end.
Indeed. So Naga continues to be a force to be reckoned with, and he is actually going to be with us now for a quick chat. What a pleasure to see and hear you again. It's been a hot minute. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, thank you. Yeah, it has, for real, yeah.
Okay, let's chat about this. Obviously, I don't think you and the team expected to run into the composition that Nuage rolled out with. How far into map 1 were you in the comms like, guys, I got this? Let me go Echo again.
That was actually something we didn't really plan, but it was just something we just randomly went with, and I was happy with it because I like that Echo mirror.
How do you feel about the EU region as a whole right now? Obviously, we haven't had too much time competition-wise, but like stacking up against NA and like Korea is obviously very stacked. But against the other regions, how highly do you rate EU versus the other regions right now?
We didn't scrim the other regions that much, but I think EU is very strong right now, especially at the very top. We have some very good teams, and I feel that the EU meta is a little bit different than the other regions, and I think EU would do very good into the other regions with the meta we're playing. So
I would love to talk about that a little bit more because, like, I think we were all looking at the Team Peps versus Nuage matchup, and we were so excited to see both of you go head to head. And just knowing the amount of talent that's on both of those teams, do you feel like this match went the way that you expected it to go, knowing that you had already played them at the beginning of the group stage?
I was confident we were gonna win, but it didn't go exactly as planned because things are moving very quickly right now. So we had like a little bit of read of what we thought they were gonna do, but we didn't have that much practice with the new things we're gonna do, right? If that makes sense. So
yeah,
it threw us off a little, but yeah, it went kind of like we would have expected to, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, we discussed that, right? It was a short turnaround, obviously, for most of the teams to like get accustomed to and comfortable on that Maga kind of composition. How do you personally feel about it? How much does it change the way you have to approach the game when you're playing into like a Maga mirror?
It changes a lot because it's kind of back to some Overwatch 3 state. It's like very ult driven. Like I had a rank game earlier where we used like 7 ults in the first fight before anything happened. And that just brings me back to GOAT, you know? So it's like a very different kind of Overwatch in general. So yeah.
It is like goats. Yeah. It is goats. Yeah. It's just like
it is actually goats.
Not sure this is a trend we have to bring back. I think maybe we can keep that one, like let it rest is what I'm saying. Well, I loved what we saw from Team Peps today. Thank you so much, Naga, for taking the time. Once more, congratulations, and we hope to see you again very soon.
Thank you so much. My pleasure. Have a good one, everyone. Thank you for supporting us as well.
Of course, Team Peps all the way. Yeah. Gotta support the homies. It's so great to see, you know, the greats of the sport of EU Overwatch still be at it and still play on top. And I love to see them having to adapt so quickly, like on the spot again. He just said it in the interview. They did not expect to face off against these kind of compositions. Clearly, they had to practice something very different given the change in meta. But let's take a look at that bracket for now to see where we currently at. Right on. Yes. I think this went as expected.
Yeah, I think so too. I think most people expected Twisted Minds to just sweep the group, and they did. They didn't lose a single map. Team Peps, I think people had them going through as well. Maybe a bit more cleanly, but then like how much more cleanly do you need to make it if you only lost one map? Like
prepared to
yeah, exactly. So like I think this kind of went as expected with Peps obviously making it through too. It was good to see a lot of like old heads, like you were saying, so people like Sharp, people like Doge, like they've been around for a long time. They had times small stints in the Overwatch League, and it's good to see them still going at it, which is great. And I think there's a lot of EU talent that's still yet to kind of flourish. And I think on these teams that didn't end up making it for the stage one, there's still plenty of chances later down the line. And that's the best thing about open competition, is that, you know, if you can't make it once, that's fine. You do just get to go again. Like there's not just the end of the road and that's it. So yeah, it's good stuff. But this A group, it did go as a lot of people expected.
Let's take a look at the EMEA standings to get the bigger picture on that region here, Nekra.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what we have left in store for us. We still have one more day of groups that's going to happen tomorrow, where we get a chance to figure out the final 3 teams that are going to be joining Team Peps in the main event. So you can see that for B, C, and D to round everything out. And I'm really looking forward to the Sheer Cold versus Oh Yeah rematch. Like that's the one that I have my eyes on because of just how that went for the very first day of groups. The 5-map series, like we could get that again, but this meta shakeup changes so much for everybody that has left to play.
Yeah, expect that one to go the distance once more. Very exciting stuff still to come before we can put a bow on our EMEA region. For now, it's time to look at some of the most amazing plays.
I like it. I still like it.
I'm digging it. I'm really
I think it's growing on me. Like some weird fungus or...
What? Okay, what are you saying?
I don't know. Anyway, let's take a look at some amazing plays.
Oh my god.
He's Knuff. He was Knuff.
He was Knuff.
was.
I'm waiting. I am waiting, praying, hoping someone on that team chooses the name Barbie and then runs it in the game. So then we have Cool Boy, Hot Babe, and we have
Ken and Barbie.
Ken and Barbie, yeah.
I
And
love
everyone
it.
wins. Yeah.
Ship it.
Make it happen.
Exactly that. Honestly, one of my favorite things from today was the interview with Abs. We just don't scream. We just play ranked. It's like, okay,
crazy.
Unbelievably based. But I mean, hey, if it ends up working out for you, obviously very skilled players across the board on that team. And I think there is a big separation right now in terms of top tier talent and the players down below. But that gap over time will end up closing, which is the most exciting thing. It will just kind of keep evolving. With the first stage and the first year, potentially too, there's always going to be that bigger gap in terms of skill difference, but the region's only going to get more competitive throughout, and I think we've seen that in like the Japanese region, for example, which has become even more competitive now they've got their own circuit. So yeah, it's EU's going to be an exciting region to watch.
I think this is also exciting for anyone who's playing on like not a professional level, but like wants to dip their feet in. It's possible. Like you don't have to be on like a non-stop scrim kind of schedule. You don't have to like be that in order to make it into this open format, and that's what makes it so exciting, because we're gonna see so many new faces, so many new teams forming and performing, and there's always an element of surprise. There's always going to be a shake-up, and anything is possible in the world of Overwatch.
Exactly.
I'm excited. Things are looking great. And now we are done for the day with the EMEA region on day 4. We, of course, will be back with more tomorrow. But for now, it's time to say goodbye to Joss and Necro. Thank you both so much. And again, we're so happy to have you back in the country, Joss. Now go get some sleep.
Yay.
I'm going to sleep now. Goodbye, guys. I'm going to watch NA in bed. Woohoo!
Base.
Sounds like the thing to do.
Eagles will take Contender Season 0.
London Spitfire have done it. They will fly high. San Francisco Shock like a champions. Whoever said lightning doesn't strike twice has never met San Francisco Shock. Shanghai Dragons are good champions. Dallas Fuel takes their place amongst the stars. Florida Mayhem like a Kings for all time.
Welcome back, friends. Mitch and Matt are now joining me for the NA portion of the day. The two of you covered EMEA last week. Any thoughts on any particular NA teams or players? Anything you need to be on record with before we dive into all the action?
I mean, first of all, we flexed Mad Cloud to get the late start today in the NA games, so I hope you all appreciate it. Yeah, I said Jack could do it if he could start a sentence without saying they do be, and he couldn't do it. So here we are.
I was feeling a little bit like Jack today, a little bit sleepy, and then Naga said it's like goats, and I became full of life again, and I was like, oh man, take me back, please.
Yeah, we are back, sorry. Look, I think having a look at this Group C is fantastic. I think like Timeless are such an exciting team.
Yeah.
The fact that they're taking on veterans of the Overwatch League, years have passed, and getting a great result against them. This is also a team that really showed up in the Pro-Am time and time again as well. They've stuck together in great parts. So I have really high hopes for this team. That was a great game against M80, so I expect to see them go far.
Right on. Okay, great insight by Mitch. Matt just said that Goats is back.
Yeah.
What is
well, look, everything we saw last week, you're not going to see any of it this week, right? Like, there's a balance patch. There's an entirely new meta, we think. I know teams are playing Symmetra in some regions. No, we're seeing Mauga just about everywhere.
He's Morgan all over the place. It is quite something.
Anything you saw last weekend in the last 4 to 5 days, like all the results could have, you play those matches again, they could have all flipped on their heads. So I'm excited to see how teams adjust to our new world.
It's super interesting.
Overwatch.
Again, our pro players have had years of doing this. They end up orbiting around and iterating to the safest way to play the game. Yeah. Especially now with the DPS passive having less impact. It's time for healers. It's time for durability. It's time for overshield. So I'm no surprise to find us back here. All roads lead to some permutation of goats.
I hate this for us, and for this and many more insights, you have to make sure to watch our show. Whatever platform you choose, most importantly, of course, connect your Battle.net account to it as well to receive some rewards for enduring our yapping. Last weekend, you did it for the sprays. Next, you'll be able to get a Kiriko skin and many more goodies. And for some S-tier memes and useful information regarding OWCS and everything the light touches, make sure to follow us on socials as well. Now, of course, we have more special news for those of you who have been on our socials already. You may have seen it. If not, well, I'm filling you in. Calling All Heroes competitive circuit is back in April 2024, and the Overwatch Collegiate Championship season is live right now, so make sure to sign up today before the registration closes on, I believe, Wednesday. So you still have a few more days to go. For more information, of course, head on over to esports.overwatch.com, and you'll find out everything you need to know about all the competitive action. Now, we're here still in the OWCS. Stage 1 is going down, and our teams are just trying to get 2 victories so that they can move on out of the groups and into the main event. So let's visualize everything I just said. We went from a Swiss stage, pew, 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 Minesweeper, people playing against each other.
There it is.
Great.
Groups.
And then we headed into the groups. 4 groups, 4 teams in each group, and whichever team gets 2 W's is going into our main event.
Main event. Wow.
Wow. Love the sound effects. That's why we pay you the big bucks. Right on.
You're gonna start doing the sound effects on the trailers that we do at the beginning.
Yeah, I love the way he tried to make it sound like it was Doa, but it was actually also Mitch.
Yeah. It always was, Zoe.
It always was. now, of course, the teams are not just playing for the funs of it, although we do have a lot of fun. They're also playing for circuit points and prizing. You can see the breakdown on your screens right now. In case they don't manage to, get the bag in stage 1, don't worry. For each stage, we have more and more points on the line. So if you fumbled stage 1, you may still have a chance to make it to our major, not to be confused with the main event. That's right, the major will be happening at DreamHack. The tickets for the first one are actually already on sale, so make sure to check that out. We're flying a graphic.
Are we going?
Nice.
You guys going?
Yeah, I think so.
I think I want to go.
I think I want to go.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
I love the DreamHack events. I know we've done one for Overwatch before. I've gone to some, for Call of Duty just to. Yeah, that was the one where they dumped glitter on. They dumped glitter on Zoe.
Yeah.
I think we did a World Cup together. I think we did like a second station match. But yeah, I think that was probably the first time we actually did a cast together. But that was super fun. Dallas should be a great time.
I remember that. Bren sold his Xbox to come
there,
Don't you ping to harass us and like write articles, and Josh, and we had a massive pause, right? And Josh was like working for Over.gg at the time, and he would come up and like, so what's with this 3-hour pause? And I'm like, I don't speak to the press, mate. Like, go talk to someone else. Next year, he's like working alongside me. I was
like, who the hell is that guy?
Yeah, he was. Josh he had his like fedora on. He was like getting the scoops. You know what I mean? Man,
we came a long way, guy, from arts and crafts glitter to the big stages. Now we're here, we made it to the top, and our teams are trying to do the same. Let's actually dive straight into everything you need to know about our first match here in the NA region. It's going to be Na-I'd-Win versus Timeless Obsidian. I'm excited for this one, looking at the Na-I'd-Win roster first. I mean, this will be great for them, because if they win it out, they get a chance at a revenge match against M80, which beat them in the opening match 3-0. And I'm always there for a good revenge story.
Shout out Uber Eats, by the way. Yes, he does, baby. Jeez! That's what I'll slip that $5 in your PayPal. That's what I'm talking about. I mean, you guys should probably know Garchomp has been like I'd say infamous in that sort of tier 2 scene. A really proficient player at tanks. So expect to see this team again try to sort of bounce back over a little bit of a rough start in this particular group. Again, M80 were looking strong. I mean, Timeless Obsidian went up against that main Timeless roster. Absolutely brutal stuff that was. Obviously, you see the return of Duff here at DPS. Obviously, one with an ill-fated showing through the Overwatch League, a chance to rewrite history for themselves and their team.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Dove didn't have the greatest stretch, I would say, within Owl, but no, potentially here. No, I think you would probably favor Obsidian here in this matchup. I think like slightly. AJMR, we've seen them before. I know whether it be Dive Party or Flash Ops.
Calling on heroes as
Dynasty,
well, actually.
Dynasty and Collegiate. So, they do have some players we've seen in the past.
Here we go. A map Vudo. So Nepal Ilios banned up here. We're gonna have not sure how that's really possible, considering Ilios is gonna be the map of choice. Don't worry about the graphic. All that matters.
They don't follow my rules from last week. It's
Li
Zhang is first map,
by the way, not Ilios.
Yeah, that's Mitch's fault.
How is it my fault? Literally, there's a picture of Ilios. It's a big picture of Ilios. It's large. I mean, I can see the map.
Debatable.
That would indicate to me that's map. I can't believe you're doing it.
Zoe, bag me up here. It's debatable, right?
Nah.
Sorry, don't do it. Come on, parents stick together.
Sorry.
Zoe, come on.
Sorry, Matt. No.
I'm always ganged up on.
Absolutely taken down. Yeah.
You're an easy target, even though you're so small.
Well, that's just more of an example.
You're an easy target for a limbo pole, at least, mate.
I mean, that is just. You're gonna have people think I'm just squished to the ground, and I just kind of waddle my way.
Some of us resist gravity. You don't. You're just a.
You know what?
You're just a pancake.
This is just not fair.
Oh my god!
Because I hear Sally laughing.
Sorry,
Neither am I.
Sorry, just muting you.
I heard her laugh.
So done. Hey, she backed me up, bro. I mean, you gotta learn who your friends are, bro. You can't come at me like that. I got backup for days. Let's jump in. Everybody, Lijiang Tower, our first map of this series. It'll be Control Center to kick us off, and it will be Malga's mirror.
Oh, yeah. I was gonna be like, whoa, I'm surprised, but no. Maga seems just really strong right now, right? The cardiac overdrive, because it's a combination. You nerf the DPS passive down, where it obviously, it isn't reducing as much healing. Then Maga gets a slight buff. The cardiac overdrive, is kind of like a, lifesteal type ability for everybody. You end up with these types of variations of comps. We've seen some teams run it with like the Sombra, like you see Nide win, and then now you're seeing Obsidian. This is like very kind of tanky, right? May Reaper, like these are the kind of comps you would see typically like a Reinhardt back in the day.
Pretty timely disengage there by Garchomp, but eventually had to try and contest the point to some degree, and quite often these very tanky fights, right, they get dragged out a long time. Nide win, realize they lose the point and they lose their tank, so try and disengage as soon as possible.
Yeah, and I think Moira as well is a hero that finds herself in this meta where I think Moira is actually probably it's a cuss to take, but I think Moira is actually pretty good. Like you actually got really good value out of the Coalescence. That's just the Mei wall goes down, Maga stumps into it, can't really do anything there.
Though, because Glacial went in on EMP, Matt. They hit an EMP, and there's no opportunity for Naomi to follow up on that because of the Mei wall. Yeah, the Stomp gets shut down as well, but that Sombra ultimate, there was only a second or two duration of that hack remaining by the time Nide Win actually got through the door. One wall absolutely ruined them.
It's just a Widow swap here. Maybe see if you can get somebody now back over to the Reaper.
Hey, this isn't TXCXX. No one's playing Widow yet.
We'll see if Nide Win can actually break on through. They get a speed boost, put some pressure on the Mei, force ice block out already.
Garchomp, cage fight available here, but Jazz already gets taken down far too low. A Nide Win to be able to come and stand here. And now you've let Obsidian build a bank. We've got a Blizzard and a Death Blossom available here. Of course, a cage fight should be required. We have ultimates to keep the enemy in place. We have ultimates to punish them for grouping up.
Yeah, I don't know if you also saw the patch notes, but Mei got a slight buff as well as a Nide Win. They're going to go with a Cassidy Kiriko combination here, so... that's going to be the cage right. I was going to say, well, Jezza makes it over, but they get stuck inside the cage right. That is a Blizzard inside of the cage fight as well.
Yeah.
Once Obsidian's gotten the point, it's been, all theirs. But so Mei gets a ice block. You see it right here. You see how much health she can pretty much get back like up to full HP with just getting into the ice block. So huge survivability update for Mei. Obviously the lowering the reduction healing is a huge survivability buff for everybody across the board, right? And then combo that with what Maga brings, and that's why you kind of see these fights go on for what feels like, that time, right? Probably not the best example, but really the fights should last like an eternity.
It's worth pointing out that like Mei's ice block, it's a 25% increase in that heal per second. So you, like you mentioned, you come out of there looking a heck of a lot better. In fact, many of the heroes that we're seeing, in these compositions have recently obviously received those balance changes, right? Your Symmetra, Reaper, also Sombra to some degree. So we'll delve into those a little bit when we have the opportunity to do so, but we're back underway here for Gardens.
Yeah, and it feels like with Nide Win, you have the Sojourn in the mix here for Jessa. It feels like these heroes, the hit scan types are just being like pushed out in a way, because like ultimately there's not a character in the other team. Maybe it's the Lucio that you can really burst down. It feels like everybody else really sturdy.
It's about having a critical massive damage though to put the enemy Mulga at least in a position where they can
really
back
nice
into the fight. That is brutal though.
That was a sick boot for a momentum.
And again, having your power slide forced right on the middle of the point there means you really have nowhere to go anyway. Last ditch effort there for Jazza and a Hail Mary to escape. It was not to be. Dynasty thinking about a bridge over troubled holographic waters. Opts not to take it. Uses that sideline to get some extra poke down.
Yeah, so Jessa set up on top of the Mei wall, and it was actually Momentum who went around the outside and it was able to get up on like that angle, which is really difficult, and land a nice Lucio boot. Basically knock the Sojourn right back into their squad.
Again, how do you hold your opponents in place? Once more, Obsidian have much more of a wombo aspect to their composition here. Cardiac Overdrive in play here for Nide Win, and the Coalescence will add to that healing. But an Ant Matrix means that Obsidian really have control of the point right now. Sound barrier for Mayhem might be worth holding on to now as their Death Blossom comes online. The Blizzard, though, that's still going to be a wrinkle in this plan. Glacier wants to try and surge forward here. Sound barrier used, but it comes later from Obsidian, and Glacier gets no value off this Death Blossom. Oh, the Immortality Field from AJMR just saving momentum as they came out of that sound barrier. And look at that heal. Garchomp able to stave off Dove pretty comfortably here. Nidewin making this much of a closer affair, but Obsidian, of course, still control the point, and Dynasty will be cleaning up the end of the fight alongside momentum.
The Mei seems incredibly difficult for them to take out and deal with. Like, that time we're seeing, tons of, focus on the Magas, on the Reapers, and Dynasty just walking around the point. They're able to come out with 3 there during that fight, and now double cage match, so cage fight, so you do have the Immortality Field from AJMR potentially to save this.
Garchomp here waiting for an opportunity to get the maximum capture here. Ooh, absolutely flat in the front line, and that Mei wall cutting off line of sight for the healing there from Dynasty was huge. And the Mei seems to be the difference maker at every turn here, Matt. We talked about how durable she is, how her healing's been improved. We've seen multiple cases now where the wall has completely shut Nidewin down. What a one-sided map Lijiang Tower has been as Obsidian get out to an early lead.
Yeah, that was as dominant of a map as I think we've seen in a very long time. I think from just about anybody is Obsidian just kind of rolls on through them, where you have that survivability of the Mei. It just became really difficult. I think especially if you're going to run like a Sojourn on the other side or Sojourn Cassidy, like any of those, they just don't have the burst to be able to take out a Mei because she's so tanky, and then they also don't have like Symmetra can just kind of like ramp up like the damage over time, right? So she gets stronger as the fight goes on. I would say like even Reaper, right, existing, putting down damage, shotguns, healing, right, gets a little bit stronger. You don't really have that capability, especially when they're running the Reaper and the Mei, and the Mei's getting so much value out of splitting the team off. I think you're always going to be at a disadvantage.
Yeah, we saw Cassidy at some points. We saw Sombra here for Glacial, which is all well and good, and obviously the EMP is incredibly powerful against a team that is going to be grouped up. But the one opportunity they had to make use of it, they got walled off. They hit the EMP onto a number of players, but the rest of Nidewin cannot get through the choke. And that's where it really goes from bad to worse at that point. Obviously, this is that wall. This wasn't for the EMP, but this is the same play loop the Dynasty was engaged in basically every single time they came knocking. Once you get forced off the point with this kind of setup against a Mei, it's almost impossible to get back in.
Yeah, maybe they weren't on the same page there because it looked like, maybe Jezza was trying to force out that wall, and then, or Glacial was able to force out the wall, and then the other player actually got stuck on the opposite side of it. But you see even here, Dynasty able to get, players split off with that wall. They also have the Baptiste, right? So there's no like Immortality Field on the other side or something to keep those players on the opposite side of the wall alive. I mean, right there, you can see, Garchomp, nothing you can do there as... Really, it was just all domination. I expect you to consistently see these comps. Like, I don't think they're going to change. Like, typically in the past, we've seen like comps be map dependent. I don't think that's going to be the case here at all. I think you're going to see these comps kind of continue. I would say King's Row, even in the Streets phase, and Mei could be really powerful.
Yeah, still very good. I like the Baptiste adaptation here. Because again, if you have an Immortality Field in play and let's say Cardiac Overdrive is active, for example, you don't have to worry too much about healing your teammates. They cannot die. And again, Regenerative Burst is very powerful when everyone is just playing in such close proximity. And looking at the comp, you wouldn't think much of the impact of Amp Matrix. You get Amalgam behind that. Even Mei is absolutely disgusting with some of those Endothermic Blaster alternate fires through it. Huge difference maker there, and if your opponents are playing a comp that doesn't really isolate you very effectively, can't maybe run up on you as easy because you have such a durable front line, seems like that overall output and consistency from Baptiste fits in with the idea of this persistent healing composition. You're not worrying about your healing resources. If you're Moira, for example, you have burst healing, unlike Lucio. Kind of gives you a little bit of the best of all of those worlds here. So I really like the read that Obsidian have on how to play around this Malga as effectively as possible.
Yeah, and I think the ball is kind of in Nidewin's court, right? Like, okay, we got, absolutely destroyed map number 1. What can we do here comp-wise or change things up for map number 2 to make it a little bit closer? So, looks like Nidewin will be on defense first here, kick things off, and it looks like they're actually going to bring a Mei Reaper in of their own.
Again, They'll be approaching, of course, from the low ground, but expect to see these comps, right? Just group, try and shove onto the high ground, drop a player down to the point, start the cap, and force something from their opponents. What do you think about the Doom into this, right? It's not the first time today we've seen potentially this kind of adaptation.
Yeah, so what? We saw it from, I believe it was, in the Pep's Nuage series, we saw some of the Doomfist come into play. I still think we just don't know enough yet. Like, it seems like I think how you kind of put it in the pre-game, it was probably the first time I've ever heard you do some
first time you actually listened to me say something.
So that's some deep analysis, and I was like, that's actually a pretty good point.
That are pretty good, but like you just don't always hear them. That's cool though.
Yeah, I mean, you got to make 65 Reddit accounts, but I mean, but I think that teams default to typically whatever the safest, sturdiest option is in Overwatch, which typically. Results, it can have like pretty consistent results, but it may not be the overall kind of like best case scenario. We don't see the Doom come out here, but I also think because of the nature of how things are, there's not really like an incentive to experiment, right? As Obsidian, they'll take this first point rather easily, but there's not really an incentive for a team to say, okay, let's try and get really good at Doom against this, right? Because you can just play this, right? And just take this mirror.
There's not enough time, right? You probably need more time to work on some potential counter comps. Because you're right, like most safest isn't always best, right? If you have a good answer to this, then abuse it.
Yeah, I think it's just with the way like a meta kind of develops, right? It develops late. And then, you're not going to be able to figure out a counter right away. Here's a lot of ultimates thrown in. Double Coalescence Dove with a Death Blossom as they will get another fight win. But also, I mean, like kind of how Naga said, it feels like goats. This is kind of typical of what we've seen from like these types of metas in the past, where you frequently see a ton of blowouts, right? Because one team understands the ult cycling and how to kind of combo them way, maybe not way better, right? But they're kind of like in a better flow of it than the other. And you see these fights just go completely one side.
There's also a snowball impact to getting off to a good start and being the first to really start to bank some of those ultimates. And sometimes teams that are behind will take a risk, right? And have like a slightly lopsided, ult usage, try and cheat more value than they would normally get out of one or two ultimates, and that can also put you further behind if it doesn't work. Here's the cage fight. Garchomp, though, completely unperturbed, standing, protecting much of his team from the rest of those shots, but eventually he will be brought down. Death Blossom getting thrown in here. Jazza trying to make it work, but that was dirty from Dynasty. Love to translocate to high ground and hack on the Reaper midway through the ultimate, but there's more fight to be had. The remainers of Obsidian will clean up now. I'd win, and here is that snowball playing out in front of us.
Yeah, and Glacial ends up using the Blizzard there. I believe it's taken offline by Dynasty using the EMP. So over 5 minutes in the time bank, man. That is a lot of time. As AJ, they're gonna have double support ult here. Probably gonna end up with a Death Blossom by the time this next one kicks off. And like you mentioned, you just start stacking these ultimates. There's nothing to do.
Genji from Dynasty, no one can really challenge that high ground except for the Sojourn, I suppose. Lucio. Soundberry comes out here, it's just a little bit too late to keep Garchomp standing, and this goes now from bad to worse. A later sound barrier for Obsidian as they start to surge forward, and Mayhem could not escape the dash. Dynasty gets his resets here, dominating from that high ground. Mobility now reigns supreme on this part of the map.
Coalescence available here for Nide Win from Paradox, but that is your last attempt here making any type of stand. Look at this. Shred and Co push right up to the door. It's going to be a Death Blossom. The more you're able to keep him alive, I think Cardiac Overdrive as well.
Yeah, it turns out they've got the healing. Nide Win to withstand that combo. Cardiac Overdrive absolutely crucial there. Is while it was impossible to bring Dove down midway through that ultimate, it was impossible for Dove to do enough damage to pick anybody off. That's what burst damage looks like in this economy.
Dove living through basically that entire fight is kind of crazy. Just gives you an idea of the Reaper lifesteal plus the Cardiac Overdrive, and then also just the healing output of the Moira. So even though you lose that cage fight here, plus Blade, plus Coalescence could be enough to get that payload over the line, and anything above 3 minutes is an eternity.
Blade does offer some nice burst damage in between the swings. The healing that's the problem for Genji. So, I mean, Dynasty really has to hope they're able to pull that blade at a time where Moira's maybe not attending to one of those targets all that closely. Jazz is low, blood in the water, and Dynasty wants a bit of it here. Chasing after Mayhem the Lucio, one more slash will get the job done, and eventually both backliners get brought down. Genji, the hero normally not favored in a heavy healing meta, is able to find some impact here because of the damage of each of those swings respectively. Dove, though, more than happy to T-pose up on Jazza, who will be brought down by Tread. And now it's going to be desperate attempts here for Nightwind to turn this into anything but an utter catastrophe. 3 minutes and 5 on the clock here. Garchomp turning up to the point. Cage fight also going to be utilized here. But everyone from Obsidian gladly steps in. Garchomp still able to find Dove. That is egregious in and of itself. Malga gets away with that. But still, almost 3 minutes of time bank for Obsidian to play.
And like you mentioned, once you start to lose some of these fights and you start to get behind in terms of ult charge and, you know, all of that, it's almost even like compounded to be worse once you start changing characters, you know, heroes after that. You just kind of get these types of results. I mean, if you think back to GOATs, right? How many, like, you know, crazy, I feel like that season we saw like every record broken in terms of like map completion fast, and then also like hero damage, like all different types of stuff.
Especially Zarya damage, right?
Yeah, all the stats like basically went out the window. You know, you had Zarya's doing like 50,000 damage a game type of thing. Where obviously not seeing that now, but I think you're going to see some of these results where Obsidian on defense. We'll see if they decide to keep the Sombra in the mix. I think the Sombra gives them a little bit more backline pressure. Also, you know, EMP pretty valuable here as Nightwind looking at some different things potentially here on offense.
I don't hate the Cassidy choice here. Obviously, that hindrance is extremely scary for Sombra or even Reaper to deal with. You have a small window to capitalize on that, especially if they're trying to flank solo. Obsidian saw the Maycom from Nightwind and were able to play around it pretty comfortably. There, Sombra, very hard to just stop with a wall. King's Row is not that linear of a map, right? With a lot of high ground and opportunities to drop into the back of these comps. What do you make of the Sigma here?
Okay, I actually would have, I would have liked to see them play it with Sim potentially, or see some Symmetra. I caught some, I know games from Apex, so some Symmetra there, where I think the Symmetra with that ramping damage could be an issue for the Maga. And Sigma, look, just has great survivability like on his own. That's going to be Glacial takes out Tread right away.
I'm pretty happy with the setup here. Garchomp doing a pretty good job of keeping Jazza alive and well protected here. The dive though for AJMR, okay, doesn't quite pay off. That is a little scary. Still 3 players though for Nightwind to head over towards the point with. Dynasty got brought down there. From the high ground, we have a Wild Dove behind. Oh, yeah, he's up in front of him here, so an opportunity to intervene still as we have our second tick come up. Obsidian have had a chance to get a read on this comp, Matt. Now they're going to figure it out the hard way.
Yes, they do make some changes. Tread will come back on the Ramatra here, and they'll actually get a touch. For a second, I thought maybe a little bit too slow there from Dove, but block here. Just trying to get some control on the points as it forces Nightwind back a little bit.
Dynasty with a great off angle here too. Dove controls the high ground. The setup is good. Tread punished there. By the looks of things, by an accretion. The follow-up damage was good. It's going to be a sound barrier here for Nightwind. They've lost their Baptiste, but they still want to go for it. Garchomp looking electric in the front line here. Glacial, I saw that virus connection. Well placed as Jazz's Dead Eye will finish the fight. Sometimes just that one accretion is enough.
Yeah, it's no, they have to end up using a decent amount of ultimates to end up holding on to the point there. You know, they use the EMP, use sound barrier, right? But still, you put yourself in a position now to unlock the payload, get it moving here towards the second part of the map, and if you force them off of Maga, you feel like that is a huge win for you, right? And that Maga mirror, it has not looked good so far. So, Gravitic Flux plus an Amp Matrix here. Both ultimates pretty good in this part of the map.
Obsidian with a bit to work with themselves here. Dynasty was hoping to set up, but Jazza just flattened stuff there. Not the way you want to start this fight, and yet Obsidian still want to commit to some degree, believing in the EMP and the follow-up, but Jazza shuts the Sombra down as well. Hitscan finding a little bit of leverage here, I suppose, as Annihilation gets thrown in now, as Obsidian really want to slow this down, and that ultimate is still absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, I think you feel like if you're Obsidian, right? Yeah, you have this huge time bank, almost 3 minutes. Like, you can kind of afford to throw some ultimates into some of these fights to win, because Nightwind, just in terms of clock, is going to be forced to here shortly. You know, you can't take too many losing fights, as they'll actually have Paradox switch over from the Baptiste and play the Kariko now.
From the high ground, I wouldn't have to play from for now. It's really not a matter of finding picks from this vantage, but finding an opportunity to drop down safely and get a read on who's set up below them. A bit awkward for this Sigma to have to play that close to Ramatra, but that is how Tread has engineered this setup. Jazz is brought down already. The Cassidy is gone. You can't be going on with this. Dynasty, the losers out in the 1 versus 1, but the rest of Obsidian shoving back into the choke. Flux here. Sound barrier will be there for momentum, though. I guess Pop's EMP will follow it straight away as Mayhem has a sound barrier of their own. Dove gets flattened here. Tread not faring too well on the front line either. Nemesis form will keep them going for a little bit longer, but Momentum can't find anything in the meantime, and now I'd win. Sheer force, sheer weight of ultimates get them through this choke.
Yeah, right after that EMP comes down, right now I'd win. They end up having their sound barrier drop right after. You're able to kind of, live, just survive just off of the, the larger sound barrier and the longer one, where Dynasty now will switch back over to May. So not exactly the Malga comp, right? You're just kind of swapping out the Malga for the Ramatra, where maybe you feel like he's just a little bit better here against Sigma.
Is that there? Jazza, look at the space creation for Jazza here. This is insane. Fantastic stuff for Garchomp, and that yields that kill on Dove. Will it be enough? Jazza eventually going to be brought down, but with his Tread being as low as they are, very, very hard for Obsidian to regroup here, let alone actually contest the point. 0.07 meters away, and here they come once more. Annihilation is in play. That could be a key factor. AJMR, they need to stay alive in order to get the coalescence off, but Momentum can't hang. And there it is. The hack will prevent Tread from getting that big ultimate off, and Obsidian have to concede this second checkpoint too.
Yeah, and since I'd win has gotten them as HMR, I believe, in the using the coalescence right now. But since they've gotten them off of this Malga comp, I mean they have looked fine. And look at this. I mean EMP plus Gravitic Flux, you're in a spot where you're obviously not going to beat their time bank on the other side, but still being in the same ballpark is a massive win for Nidewin.
Is that Annihilation? Tread not caught in the Gravitic Flux and is able to push into most of Nidewin. But the EMP after the fact is pretty scary. Glacial still has to respect the damage of that Annihilation though, but eventually enough damage has been done. They're happy to serve themselves up if it means bringing that Ramatra to heal. We have 2 minutes and 40 on the clock. Yeah, we're going to be running this back one more time by the looks of things. And I wonder if we get this same setup. Tread still not switching off the Ramatra, still believes even without Annihilation. And that's the answer.
The virus from Glacial onto Momentum right after the EMP. I mean, basically just insta-kills out Lucio.
Dynasty. What? They were absolutely flattening Jazz with some of that damage, but that headshot cleanup is beautiful. And what a high-value elimination to get to. Don't even get to get through your Ice Block. That's brutal. The whole point of this comp is that it's supposed to be hard to shift, high HP, high healing. So getting insta picks like that is massive. It's not quite enough though. It needs to be a little bit more of a clean fight win for Nidewin to finish this map.
The way Dynasty was moving, he almost kind of like was moving like thought it was like his Sigma shield, just kind of like running right at Jazza and the headshots from the Cassidy. So now Dove will actually play Ash. So this composition from Nidewin doesn't exactly have to play like super clumped up together, so maybe not like crazy value out of the Dynamite, but just kind of controlling that high ground. That time Dynamite connects with 2. EMP early here, and it's going to be answered with Obsidian Sound Barrier.
I like that we see a Grav come in there. Gravity Flux from Garchomp, but maybe a little bit too early. Later on, there wouldn't have been a Sound Barrier to protect Obsidian, and so we have a trade at the start of the fight. Dynasty again, dominated by Jazza. This time it's a Deadeye elimination. But the Kiriko is gone for Nidewin, and that could be scary now in the face of the Coalescence as they surge forward. Vortex to slow the stragglers now. Garchomp seen better days, safe to say, as AJMR hoses them down.
This is like, I think why, when you kind of talk about Moira, right? It's like very much like Moira, I guess, versus like Baptiste, or like really, I think primarily like Kiriko, kind of like, have that same type of, slot. The Coalescence, it almost feels like every time you're going to get some element of value from it, right? Where if you use Rush, you can get like pushed out of it, or window can get blocked. Look at this. I mean, Tread gets right up in there. Dynasty's going to get the kill on a Mayhem. So just that, the Ramatra ult just pushes them so far back towards the spawn. I mean, this is going to put them down to what? Like, they're just going to basically have like a last-ditch effort to touch the point.
I think Tread has a lot less to fear now without a Sombra in Nidewin's composition. EMEA, the Bastion rather, that's a little bit easier to deal with here. Glacier wants a bit around the corner here. Tread more than happy to waste a bunch of time. We're down to 14 seconds and that cart is sliding backwards. That's for those keeping track at home, the wrong direction. Garchomp on the Doomfist here needs to at least contest this, but they have to look on as the rest of their team are cut into pieces. Blizzard there, thrown out by Glacial defensively, finds no value in terms of advancing the game plan here for Nide Win. And eventually they get brought to a screeching halt. The Doomfist switch was a last-ditch attempt, and the Ash switch from Jazza is a little too late. Obsidian lock up a second map in a row.
Yeah, but you saw some signs of life there from Nide Win, right? Like when they were actually able to get Obsidian off of those like Maga-based compositions, it looked like a much evener game, even matchup. It's just I feel like they were just so far behind in terms of time bank, right? I mean, you can't give up, almost 3 minutes on the other side and then expect to just kind of like walk down the map, match it, and then kind of run it back in OT. I think they just got off to a really terrible start.
And when you're an attacking team, when you pick the Sigma, you are going to force the defenders to be aggressive. Right? You're going to force them to come forward and close the gap, because otherwise you keep them at arm's length for the entire game, and you get way more value than even a Ramatra, who is okay at poke to some degree, will get. That seemed to be a bit of an issue for Timeless initially. But once they're able to stabilize a little bit, I really do think the Sombra being out of the picture makes life much easier for that Ramatra. You're not going to have your ultimate shutdown. Not going to have you are going to have that available to be used here. Then they could start to dictate the pace a bit more as defenders. Again, I mean, look, the Malgas, they'd be Malgarin. I don't know if there's really much more to add to that at the moment. We've sort of discussed it a heck of a lot here. I am interested though as to why we moved off that in the first place.
Yeah, I think you make a really good point about the Sombra, because think about Ramatra's kit, right? If he's, power blocking or has the shield up, thinks he's alive, gets hacked, it all goes away. Like the burst damage just comes in, right? You just kind of like run him down. Then he becomes a very easy target. Here, this is part of Obsidian's offense. I mean, this is just nasty.
Yeah, I mean, because your positioning as Sigma is contingent on your cooldowns. Oh, Ramatra, excuse me. It's contingent on having power block. It's contingent on having your shield. When you don't have your shield, you play further back. So you get exposed, when you get hacked by that Sombra and you don't have the availability of those abilities, at least for that short window here. And the Sigma can just hit you in the accretion. And then even if the hack is expired, you don't have a chance to find your feet again. We saw that happen a couple times. Here's a good example. I do like how the Sigma can effectively create that space for the Cassidy, and Jazza did an excellent job, I think, of finding some really crucial targets. But eventually, when your front line is getting pressured to that degree, when the defenders are playing forward, you don't have that space anymore as Cassidy. And then you're dealing with the Nash. Look at this. This is what Jazza has to do to try and keep Dove quiet there. And it's just, I mean, you're not favored in that matchup. You don't have an edge there.
Yeah. And I mean, you lose, you had about 3 minutes there trying to complete the map going towards the end. You had about 5 fights, but going into the high ground, right? Even if you expend a ton of ultimates to try and get it around that corner, keep things going, like the defender spawn advantage is so good there. Natural high ground. It's going to be very difficult, I think, for anybody to push on through.
I also think the Genji pick that we saw from Obsidian was interesting, right? Obviously, you wouldn't normally expect to see it. It seemed unintuitive against these really high healing, high tanky comps back when we were looking at the Malga mirrors. But there was multiple opportunities there, I think, where there's like a low health target that isn't really being attended to. It's an easy dash in / melee, shuriken, get out, and then sort of repeat. And Dragonblade obviously is stifled a little bit, especially by sound barrier. Yeah. But the healing is consistent, but not always bursty enough to cover over that. It might take 3 slashes to kill a target, but in Amalgamira, getting a 1 kill, that's good enough to win the fight.
But if Dragonblade, let's say they end up having to use sound barrier on something else, right? Like Dragonblade is phenomenal, or even just forcing out the sound barrier, right? Like, okay, we're forcing them. Sometimes it's like, okay, well, they know that they have Dragonblade on the other side, and that just prevents them from using sound barrier for X period of time.
Which is very good, because there's about 50 other scenarios in which you want to beat, right? Especially if like Malgarolds, or even, even if you're just struggling in the neutral fight.
But you can't, but you feel like you can't, because they have Blade on the other side, right? So you're kind of stuck taking these fights over and over again. And let's say you start losing some of them, right? It's like, okay, like, what do? Do we invest the beat? If we invest beat, then like they just disengage, or we lose, or they have a beat of their own to match, then they come back with Dragonblade and just win that fight, right? So it puts a lot of pressure in terms of like, kind of calling, figuring out who's got what ult, and then also how to kind of use them.
Yeah, absolutely. And a concept that we haven't really used much since GOATS back in 2019-ish is the neutral, right? Obviously, that is the part of the fight in which teams haven't used ultimates yet. They're trying to find incremental advantages and snowball them into player advantages, into numbers advantages. And we've seen that actually be won out pretty comfortable, especially in the first map of this series by Obsidian, right? The neutral, the way they cycle their abilities, not their ultimates, is now to give them an advantage. We're going to be expanding about that once more. Dominated in the neutral was obviously a favored term of Super back when he was leading the charge for the San Francisco Shock, and he was someone that was quite good in that sort of GOAT setup as well when he had the opportunity to play. So Bumper as well, famed for his neutral gameplay. So let's keep an eye on that now as the rest of the series plays out before us. We'll have Colosseo next.
I'd love to know how this first fight's going to play out. With like how teams typically have just kind of like poked at range constantly here, with maybe some more Reaper in the mix. Like I'm curious how this is going to play out.
I still think if we have Malco comps, I think the hit scan is a trap still. I know that there's the temptation because this map features some high ground vantage and a fairly long sight line in the middle part of the map. But Reaper Sombra, Reaper May, especially for like what is a small corridor where like the bot is in sort of uncontested territory, seems very powerful still.
Yeah, I was gonna say, or maybe we see teams move away from the Malga. Like, is there some type of other types of combination you can play here?
Sorry, Winston.
Dude, I'm here for this. Winston Overwatch. I mean, look, Winston could be, if you know they're going to be playing Sigma on the other side, right? Winston, if you wanted to get aggressive, could be pretty decent, but it'll actually be just a difference here of Ashe versus Sojourn. So Sojourn obviously going for the more, put down damage, burst, get a kill, where Ashe can just kind of like tick the damage down over time on the opponent.
I like this in that these teams don't want to brawl so much as they actually want to invest in their hit scan players and allow them to have as great an impact as possible. A lot is sort of dependent here on the Sombra. Remember, like a hacked Sigma is absolutely useless, but this really puts the spotlight on Jazza and Dove respectively.
You're kind of forced to invest in your hit scan here,
which are win condition.
Dove comes under a lot of pressure as AJ Mar gets low as well. That's going to be Immortality Field, and I think Glacial just stayed a little bit too long. Maybe got a little bit too kill hungry there. They had to look like they were going to be in a great position to finish some players off.
A really good presence of mind there for Garchomp to jump into that Immortality Field after being hacked, but Jazzy gets brought down by the virus. Garchomp, again, does not want to be getting hacked here, and somehow Obsidian, they get off to a good start. The mid-fight gets a little bit hairy, though, where they're in position now to clean things up and head back their way.
Yeah, Nine got off to a really good start, right? I know it was an early Immortality Field out from Obsidian. Look at this.
Back with a vengeance.
The high ground there, yeah. Glacial will get the kill. And I think Nine thought that they maybe had a huge advantage, right? They decided to stay in a little bit longer, potentially, and it ends up getting caught as this will be just a 2-meter lead here for Nidewin. So not a huge amount at the moment. And really, we're just going to see a lot of these fights, I think, in the neutral. This is going to be difficult because they're pushing into this high ground. This is where the Ashe can dominate.
Dynasty taking the front door here. Watch out for that. Sigma wants to force the EMP. That is extremely risky, Matt. Just right in front of a Sigma. Not a care in the world. AGMI able to capitalize, though, and brings Garchomp down. So I think you take that trade, right? Enemy main tank for your Sombra any day of the week.
It almost looked like in some games, if you like DC, you just start walking forward. It looked like a zombie walked forward on the Sombra right into the face.
Yeah, I mean, that's funny. Like a Sombra clone, like they're making it. Like,
like it's a dupe. Look really odd, but no, look, you're just trying to get that EMP on that one character, force him back. Garchomp gets really low. That's some damage with the Bob. This is going to be an EMP here. Virus does not connect, but Dynasty was so low, you're able to finish him off.
You just don't have the capacity to limit the effect of the gravitic flux when you're EMP'd, right? Lucio has sound barrier. Momentum has no opportunity to use that to stave that ultimate away.
So you do have a lead now here for Obsidian. Cannot Idewin get through this area of the map, right? Really awesome high ground control here for Obsidian, obviously coming out of their spawn. It'll be very difficult to push into this. This is where I think the Ashe can definitely thrive.
Jazz is trying to start that process, right? Get a staging ground on that high ground yourself, get a kill, and go from there, but it doesn't pay off. You've lost a Kiriko already. You use a sound barrier to try and stay in the fight, and there's an aspect of maybe it would have been better just to have let this one go. Garchomp able to find Dynasty at the very least there, but the accretion comes clattering in soon after. Spend a sound barrier, still lose the fight. Can't be happy with that result.
Yeah, they do get the lead, but I imagine this lead is going to flip rather quickly here as Paradox, the high ground, is alive. Just trying to battle Dove here in a little bit of a one-on-one. As that will be Obsidian getting the lead. They ended up using their Amp Matrix here in the last fight, but also there's not... Yeah, there's not a great opportunity, you know, when you're pushing into the opposing team's high ground to use the Matrix, but Jazza with a long-range shot there on the Dove.
Right, there it is. I mean, that's the win condition of these setups. You know, either your hit scan finds a pick or your Sombra gets in and gets an assassination. Jazza and Glacial giving us both, and that's what puts Nardwin back in a commanding position. Obsidian didn't want to spend beat in that fight. They weren't really fighting. But they're eventually going to want to make use of it as Mayhem is building yet another one soon. You don't want to get lapped. That's a horrible old economy for you. You want to use a beat early and often and turn it into fight wins.
Yeah, this is good though for Nardwin. They push on forward. They see two players out. Jazza falls early at the hands of AJMR, but it's still far enough for them to get now a pretty substantial lead, right? Above 10 meters in terms of a lead. Obsidian still holding on to this sound barrier. I wonder if they must think that Glacial had the EMP like a fight or two ago.
Yes, I also think they're investing heavily in order to try and get this checkpoint. I think they don't want to sort of leak ultimates like we saw Nardwin do on occasion and have to rely on getting picks and winning fights in like less likely manners. So might just be investment here. Dynasty hack, Dove, they're going to send the Bob in. That's one they're happy to part with for the time being. Big Bad and Bustling off to business. It's going to be Glacial brought down after the EMP, and the sound barrier is a great response. Now we're starting to get some of these key abilities drawn out of Obsidian, and they're making use of them here. It's headed for the hills. Nardwin, everybody in full-scale retreat, and this means Dove can set up and be oppressive in this high ground position. This will give you the space to at least even up a score. There's a possibility for that checkpoint too, as again, a Gravitic Flux here would be absolutely diabolical for Nardwin to have to face. They've got one of their own here who lets it go first. Flux only catches Tread, AJR, MR, and in the Immortality Field, and that's going to keep Tread alive when they come to the ground. There's the lead. There's the checkpoint for Obsidian.
Yeah, and I think more importantly, right, it's a really nice Amp Matrix. They push up, they use it as a group. They get the checkpoint. Now just getting it around the corner here. You're going to have Blade. And you're going to have this Flux with nothing on the other side. This is going to be the Flux. Tread just trying to dodge that accretion.
Sound barrier used really for Nardwin just to stay in this thing, and they still lose Mayhem to the dynamite explosion. Tread does see a player behind him, and unperturbed for now. Kinetic Grass, this will buy a lot of time as that bot is still advancing here. It's like a 45-meter push for a timeless Obsidian, and they'll be happy, more than happy with that result.
Yeah. And Nardwin is actually kind of fortunate, Mitch. They get Dynasty early in that fight, which they can use that sound barrier now to kind of combo, go against that Gravitic Flux on the other side. But if Dynasty would have lived and they use that beat and then the Gravitic Flux, you would have had a free Blade there for Dynasty going up against Nardwin, which at that point the car probably would have pushed even closer to the end of the map.
Blade here for Dynasty still. No opportunity to use it. 2 picks from Jazza. And there's more now as Nardwin come crashing in like an avalanche. What do Obsidian have to actually slow this down? Like a Blade, you throw that in, there isn't an Immortality Fill for Nardwin. You have to bank on that?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough. And now with what, Tracer, Cassidy, you can put a little bit more pressure on Dove. You just need to find this like medium range that you're going to fight in. Is Dynasty just in a really odd spot.
They already used Suzu. This is the opportunity. Dynasty doesn't even have to draw the steal to find these two. They knew he was there. They were aware that the Genji was in a flanking position. The Dynasty still drags them down as he comes back over. The rest of Obsidian doing a great job forcing those defensive cooldowns before the fight happened.
Yeah, it looks like the Hinder misses. It's a big deflect there from Dynasty, gets some big damage down with it, and then doesn't even need to use the Blade right there. It's just dashes and cleaning up. The rest of Nardwin, and this is where push becomes pretty difficult to have Garchomp gonna. I don't think he connect with anything there, right?
Nothing. Not a damn thing. Nobody from Thailand's Obsidian caught inside that Gravitic Flux. That Sigma ultimate completely wasted, and all it did really was signal the go for Obsidian to run into the rest of them and take a bit of a brawl. Blade used there by Dynasty. It didn't headline the fight. Didn't have to. Jazza taken down potentially by a mag grenade. Unclear.
I think he kind of I think he turns the corner there, Garchomp, to end up trying to dodge the accretion coming from Tread, and then ends up not getting anybody. AJMR Uses this AM Matrix up front yet again. This is how they got an advantage in the previous fight.
This is a huge part of the Sigma mirror, right?
Oh, I mean,
hitting
look at
that
that,
accretion while your opponent is going for a flux. Garchomp was full health there, but AM Matrix and AJMR completing the kill.
Yeah. I was gonna say, like, lips up Garchomp with the Gravitic Flux, and then into, like, line of sight of players just shooting through that AM Matrix at that Sigma up in the sky. Nothing you can really do there.
Might be a quick series, this one, Matt. Jazzo. Deadeye a little bit hard to guarantee here with Sigma Shield, so you push past it instead. Try and get Obsidian to scatter. Get rid of the Immortality Field. They've done the right things here. Remove some of these defensive cooldowns. And they haven't spent too heavily either. Pulse Bomb there for Glacial to secure the kill on Dub. That's fine. They keep it beat. They keep it Deadeye. But it's 49 seconds left to play.
Yeah, I think you're just trying to contest, just burn clock there if you're Obsidian, which they do is... and now will be not to win. You got to win about, what, 3-4 fights in a row here?
It's almost impossible.
Yeah, it's going to be quite brutal to do.
Still the Genji for Dynasty building close to yet another Blade. Can Deadeye from Jazza catch anyone out here? AJMR down. Okay, Sound Barrier is available for momentum, but Obsidian will probably just give this up.
The Bob buys so much space. I mean, oh, look at this. You're going to have to use Sound Barrier and the Deadeye here just to feel comfortable.
I mean, that's devastating. Obsidian don't use any ultimates here. The Bob used earlier on. They hold on to Blade, they hold on to Beat, and they might as well get away with this. Oh, unreal! Gravitic Flux gonna catch Paradox. The Garchomp can't do anything. Held aloft as he is stewed by shot after shot. And Timeless Obsidian win this elimination match. They stay alive in Group C.
Yeah, I mean, they looked awesome, right? Even kind of forced off of the Maga comps for a little bit there, where No-I'd Win started to look a bit better. Obsidian comes through today, and they take care of business. I mean, that was as dominant of a showing I think we've seen.
It really was, and I love that we got to see a Mei again earlier in the EMEA region. We saw Kaiser on the Mei. That really was such a huge difference maker in those fights for all. Making him come out on top. So on map number 1, Mei was the story here for Obsidian. Dynasty absolutely had the same effect for his team. And after that, I mean, it was a bit of a beatdown. So there's really only so much you can say about the maps.
Yeah, I mean, typically, not typically, this weekend, with how things were going, you thought you would see a ton of Maga. We really only saw it on Li Zhang Tower, right? They played like some Sigma, Ramatra, different types of things for both of these teams. But man, when you saw that Maga mirror, you could tell Obsidian had that locked down.
Yeah, I think that the Ramatra Sigma matchup was quite compelling through King's Row here. The Malga setups, I don't think Mei is good universally in these Malga comps. I think we saw that a little bit. Glacial struggled on this map because, again, you've got ways to get around Mei. When you can really force people to play in chokes and when you can deny synergies and combos of that ability, it's great. Well, honestly, a lot of versatility here, I think. Dynasty's showing us a ton of different picks. The Genji here looks really good. In fairness, they're doing a great job of focusing backliners down. I think AJMR did, able to sort of cold in that fight to also assist. The Cassidy found some value too, right? That hindrance, the Mag Grenade is really important. And there are some setups, there are some comps in which it's a difference maker, right? You're dealing with Doom, you're dealing with Sombra, you're dealing with Tracer, you're dealing anything with like Genji. Cassidy, very, very powerful still, but his usefulness outside of that, his utility is still narrow. It's still rough, and on a map like Colosseo, it's not an option. You're going to play with a longer range hit scan. This fight is huge. Dynasty, the deflect, the map pointed out is massive, but they hear the Suzu go off. That's their window to go in and pressure, and didn't even have to blade in order to absolutely wreck them. It's great to see that Genji has applications here too.
Yeah, and I'll be curious to see when Obsidian goes up in their next match, right?
Yeah, maybe, right?
Or some of the top teams, top teams versus each other, what it looks like in terms of the meta, because we saw a lot of deviation from Maga there. I wonder if there are teams that have then kind of cooked up something that maybe stops that Maga, or at least gets teams to switch off of it, gives them enough trouble to. And then the meta is kind of all up in the air if that's the case. Yeah.
I mean, I love that though. I do like that, or I think it goes to show that none of the teams are that comfortable on that Maga comp yet. Therefore, they are more likely to make those switches and just revert back to something that they just feel a little bit more practiced on. Because again, like for the people just tuning in, this is a very recent patch. None of those teams had a lot of time to scrim and really see what the limitations of that composition are, how to play it, and how to play against it.
Hey, you know who's still pretty good though? Lucio.
Yeah, Lucio.
Lucio. Hey,
Lucio pretty good. I think that also, like we were talking about this at the start of the series, safest doesn't necessarily mean best. Right?
Yes.
And like it is consistent and it is straightforward, but it's also not easy to play. We talked a lot, Zoe, as well, about how the neutral fight is becoming, a concept we want to revisit and talk about a lot more. Because in Amalgam Mirrors, right, it comes down to not ultimate spark abilities and those small differences in composition. Is there a Sombra? Is there a Mei? Is there a Reaper? Is there a Sojourn, Cassidy, whatever it might be? So even that, it's no guarantee. And some teams just might not have that level of comfort yet. Also, there are windows in between these defensive cooldowns. You exploit them with heroes like Genji, who can be flexible and can get started real quick if he has to.
I think I think everything's kind of like up for grabs in terms of the meta. I think like obviously Maga seems to be very strong. I think like Lucio enables like so much of these things to happen because
a real conflict.
Because characters who shouldn't have mobility then get comboed with Lucio, and now everybody has mobility, right?
Darn that enabler, man.
Have healing. Well, characters that have passive healing, it stacks.
Group speed is so massive. I mean, it was the same type of thing during GOATs, right? Like if you kind of took Lucio away from that and made those comps immobile, you could, in theory, when people, would scream on Twitter about like, "Hey, play Pharah," and
would lose to
so we were all pointing our fingers in the wrong direction.
Yeah. Yes.
It's not Maga's fault. It's really Lucio, the enabler, who's the
Lucio
root of
the
all
enabler.
evil. Yeah, all evil.
That's his new nickname.
Lucio the enabler, the root of all evil. Is wearing skates. Who would have thought? Man. No, but I do like that. I also just love to still see teams having different identities. I think we already saw that also in the EU region earlier today, or rather EMEA region, excuse me. I don't like having metas where everyone like back in GOATs, like you had to play GOATs or bust. Like that was just the
no
only
one likes
real
it.
option.
We were just paid to like it. We were paid to like it.
Literally, actually, that's
we just
what happened,
pretended. Look how excited we were when Nori banned Mei when we did hero pools. Like you could see it.
He did so well. But like I love the meta we had prior to this patch. I love that it was wide open. And I hope that the players will just continue in that trend and still find their own identity and not necessarily buy into, well, this has a huge buff now, so therefore we have to run with it. I don't, as you said, that's not necessarily a recipe for success.
Yeah, I think the patch hit so, Tuesday, right? And then you're kind of like, oh, we have a match this weekend. What's the thing we can play this weekend? And the easiest thing you can find is Cardiac Overdrive, Reaper, Lucio, go forward. Where I think as more people play in ranked, as different types of scrims happen and whatnot, I think the regions get to watch each other a little bit, right? Like not a lot of sim so far today. I think you'll see things kind of change a little bit.
Everyone can still copy each other's homework. Now let's chat to the winner. We have an audio-only interview with Dynasty, who also made player of the match. First of all, of course, congratulations to you and the squad. How are you doing?
Thank you. We're doing good. That was a good match, I would say. Very fast tempo. I liked it.
Yeah, dominant. I would do good after such a performance as well. Now, of course, new team, new format, new meta now as well. Do you feel like your team has found their stride yet?
In terms of this new patch, I would say so. I feel like the Maga meta is it's very solidified. It's like you just play Maga, Moira, Lucio, and like you can just alternate between DPS, and I think that's something me and Dove can do very well. I can probably play literally anything.
We did see in the series, though, you guys go away from the Maga a little bit. Is that like something that you think is maybe just like on King's Row? Is that, what kind of like reads do you see that would force somebody off of Maga at the moment?
Well, we saw on King's Row that they were starting to play Sigma comp on that map because they were losing the Maga mirror. So we figured that on Colosseo, historically, Sigma is good because of how the open lane works. we thought that like if we mirrored, we would just like beat them in that because we have better players at the core. So that's the concept. It's like we'll just mirror and beat them.
You have a chance to get out of this group and make the main event still, right? Obviously, tough matchup against the sister team. You have M80 on the docket, who obviously had a very close game against Timeless. Different meta. I mean, yeah, things looking a little bit different now, feeling a little bit different. Do you guys feel like you're able to show us a little bit more of what you're capable of in that matchup to get out of the group?
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. I think we can definitely beat M80. Like, I'm not even worried. If we lose, we lose. But
Not
it is
even
what it is.
worried.
Because like they have really good players, but like some of them aren't ping, and I'm very confident in my team's ability.
That's awesome. That's the confidence you need. That's how you should rock up to every single match you're playing. And that's the kind of Genji I personally need on my team as well. So Dynasty, thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat. Best of luck to you and the squad in your next match against M80.
No problem. Thank you guys for having me. Have a good day.
You too. Always a blast to hear it from our players. Yeah, I mean, they were so dominant. I don't really think the opposition pushed them very far out of their comfort zone. I'm sure it's going to be a different story going up against M80. That is going to come up very soon, and we'll see who's going to make it out of the group. For now, we're going to head into a quick break. After that, we're going to see Beluga's platoon going up against Pirates in Pajamas. There, I got there in the end.
My God.
It is. There's always a Pirates and a Pajamas team somewhere in every open
Now they're
format.
the same team.
Now they're the same team. It is what it is. That's Group D elimination coming up next, right after this.
Eagles will take Contender Season 0.
Lightning Smith have done it. They will fly high. San Francisco shock like a champions. Whoever said lightning doesn't strike twice has never met San Francisco shock. Shanghai Dragons are your champions. Dallas Fuel take their place amongst the stars. Florida Mayhem are your kings for all time.
Oh, that's so fun.
Some blasts from the past right there. Welcome back, everyone. We're getting ready for our second match here in the NA region. It's going to be another elimination match. 2 squads fighting for survival. Let's dive straight into our first roster. Beluga is the one I want to take a look at first. I mean, I think the most notable player in this entire squad has got to be Halo. She was with Boston Uprising in 2020, NYXL in 2023. Plenty of success, of course, also in Calling All Heroes, Collegiate, Contenders, you name it. But there's a lot of well-known faces in there. Also, Bun's Genji is nasty. Like, I remember you, Bun.
Yeah, no, we've seen both of these players play before as well. I love also that, I guess, Beluga is the team captain. They just named themselves after
Sit on the bench.
That's some good
team
leadership.
Costa vibes there.
Oh man. Let's talk about another pirate slash ninja pajamas. Can we? We're still doing.
Can
this.
we stop
That's
that?
fine. Yeah.
Like,
Pirates and ninjas are not the same.
No.
They're adjacent. Magic 8-Ball. I think that's also definitely a player no one will ever forget. Be that just for the name.
Yeah, of course. I mean, name's great. Also, I think like it's worth casting your minds back to that Wisp roster, right? That team really made some waves, I think, in the pro-ams throughout last year, and really impressed us. Struggled at points, but yeah, found some great results. So, this is a team that, again, when we have these elimination matches, it's important to remember that like prior to this, we don't get to see a ton from these teams because quite often they struggle in like 3-0s, right? They come out against the top teams. They're in this elimination game. So this is like their best chance, these elimination matches, to sort of see what these teams can provide. Like both of these rosters, right? I think Beluga's Platoon took a map off Dreamland, so that's something to go on, but that's really all we're working with.
Yeah, they did. Students of the Game was the team that Pip went up against, and they ended up losing that one 3-0. And then Students of the Game ended up going on and winning against Dreamland 3-0 as well. So, which gives you an idea how strong Students of the Game was. Kind of going clean throughout the group, where Beluga's Platoon gave Dreamland some potential trouble, right? 3-1 gives you an idea the series went pretty far. Li Shang Tower here to kick things off. We are going to get, so this is going to be a Maga mirror matchup with Sombra in the mix.
All right, no May yet. Seen him work really well on this map, but that's not where either of these two teams are leaning. He's that neutral again. Sawhill taken low early. Pastel also seen better days. Great start here for Stone. And without any of those ultimates drawn out, we don't have a long extended fight as these two teams are actually able to sort of derive advantages long before that.
Yeah, it looked like a really early overdrive there from Sahil on Beluga's Platoon. So you don't have all that extra kind of team healing, team kind of leech there for that mid to neutral fight like you mentioned. And you end up coming out on the downside of it.
So he wants to try and make the way back in once more. It's an EMP or real life for Chronic though, and immediately it gets used, and it's devastating. The overrun there from Strider, cleaning part out to start the fight.
I think it's a headshot with the overrun.
Wait, what?
As well, yeah, I believe.
You can do that?
I think it can crit. I believe, I am not no Maga expert, but I believe you can. Yeah, I refuse to play the Maga, but I believe you actually can crit.
As someone who's played rugby against people from Samoa, that shoulder can crit. It can crit hard. I'll be honest with you. Strider here, cage match being used, sound barrier. The natural response here, Beluga's Platoon able to withstand that early amount of damage. Magic 8-Ball Divinity try as they might, cannot keep Pip standing at the start of that fight and losing the Malga. Oh wow, can't be a great sight.
No, and if you can flip this for Beluga's Platoon without using the EMP, that is huge, right? Because Bun can use the EMP coming up next. You think win the fight off of the back of that, and then maybe you're in a good spot. But look at this, Strider right back in the mix.
Yeah, another shoulder charge crit. Love to see that. And people waste no time in getting back. They never even concede the point.
Oh man.
I mean, they
use the EMP as well there. Does Beluga's platoon.
Oh gosh. Chronic has theirs online again as well. That really just ended the fight immediately. This could be a very, very fast round here. Beluga's platoon, knowingly or otherwise, about to walk headlong into another EMP. Hard to track, potentially, over the course of these fights. Chronic goes for Doe cage match. Doesn't stop them from getting great connection, and Stone spins on in. That's 3 with a Death Blossom. And that's that for Beluga's platoon in this first round.
I mean, it's just a dominant showing by Pirates in Pajamas here early on. Doing a great job kind of cycling these ultimates. Beluga's platoon, I thought, had an advantage where if they would have been able to flip the point, having Bun hold on to her EMP, he would have been a great spot to potentially kind of like, extend that. But Stretch comes right back in on the Maul, picks up 2, and then it's right back in control. Pirates in Pajamas.
Not really a whole lot to mention here. I think the one opportunity Beluga's platoon had was that early pick on Strider, where they shrug off the cage match and have like a well-timed sound barrier. It comes at just the right time, and Pirates in Pajamas aren't able to emulate that to any degree. But they stay alive in the fight because their sustain is so inherently high, and it's enough time for Strider to literally just saunter back over to the fight, get involved, find a great connection on the stomp, and then again they're back in control.
Yeah, and keep an eye on when these Morgas decide to pop that like cardiac overdrive, right? It's such a huge cooldown. They'll kind of like glow a little bit before they're on first person. They kind of have that bar in the middle of their screen, and just the ability to give kind of that overhealth to everybody else. The leech is massive. Is that time it looks like it's Sahil using it early on, maybe trying to go and push up, get a kill, but they lose Pastel.
A lot of pressure here on Sawhill. Once again, losing that key DPS at the start of the fight. That happened to Pastel at the start of that Gardens engagement. And look how quickly these Sombra ultimates get accrued. Even in a losing fight, Bungie's been able to build up a 91% charge.
Oh wow, they lose Magic Maple. I don't want to wear you flame from Holden Good Soil. That triple there is just kind of comes out of nowhere. So that's one way to flip the point here for Beluga's platoon.
We have seen this multiple times now over the course of this, the very start of this series. Is he really make an entrance on that Malga? Overrun into Stomp is incredibly powerful combination with that short stun attached to it as well, if you're able to catch them close to the epicenter. Absolutely brutal stuff.
So they'll have Bun's EMP here. Coalescence from neutral. Kick things off. That's going to be an EMP. Nice sound barrier in response from Halo.
Yeah, it's good from Halo, but Pastel doesn't have the opportunity to Wraith walk away. Once they realize that things are about to get ugly, Bun playing from the extremities here, but can't get remotely close enough to confirm any kills, and is too low in HP to make a difference.
Yeah, but you'll come back. You'll have Bun's EMP, and then you'll also have the Death Blossom here for Pastel. So potentially an opportunity where if Pirates in Pajamas plays close, maybe you can get that sound barrier out, counter with that EMP, maybe get a speed boost in with your Death Blossom. That's going to be a K-Trench early from Sahil.
Oh, the beat, is it enough? No, EMP comes in. Okay, Magic Maple. The ultimate was there, but no coming back for that wombo from Beluga's platoon. Finally, Pastel able to drag them out of that fight there. The EMP from Bun, that was sublime.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they need, right? Pastel, she comes down from the higher ground, big Death Blossom with Bun using that EMP in the mix. So Beluga's platoon does not want to go down like they did that first time. It's going to be a cage match they walk right into.
Yeah, Pirates in Pajamas want this fight. They want it bad. And they get the result they came for. Straight back to the point now. And they'll be flipping just. The score is approximately equalized. They spend a bit on that. But Chronic will be sitting on an EMP heading into this next fight. The timing of this is important, with Neutral and Halo both getting close to key support ultimates.
Yeah, and I think both these teams, you see some fights where that time it's like Beluga's platoon, they get aggressive, they go right into the cage match. I think both teams, really just about everybody, just figuring out how you kind of play around some of these ultimates at the moment. That's how you lose Halo right away. You have to back out, but you don't have that speed.
Chronic now, they're considering whether they even need the EMP. Coalescence might not be enough to draw this out of them here. They see Neutral going for that call, but no one really benefiting from it there. And that's one ultimate unable to be used in that fight, or unable to be built from Halo, and the Coalescence absolutely shrugged off here by Pirates in Pajamas, and you still have an EMP. Enough now that you can try and end the round, as Bun will likely have one as well. It's all about getting it off first.
Yeah, I was going to say, where does Chronic play with this? Is Bun trying to work around the outside potentially here?
He's got a good angle, but thinks twice about it. Yeah, it's going to be Chronic letting this go. Sound barrier is going to be there, though. Halo, they do a great job of getting into a position to get use out of that ability, and will throw the Death Blossom in to confirm the fight win. That was excellent. Both Halo and Bun knew exactly how to play around Chronic's EMP.
Yeah, it seems like Bunchy's just kind of like baited out the EMP on the other side, and then after that, when the EMP comes in from Chronic, it's Halo, the beautiful sound barrier, and then once you get that second EMP, and that fight's kind of like all just taking place because, you know, both teams are so committed at that moment, the second EMP is massive.
Soundberry here, though, for Magic Mayball. You've got a lot of brute force in this fight. Caught in the cage match, but still able to get the ultimate out as they drop down. Death Blossom here. I'm not in here with you. You're in here with me. Now we'll see Strider throw the cage match down, but no one really here. Only the spectators looking on and jeering at the Fallen. As Beluga Spittoon will have to have Bun give it a tickle. She'll be forced away very quickly. Neutral looking to do the same. Sawhill has returned to the fray now on the Doomfist. A hack here would be devastating, though, for Doomfist's ability to stay alive. But Chronic gets brought down. Pastel's able to find that Sombra here, and somehow Sawhill stood for so long. Very aggressive Cole there from Neutral, looking for whatever they can find. Eventually going to be slurped on down. It will just be Halo looking in from outside of the point. The Farah drops down as Pastel removed. And Pirates in Pajamas seal up this first map.
A really competitive map number one between both teams there. I think it just comes down to, like, you know, when you're going to use that cardiac overdrive, like maybe using it a little bit early. And then also some of the fights, like the, you know, that last one, for instance, right? Like Sol ends up taking like a chunk of damage, not really sure from where. And once you get that Maga that low, the other team, you know, can just kind of like dash right in there and make a play for the point.
What are you looking for in the cardiac overdrive timing then? You know, like there is a too early and too late, so there has to be a condition in which you can best employ it.
Or like how you're going to use it, right? Do you want to get aggressive behind it? Like it feels like to just use it and stand there in the neutral and trade doesn't really do much of anything, because then let's say you decide to push in after that. The other team, they have that cardiac overdrive. They have like an inherent heal advantage as long as they're doing damage, right? Like it feels like you're in a bad spot then. So I think teams probably, you know, some of the pro teams, you know, or remnants of pro teams from last year, right? They probably have a really good idea of kind of like how to use that and whatnot. But like Maga, like he was super popular and ranked for a while, right? Like I know we saw a little bit of him, I know, in like you know, not really an owl, but like in other forms of play, right? For whatever reason, I think like we didn't really see a ton of Maga in owl.
Well,
but
that's because Maga was released. I mean,
yeah.
So
yeah, right. I was like, wait a second. I was like, we never saw anybody really run this. Yeah, so like in other competitions, we did see like Maga be played, right? But obviously, it's a way different game now with the DPS passive and everything going on. Where I think just trying to figure out ways to, you know, get the most value out of it.
Yeah, absolutely. But the rest of these comps, right, they look as they always have. When it's a high sustain, death ball, low mobility-esque type sort of look, right? Maga is the big difference maker here. And I thought like you point out the timing of the Maga cooldowns, because they're very impactful, right? Whether you're charging in and stomping, we could just see how huge it was in that first clip where there was an EMP behind it. I love this disengage. Not only does Bunchy get out,
yeah, this is awesome.
Halo also gets out of that EMP. Very, very nicely done. It's a little unfortunate the way the sort of fight transpired after that, because it's just a brute force Magic 8 Ball EMP. You see, rather Sound Barrier, you see it here inside the cage match, a little risky. And the Death Blossom, which you don't really have the defensive or the healing based cooldowns to mitigate. So you end up just having to take the full brunt of that.
And I'm curious, you know, in the last series, right, we saw both teams kind of move away from Maga as the series went on. What we see in this one, whether we see kind of like the Maga commitment, whether we see them kind of like change, you know, around, maybe there's some Sigma play here. You know, I for whatever reason, it feels like maybe like the last series was like so one-sided in the end, you kind of like use that as like an outlier, like that's not how things are going to go down, where they just decided to mirror because they felt it was the safest option, right? And
yeah, mirroring the Sigma comp probably is. Yeah. Also, it's like, how much experience do they have against of playing Maga against a Sigma comp at this point? I mean, speaking to Dynasty, I mean, they felt like they actually had it pretty solved and that the meta was fairly straightforward. But I don't think we see that unless a team actually chooses to opt out of the Malga comp. And plenty of teams losing in a Malga mirror will still not do that. They will still play it. They will still try and find advantages. So I have the suspicion that might be a little bit of an outlier. King's Row, of course, and the comp that plays well around Malga rather, doesn't really do a whole lot with high ground always. And
I think the fights
on the low ground.
The fights are also like, and the map was so competitive that I also, if you're like Beluga Splatoon, right, I don't think the conversation is like, oh, we just can't play this against this team. We have to change, right? Like, I think it's like, oh, okay, maybe we play this situation a little bit differently, this other situation, a different way, right? And then you're kind of good to go.
Quite possibly. Yeah, I mean, there's not enough evidence to suggest you can't hang in the mirror.
Yeah.
And that's a decision that we could even have seen made in the previous match. You could just say we need to tighten up the calling and some of our cooldown usage. Again, we talked about how the neutral was so one-sided on that first map. And then what tends to happen is that for every fight after that, both teams have at least 2 ultimates of some kind. And they're all game-winning, they're all impactful. Like Pirates in Pajamas win that previous game, that previous map, Lijiang, without EMP or cage match or colossus. It's just like Sound Barrier, Death Blossom. So you have a number of combinations that can be fight winning on their own. You don't have to wait to build up a critical mass. So you don't always get that altless neutral after the first fight because it's for most of the maps, one of the teams or both has enough ultimates to create a combo.
So it looks like Pirates in Pajamas up on the high ground here, kick things off. Like we kind of thought potentially, no changes in terms of comp where Beluga Splatoon gonna try and play point, but play underneath this high ground, force a drop down.
Already used Cardiac Overdrive, both sides have, and okay, as that expires, they back away. This is a little bit scary though. I like Halo trying to run interference there, make it harder for Pirates in Pajamas to chase this down, but now you have no Lucio to help you get out in the first place. Your tool to stop the chase was also the one you needed to run.
Yeah, I mean, right there you see not able to make it out. It's a little chase down here from Pirates in Pajamas, where you did get some point progress here for Beluga Splatoon, but they try and force a fight lower, right? They kind of have, a few players play underneath the point, force, Pirates in Pajamas to jump down, and then once you lose the Lucio, it's like all your speed and mobility taken away.
The low ground feels uncomfortable to play here, Matt, because, Pirates in Pajamas, Chronic and Stone can drop in kind of wherever they want to here. They don't have to always fight their way through a front line or risk getting caught on the way to a back line. There's no Cassidy grenade. There's not even a lot of, solid CC to stop, a flanking hero. So it's a little bit scary. You can pick and choose, and Pirates in Pajamas, just spent the EMP. One ultimate fight win in this economy is extremely important.
Yeah, Beluga Splatoon, they end up using an EMP as well. In Coalescence, you just don't now, what do you do? It's pretty much a dry fight, right? You're running in here, it's going to be the Cage Death Blossom combo. There's no way you're going to live through this.
That's so messed up. And you have both support ults. Oh, God.
Right.
You use no support ults. In fact, the person really doing all the work was Stone there. They drop in. Obviously, Cardiac Overdrive is pretty powerful when you already have, some degree of lifesteal. But that is absolutely brutal. And really rationing these ultimates well, such that EMP will be back for the next fight. You'll always have something to play with.
So Beluga Splatoon, it just looks like they're trying to figure out how do they want to attack this. They're going to go lower again. You see, there's no real line of sight for Pirates in Pajamas to do damage. I feel like they have to know they're going to be jumping into. Oh, what was that? As Pass Down just dominates Stone there.
Yeah, I guess just insta kill, the headshot hitbox just lining up perfectly. Support ultimate's coming out now. That's been enough, at least for Pirates in Pajamas to bring the Malga down. The EMP from Bun, though, can it save the day? Looks like that's a yes. Great follow-up there as well as Pastel found 2. Not counting, of course, that Stone pick as they dropped straight onto the point like their namesake. The start of the fight.
Yeah, I mean, it was a huge early pickoff, right? I mean, the Reaper's a large source of damage, especially when you're going to fight in that close quarter area. And for Pastel to find Stone early, that is a huge pickup for Beluga's Platoon. That's going to get the payload moving here through the second phase of the map. So, but maybe you get a cage match during this if you're Pirates in Pajamas. But otherwise, I mean, this is one of the rare fights where I think we're going to see no ultimates on both sides.
He's trying to not convince there by that stomp. Unwilling to commit, but Stone was playing in the front line quite happily. You can see 4 or 5 players at any one time benefiting from Cardiac Overdrive. who are playing in a deathball setup. Great pursuit here. Well, if there was a fade available, yep, it's going to be used now. Neutral has to pull the plug on that one.
And now this is brutal because you're going to be like stuck in this first choke and EMPs, cage fight. Like, this feels like where you can get like a few good holds here if you're Pirates in Pajamas. I go early EMP here, yeah.
Fun avoids it. They're going to use an EMP to follow straight up. I like the timing from her, but again, Pirates in Pajamas already able to get some of these big ultimates out. Losing one player is enough.
And it looks like what happened there to Pastel was it was the EMP plus the virus, and then it looks like they got hit by the stomp and like knocked down and just not able to use any of the cooldowns like Wraithwalk to get away.
Yeah, it's a pretty long lockout, isn't it? After getting EMP, the knockdown is pretty obnoxious. So
it's a brutal combo.
2 minutes to play here for Beluga's platoon. Stone again. May reconsider playing too close here after the fact they're coming with the Death Blossom. Most of Beluga's platoon able to disperse away from that, but Sawhill was not fast enough or lucky enough. Pick your poison. Chronic now, spearheading back into the choke right behind Strider.
Yeah, so it looks like they just go back and get the cleanup. So this is what I was talking about. Like this choke, I mean, think about this choke like even during, GOATS back in the day, right? It was really difficult to get through his neutral. It looks like potentially caught out here. Is what's going on? Are they gonna chase this? No, they're gonna back up.
I like how this, a little bit of action on the card. They might have a chance to get a short-handed engagement or one that favors them. Halo brought down. Interesting, the EMP committed there by Bunch. He's hoping to start a fight the rest of the team could follow up on, but they are just a little too late to the scene.
It's coalesces for both sides. I don't think you can push this if you're Beluga's platoon, right? You need Sawhill back in the fight. And look at this, it's just kind of like the cycle of life, right? You're going to be walking into another EMP. Like,
is that the cycle of life?
Yep, you just walk into an EMP,
well, I would rather
you walk into a
cage
match.
Then.
You walk into a cage match.
Just make me an avocado and be done with it. That's not the kind of life I'm out here trying to live. I'll be honest with you.
Man, it's so difficult. Like, what do you even, this is the same way I kind of felt when you watched GOATS. It's like sometimes like there's just not really a play that you can make.
It feels deterministic, right?
Like right there, like Pastel, like what is she supposed to do? Like gets hit with an EMP. They have a speed boost and they just run into a doorway with like 3 players. Like there's nothing you can really do in that situation.
Cycle of life continues. The wheel keeps turning, as they say. Beluga's platoon have to come up with an answer. This time, though, it's a cage match immediately. Pastel does able to bring Divinity down a little bit too close to the front line for the Moira, perhaps. But Stone has the Death Blossom of their own. Mutual knockdown between the Malgas, but one has friends. The other is all on their lonesome. And Beluga's platoon are halted here, midway through second.
Yeah, and for Beluga's platoon, right, you got first point. You got it through that choke, although not, around the first or second corner. So you do give yourself an opportunity to potentially, still win the map, right? A full hold here, obviously a terrible scenario. Probably just as bad as actually having the payload stop underneath that first archway. Like that is, because like where the spawns are, right? And when you get spawned out, there'd be like really no opportunity to contest, where here, depending on like how like long a fight goes, there's still an opportunity. So obviously not ideal for Beluga's platoon, but still in a spot where you can actually make something happen out of this.
We did see how difficult it was to attack point A with this kind of composition, right? You have to try and draw the defenders down. You probably don't have the option or enough mobility to assail the high ground and push them off that way. At least we haven't sort of seen that yet. We do. I mean, that would be fun. That'd be very fun.
We've also seen, I would say as well, like as when we kind of talked a little bit in the pre-game, so Chronic showing off
the Edward Walk,
the new emote. Yup, the Edward Walk. I knew which one it was. But we talked a little bit about, and so it was like, well, what are you looking at, this weekend? It was kind of like, well, there's a lot of stuff from last week and you just kind of have to like throw away a little bit. Because this is why, like, we've seen Beluga's platoon, we've seen a lot of these players before, and like, they are really talented and really good. A meta like this though is way more kind of like cooldown usage and like playing around the team, as opposed to individual player, does
there's less room for that.
This, right? Yeah. So it can take teams that really thrive on like individual players making awesome plays, and really kind of throw them for a loop. And I think also on like short note, like not exactly short notice, right? Like, everybody knew there was a patch, but you don't exactly know what the meta is going to be with a patch. But like on short notice, like it's really difficult to then adjust. Like think about with GOATs, we saw teams that were like awesome at like different styles of play, like be pretty bad at it.
Yep, like
just
the
because of
Philadelphia
the way the
Fusion.
nature
We
was.
were practicing GOATs since like November the year before. They knew it was coming because it was in contenders. That's a great example of a team who just like couldn't figure it out. They had sick individuals. It was like Carpe close to his peak and EQO, and they couldn't make it happen. It's a different world. It's a different game. Honestly.
I also feel like this might be even more essentially, maybe volatile is not the right word, as next fight kicks off. It'll be Definity using the Coalescence here. I think they just want to like force out an ultimate and then maybe get a free EMP around this corner to try and get a win. But as neutral get to pick, that should be maybe they're gonna back out as Ohela actually ends up using the sound barrier. So in Pirates in Pajamas, you can just die here, right? If you wanted to. You're in a
you have no reason. No reason to commit anything more. It is more volatile, Matt, to return to the conversation. Well, because especially of the DPS passive, right? You can still insta-die.
I was going to say it's a little bit more volatile because you're having your only tank play a tank that not a lot of people main Maga. Like not a lot of people are like, consistently working on their, Maga play, right? It's a hero that's been kind of like nowhere for a while. So you're now asking players to pick it up on a week's notice.
That was beautiful, by the way. I mean, cage match absolutely shut down by that EMP. And that'll be it. Pirates in Pajamas sailing toward victory in this second map here, and not a thing Beluga's platoon can do about it. Better Malga Comp ends up finding success here. And again, that conversation we have about just what it takes to be able to pilot this Malga Comp in a mirror effectively, I'm sure it's going to continue evolving throughout the day, throughout the weekend, as well as we see all of our teams from NA and EMEA respectively try to get to grips with it. Unfortunately for Beluga's platoon, they have to do it now. They have to figure it out.
Yeah, they got to figure it. They have to figure out it, and they needed to figure it out live in front of all of us. It's just a brutal scenario. But I think it's like even harder than GOATs, right? You had your Reinhardt wasn't the best, right? But you had like a standout Zarya and Diva, and you could make something work, right? And we're down to one tank, so if you can't really play Maga and that's the hero that kind of everybody's orbiting around, it's really tough. And I think Beluga's platoon, they've played it. We've seen Sawhill actually do some nice things on the Maga, but it's kind of like the cooldown usage and the pace and the push and pull around the Maga that I think is kind of the difference right now.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. We talked about some of the smaller cooldown uses, also some of the micro things, like how you're charging in, where the virus is being sent, and also just how close your supports are lingering to your front line, how dangerously close they are, orbit enemy reapers and such, and the risk of getting caught out. This random player gets hacked, the Lottie gets hacked, can't fade. That's a big difference maker too. Okay, listen, we lost credibility. Well, I wouldn't lose credibility, but we also said there was a lot of minutiae to GOATs, which there is. But we're saying it again here, but it's in a very different way, because I do think the volatility is much higher than the GOATs era of Overwatch.
Yeah, I mean, you see right there, the EMP plus virus, that's a pretty substantial combo. And then look, Maga plus Reaper together in a close area with all of the lifesteal that they have going on with Moira, it's going to be tough. If you go into that fight as the team that's if you think of everybody's HP bar as just one big HP bar, if you go into that fight 75 to 90 on the other side, there is a very limited chance you are going to be able to win those fights, right? You're just kind of looking at total HP pools against each other here at the moment, where that's when you got to get a better idea of okay, when should we pull back, when should we go in,
but
how are we prioritizing targets.
Your total HP pool depends on the amount of damage you do under cardiac overdrive as well, effectively, right? Because that's more healing that you have available to you, which you can consider as effective HP in your sort of death ball raid boss analogy here. So yeah, I hope that we have an opportunity to point a little bit more to the small stuff that really makes a difference between these two teams. I think we've tried to focus on that. This is also a matchup rather without Mei. Neither team is playing Mei, so it's a little less positional. I think it's a little less about catching chokes, and it's got a lot more to do about the timings of Reapers and Sombras, excuse me, jumping in and hitting Q.
And to give you an idea of where both these teams like sat at coming into groups, right? Pirates in Pajamas is the number 12 seed overall. Beluga's Platoon is number 4. That's what I was saying, like, you know, a meta that can shake out in a way that's obviously not ideal for your team could be brutal. You know, we've seen Halo, we've seen Bun, we've seen a lot of these players do really nice things in this tournament and like in the past. And sometimes you just end up in a meta that is just, you have to figure it out fast, one, and then two, like, isn't ideal.
New Queen Streak going to be our third map here in this series, and for Beluga's Platoon, it could be their last in this stage of the OWCS. That's right, another elimination match is what we have in front of us now. Pirates in Pajamas have demonstrated a greater hunger, desire to move on potentially to the main event. Of course, getting out of these groups is not as simple as that, because still lurking in this group is Dreamland, who have already handed Beluga's Platoon a loss. And that Dreamland team also looking for their ticket to the main event. And that'll be obviously, again, pending the result of this matchup, right? Dreamland versus Pirates in Pajamas could actually be quite compelling. We haven't seen them play yet in this group. With how Pirates in Pajamas are looking, I think that'll be a close one.
Yeah, and I think both teams an opportunity here to make some changes before the spawn doors open up. I actually like this from Beluga's Platoon. Like, clearly what they were doing was not working. I believe in some scrims, we've seen Orisa against Maga, and then this is like our first good look at the Sim, where Bun will pick this up, and Sim does tons of damage now. Like, the ramp is so much faster.
Sometimes, though, none of that matters, and your Kiriko just hits a random knife. And headshots, the most important target on the enemy team.
You'll take that. You'll take that any day you can. As it looks like Beluga's Platoon, they'll get in control of this first. And so where I think the Sim can get like really sick value here is like in that neutral fight where maybe Maga has like a little bit more survivability than like an Orisa. The ramp amount of damage you can just put down onto the Maga is like massive. They also buff the Sim turrets to like be a little bit healthier. Like, you can't exactly just melee them down, I think, anymore. Like, they live on through that.
Well, pointing out that Fortify is a decent pick here. Is like Fortify tends to turn off any non-damaging effects, right? The fire, the burn is a damaging effect though, so that still, I believe, counts to some degree here, but you know, maybe that sort of longevity in the front line, as you've discussed, isn't so lopsided against the Orisa as we may first consider, because, again, that armor as well is effective damage reduction by, what, like 30%? So her effective health pool is much larger as a result of that armor.
Yeah, Beluga's Platoon got into a really weird spot there. They got control over the bot first, but just got pushed into like a really weird spot where they just kind of got surrounded there by Pirates in Pajamas. But it looks like they still have 2 players. Bun, she's still behind enemy lines. I think there's 1 more player as well.
This is tough for Bun. She has to contend with Sojourn being very threatening at long range and not having a shield to play from behind, like in these old sort of Ryan Symmetra Rush style comps. Also, Trace is very threatening if she can't really track them effectively as they run circles around you. To bear in mind here is Bun definitely needs to be mindful of that. She'll have her ultimate online though in just a moment here. There's the stick though. No real connect. It's going to be maybe even Suzu'd off there now as...
Yeah. That had to be a Suzu. I mean, that was a nice stick there from Stone. It had to be a Suzu that was able to save Bun, and that is going to be a big sim wall there. That potentially gets, yeah, it's still going to be able to get in the lead, but it's going to get them that bot back.
That's a big difference maker though in that fight. Bun doing well, stay alive there, deployed that ultimate. Pirates in Pajamas. Okay, making the switch to the Symmetra of their own. They're realizing that ramping damage is just far too good to pass up. Also just the frustration and the hampering effect that those turrets can give you if they are well placed here. The value proposition is good for Sim right now. We have these high sustained compositions. Pulse bomb drop there. Chronic able to deftly slide out of the way. We'll see Beluga's Platoon almost get that checkpoint off that fight.
Yeah, they back up just slightly here. They'll give up some. This is the spot they got pushed into the last time though. That I didn't really love. Is like Chronic gets up here on the high ground. Yeah, they get pushed into this stairway here. Is it's gonna be an overclock there. It takes out Halo.
That's huge. Soil under extreme duress there. Again, Chronic finding the perfect pick to start that fight with, and then, well, it is elementary. Again, the
whatever reason they don't want to hold that tube. Like this tube right here, like that, Belugas in Platoon, they give it up. That's the second time in a row where they've allowed, I know the last time I believe it was like a Strider in Chronic that wrapped around through there and pushed them into like that staircase. I feel like you got to control that. You can't give up that high ground, especially mid-map.
Big fight coming up here. Bolts honestly favor Pirates in Pajamas. Seems to be into the backside though. Bun, she's going for it. Did she remain? She might have pulled out there, but look how low Sawhill is, and Stone is well positioned to capitalize on that ramping damage. Okay, Kitsune Rush comes out here from Beluga's platoon. They take advantage of it. Sawhill's able to run Strider into the ground, but eventually it's a trade of tanks. Stone, though, not realizing how charged up Bun is. He's trying to keep a track of her right now, and it's actually Halo that brings him down. However, now Lucio reigns supreme as Magic 8-Ball finds 3 to end the fight. Pirates in Pajamas. Looking good now at that checkpoint to boot.
Yeah, he'll back out to try and speed some of the teammates back into the swing of things. So it's just going to be going back to get Stone. I feel like it's worth it though, just to get that checkpoint. I mean, that is massive. There's TP. Huge investment there from Beluga's platoon. That was Beat and Kitsune Rush kind of like layered on top of each other.
Pirates in Pajamas could go for like a cheap Kitsune Rush fight here. Terror Surge probably not too much of a concern for them. They're going to go for it. Yep, pop that ultimate and go straight ahead. Wall now being deployed here by Bun. Chronic trying to dance it as well as they possibly can. Oh, that could have been ugly. Magic 8-Ball able to avoid Chronic and avoid a multi-kill scenario by their own hand as that Pulse Bomb was well and truly adhered. Soil is down here, so with the looks of things, Pirates in Pajamas kind of get what they want. They're in a good position to reassume bot control now and get back to business.
Yeah, does it look like Sol's actually going for the Orisa ult inside there? It does charge up like way faster, but there was just so much damage in that close quarters. Not able to get anything massive with it.
That's not good.
Infinity takes out Neutral. That is bad.
Bun here having to retreat to the high ground once more. Damn, even Orisa melts under the scrutiny of Malga. That is scary. Once that armor's gone, that damage mitigation is a thing of the past. Chronic also with another overclock here, thinking about finding a way onto that high ground, but Beluga's platoon, that's going to be the first place they check when they hear the voice line from the Canadian hero. Stone brought down, though, another Kiriko pick for Neutral to absolve themselves of previous crimes, and oh my goodness, it's Borper business. Everybody running back and forth. that is tough to follow. Bun able to bring Magic 8-Ball down just with the architecture set up prior to the fight starting in Beluga's platoon. They're still chasing, man. 25 meters in this now as we're under half of the round left.
Yes, I think Pirates in Pajamas, look, if that was like they probably could have invested sound barrier into that. They had it. I think just playing this a little bit safe, knowing that Beluga's platoon hasn't even gotten that checkpoint there, having the sound barrier for this next fight be huge here. Just trying to force them around this corner. It's actually allowing Pirates in Pajamas to build up towards this Kitsune Rush as well.
Pastel, I think, knows that Kiriko and Sojourn are both nearby. I was hoping that maybe Power Slider gets used first. Magic 8-Ball, that's dangerous! Flying too close to the sun, apparently. And now's an opportunity to get a free pulse throw down. You already got the Lucio, so really you've already had the impact in this fight that you're looking for. Kitsune Rush here used by Pirates in Pajamas, maybe to aid a hasty retreat, but that's not going to be happening. They're going to be falling one by one here. Strider just doing Malga things, staying alive late in the fight. Hang on a minute, it's going to be a sound barrier that has to be used here by Halo to keep them alive inside the cage match. And Pirates in Pajamas have one of their own. Instead, they start to force back. Halo brought down by the Malga. Strider still looking for more. Will content himself with bringing down that turret, but that did not turn the direction Beluga's platoon thought it would.
Yeah, and I thought they had it. I mean, they get that early first pickoff. Pastel, she's up on the high ground there, and one of the players, I believe it's Magic 8-Ball, the Lucio, gets hit by that sim turret. Like, the damage is pretty good now, and it obviously has that slow effect and just chases down that Lucio, gets that first pick. But man, it is difficult to win if you're not going to get the Mog out of the equation. I mean, just Strider able to live for so long.
This is incredibly chaotic here. Pirates in Pajamas not really working with any big ultimates here, so happy to take an ultless fight in fairly neutral territory. Bot's got a fair bit of walking to do to be able to threaten the checkpoint here for Beluga Splatoon.
Yeah, it's the 3K with the sim turrets right by the bot. So I just drop those down and let them just go to work, as this should be Beluga Splatoon getting the checkpoint. They do have potentially, you know, a window here, right? Kitsune Rush and Terror Surge here. You're down to 1 minute and 35. They're going to use this Kitsune Rush like sideways over the objective.
Neutral though, copping a fair bit of damage early now. Attention on Strider. Can the Malga stay alive under this level of scrutiny? Checkpoint achieved here for Beluga Splatoon. For Pirates in Pajamas, the objective is not so much stopping the checkpoint. They know they're not favored in the ultimate fight. It's about halting any further progress into their territory. Chronic's charged up and is close to an overclock here. That represents an opportunity. Bun threatening a TP into the back line. That was the Terror Surge, and that's a ton of damage. Strider, Stone, and Chronic fall like dominoes. In Beluga Splatoon now, they can really start to threaten the lead.
I mean, that is massive. I didn't really think they got a ton out of the Kitsune Rush to fight earlier, but the Terror Surge, like you mentioned, combination there. You know, Pulse Bob used as well. Tons of damage there. Beluga Splatoon getting very close, not taking the lead just yet, but right at the goal.
They've got to go. Javelin almost
they gotta win this fight.
Splatoon the lead there. Somehow Magic Maple was able to keep things sold out, but they are so low they can't be part of the fight, and Pastel chased them to the ends of the earth. Magic Maple, all he was trying to do was stall and gets punished for it. Stone drops down, lays into pieces by Bun, and Beluga Splatoon now have themselves the lead. And they draw the Kitsune Rush out of Pirates in Pajamas. And there's 16 seconds left. This is getting ugly now for the team who was poised to take the series away.
Yeah, Beluga Splatoon has their own Kitsune Rush. Potentially trying to get a full map completion here would be huge in terms of maybe give them a little bit more confidence moving forward in the series.
Tracer down. Pastel extending a little too far, perhaps. Neutral with the Kitsune Rush from behind toward Pirates in Pajamas would be...
I wonder if they save it. I wonder if they just give up here, like, and, you know, save it, maybe see if they can draw some ultimates out. But the bot's getting away from them. They have to be careful here.
They might be okay with the bot moving away to some degree. Here's that choke. I see. Cage fight thrown down straight into the choke here. All of Beluga Splatoon caught together, but a Terror Surge here from Sawhill. It's only Divinity caught by that one. Chronic finds a stunning headshot with that rail onwards neutral. Not an easy target to connect with under the best of circumstances. And so the Pirates will be able to get into a position to assail this lead, but again, 25 meters in overtime, that is a lot to ask.
It is everything pretty much used here, though, for Beluga Splatoon. Chronic here with an overclock. Could be massive, right? Overclock, you get like a kill or two. Divinity, some healing, put down some damage. You end up with a Kitsune Rush. You're in a spot where you can actually end up taking the lead.
It's on the table, we'll say that much. Chronic with a great charge rail in the previous fire has a chance to deploy many of those with that overclock. Trying to really create a lot of space here. Look at this. Full-scale retreat
this fight
now.
just being neutral is bad for Beluga Splatoon, I feel like.
Cardiac Overdrive might have been enough to perturb them, I think. Chronic now under a bit of pressure, but look at Sawhill losing much of that armor. Eventually, though, Beluga Splatoon able to lean in and find their first elimination. It's Chronic out of the picture. Overclock already had been used anyway. Sawhill's quite happy to sit up here on the high ground, but they are giving meters and meters to Beluga Splatoon. But now is the time to snap back. Sound barrier for Halo here, and this should seal it. Really well played by Beluga Splatoon there. They had that lead, they let that fight go, they let the bot get away from them, save up the ultimates and end the map.
Yeah, as they end up holding on there towards the end. So Beluga Splatoon hold on in this series here, give themselves a chance. And once we're off of that Malga, Malga, Reaper, Sombra, Mirror, you start to see some of, obviously the incredibly talented players on those roles, right? But like, when you're looking at heroes that maybe limit the skill ceiling, right? Or skill expression, that kind of brings everybody a little bit closer to neutral. But right there, when you see they're able to play different things, like having Pastel play the Tracer and Bun play the Sim, right? And there's a lot of creativity and individuality you can bring to the game there. They come up huge there and they get a map win.
See, avenues for skill expression really get expanded with Symmetra and Tracer, for example. Two heroes that can kind of really just create scenarios that you don't see very often. Magic Maple there, that quick 3K was a good look. This is about where Beluga Splatoon started to fight their way back into the game. And again, we see the Orisa find some value, right? Some of these Terror Surges are quite nasty. Not easy to opt out of the Malga Mirror. But Soul found a lot of value, not just with the Terra Surge, a couple of javelins that really made contesting very difficult. The space creation via javelin's been also very, very important here, especially when you have a Symmetra that needs a little bit of room, or at least a little bit of safe zone to get charged up in the first place.
Yeah, and it feels like all you need the Orisa to do is just live, right? Live and allow the Sim to just charge up, right? And then you feel like that you can win against this Mauga, right? Just burn him down with the Sim beam time and time again. Like, as the fight gets longer, the team that has that Sim's going to come out on top.
I do think that Symmetra wall is quite important here as well. It really shuts the Sojourn down. That one is the obvious one, of course, but forces Stone to play out of like effective line of sight for healing purposes to push through that, which is pretty dangerous.
Look at that right click. I mean, that is, we didn't get a chance to get in and see that when I know we were watching the game. We saw just Chronic fall at the hands of Bun, but she just hit that secondary fire at range, just takes him out.
Quite a few moments like that, actually. Yeah, Bun, picking off like traces as well on occasion, which with the primary fire can be hard to do, but a well charged secondary fire can account for a significant portion of that tracer's already pretty limited health pool.
Do you play that again if you're Blues Platoon? Like, do you just decide to just say, screw it, we're not going to play Mauga, we're going to play Sam or Risa, we're going to try and just like, you know, exist in the neutral for a while, let Sim get ramped up and, you know, try and go that route? Or do you think we see them try and mirror the Mauga here?
I think you can run it back. You can run this Symmetra comp back, depending on the point that we're playing Suravasa on. Now, some of them lend themselves much more to Sim than others, right? You have a lot of archways, windows and stuff where it's like easy turret setups and like you can interact with the point pretty comfortably as Symmetra. Some of them a little bit more open, right? And really require that your main tank is in a safe spot, is creating space and is also being, you know, comfortably topped up here. So I don't hate it. I think like, you know, broadly, I don't know if this really influences our discussion about the Orisa versus Mauga compositions, but you can see it's no simple thing to drag that Orisa down. Fortify gives her a heck of a lot of durability, and also, you know, during Terra Surge as well, is sometimes just a defensive answer.
It's another
Orisa.
Fortify, right?
Makes a lot of space, allows your Sim to come in behind that space as well, and yeah, it's another Fortify. It's a great point.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you knock back the Mauga with like a spear, right? As he's like, not as he's charging in, he's like just unmovable during that, but like just, you know, walking forward, right? I would probably just go away from the Mauga. Like, if you're not comfortable with it, there's no sense in going down, you know, losing here in a matchup, a mirror matchup where you're just like, oh man, we hate playing this, we're not good at it, or, you know, but we feel like we have to play it because it's a mirror. Like, I think you'd feel much better losing, knowing, okay, well, we played something we're typically pretty good at. It's just there's a comp on the other side that might be a little bit too strong.
Yeah, so, I mean, again, that's our take on whether you try and opt back into the Mauga mirror. I think it's pretty safe to say that we weren't over the moon about how the Beluga Platoon like played just the mirror. Like, again, more on like in the neutral sense, more on some of those cooldown rotations here. And maybe, and this wouldn't be the first time today we've seen a team just decide not to go there and find a composition they're more comfortable with, which to me tells you that this is nothing like the GOATS meta, because there was no other option than to play that particular.
What do you mean? They played 3 DPS towards the end of it, and that was the answer with a ball.
Actually, I mean, one team found success with that. It was that Shanghai Dragons roster.
Yeah.
In a world where the DPS passive that we have now existed then, it would have been much more universally viable, I think, to play that, especially with how with how Farah splashes that damage there. So I think that's something to bear in mind before people get a little bit too ahead of themselves. It is very early days to call a new meta game that will reign for a long time.
Look, for the people who play, the patch goes live on Tuesday. It's Saturday. For the people who play like 70 ranked games probably between now and then, it's probably feels like an eternity with Mauga in the mix. But
I mean, y'all need Jesus.
We're a few days in.
Y'all need Jesus.
We're a few days in.
70 ranked games? Y'all need Jay Silly. My God.
I mean, look, they're just gaming, right? You ain't got nothing to do. You're just playing some Overwatch, right? And then all of a sudden now Mauga gets in the mix and
you'll mind your own business, grinding ranked, and then Mauga happens. Yeah, well, adapt or die, as they say. So Ravasa next, and if we need it, Shambhali Monastery would be our decider in this series. Again, expect a fast-paced map. I do think that, like how that the first few seconds, I'd say 5 to 6 seconds of these neutral fights plays out will really start to dictate how these flashpoints go. Remember, you don't have to win many fights to win a flashpoint in its entirety, and you might get what you asked for, Matt. Beluga's platoon may opt to stay with the Orisa setup.
This is what I want to see. Like, hey, they looked pretty good with this Orisa-based composition. Pastel can play the Sojourn here in combination with Bun on the Sim, and maybe look the ramping damage of the Sim plus like the burst damage of the Sojourn. Maybe you're able to make a huge dent in this comp.
We're off to the races here now in our fourth map, in this series. Beluga's platoon able to get one back, and honestly, by the end, it was pretty convincing. They gave a lot of ground in order to ensure an advantaged fight in terms of ult economy and positioning. So don't be fooled by the progress bars of that one.
Auto fight happens here. Like typically one team wants to take purchase on the point, and then one team kind of takes this angle.
It might be too risky for a Reaper comp to play on like wide on point against the Sojourn.
If they kind of read that there's going to be Sojourn and stuff on the other side, then yes, that's how they get Magic 8 Ball early. So Beluga's platoon should be able to, look at this, use some of the Symmetra mobility, TP their way to the spot.
But I love it. You just abuse Symmetra right click if you play inside that small corridor. So both teams actually have a reason to not want to fight out on the point. This turns out the Beluga's platoon in practice was the far more compelling one.
It's Cardiac Overdrive.
I must recharge. Hold on.
So maybe you feel like they're not going to push in here for a little bit. So Pirates in Pajamas trying to build up, maybe towards a Coalescence plus EMP.
They'll leave Chronic as a loose end there, though. They'll look for a way in. Pastel, a lot of poke damage being taken there. And again, not great sightlines on the rest of this Pirates in Pajamas roster either, as evidenced by the railgun actually starting to deplete charge, which takes a while to happen. Here's the Coalescence here. Pirates get enough healing on that Death Ball to make their way through, and Sawhill gets bowled over. Sim TP used to get Beluga's platoon out of danger here. Again, in theory, a better sideline for Sojourn, but very quickly that's going to be interrupted by Strider. As he do be Strided.
Yeah, it's like, do you get 70% on the point? Is Pastel not able to make it out with her life? So, gonna get a full reset. Where the biggest thing there is like the amount of pressure they put on Sawhill, right? You gotta figure out a way to keep the Orisa alive. I think there, it's maybe getting like having a Sim TP like preset up to get the Orisa out with their life. But see now it's Kasune Rush here from neutral, trying to get point back here for Beluga's platoon.
Counter Pirates are more than happy to give a bit of ground for now. Stone there, contesting the point there through Ray form, I think, is Pastel now with the railgun trying to cut through some of that sound barrier health. Halo has the latest sound barrier. Will they have a chance to make good use of it here? Again, the Pirates in Pajamas flip the point back and then disengage entirely. They have to know that Halo has that Lucio ultimate coming. How do they play around it? Sawhill, can they keep Sawhill alive? Halo can come in with a sound barrier, and they do. That is beautiful stuff. They managed to keep this Orisa standing, and then Halo, well, she knows exactly when to bring that ultimate down. Spoilers, it's exactly when she's able to press Q.
They try and get aggressive. It's a nice sim wall there from Bun, and then also the sound barrier from Halo, plus the Terror Surge from Saul, able to give a little bit of extra survivability with another Fortify. Could end up having Beluga's platoon here take this first checkpoint.
91 and counting, convincing fight there. You can still come back in with a lot. Coalescence here, cage fight, Death Blossom.
They can test.
Chronic goes down. That doesn't actually mean this is an instantly lost fight, but losing the Lucio, I don't like their odds now. They're going to have to go for it anyway. Here comes the push. Cardiac Overdrive in play. Stone looking for a way in. There is none. The entirety of Beluga's platoon, they give up the point, but remember, this is 99 to 99. They've got to come back and contest, and they've got to run straight at the Reaper. Stone found two. Is it enough? Bun comes forward here, fully charged and ready to rumble. Strider needs to try and force this Symmetra away, but they don't have the damage. They don't have the consistency. They've got to retreat for now. Magic 8 Ball kept the point contested, and now the sim wall is deployed. Strider just wants to be a presence. That's all. Stay alive. Keep it contested. Keep that wick alive. But Bun now is just exploiting the advantage offered by that wall. It comes down, and Bun can't get away in time. Divinity runs in with the Bardic Orb and claims a kill on the Symmetra. And there's no way for Beluga's platoon to get in. First flashpoint. Pirates in Pajamas, but my God, it was a close one.
Ooh, that's how it goes right down to the wire. I think the biggest thing was, the Reaper damage that comes down. It's a Death Blossom. It kind of ends up resulting things in a really weird 3-on-3. But Bun with the Sim on the point is doing so much damage, but she can't exactly chase because Sim's like a glass cannon. Doesn't want to get like kind of caught out, by Strider or any of the other players from Pirates in Pajamas around that first corner.
There's a stalemate.
Yeah, overclock here on the rotation.
Chronic needs to stay alive to make use of this EMP. A flanking angle, a little bit of poke damage, that will do it. We'll just wait a couple seconds longer. It's the latter option. Bam! EMP comes in, catches 4. Halo again, no chance to make use of the sound barrier. By the time they can, it's far too late.
Yeah, this will be a checkpoint that'll go to Pirates in Pajamas here early on as make a little bit of a change, right? You're not exactly going to have the Reaper in it. It's going to be Tracer, a little bit more mobility, not really kind of focusing on the tanks. As Bunch, she'll go over and play May, and you'll have Pastel play Tracer. So some swaps in terms of the DPS here for both teams, just trying to get an advantage. Halo gets knocked up and killed.
Thankfully, Halo, she wasn't trying to go for a sound barrier in that moment. That would have been ugly. Magic Mabel, however, did. Pirates in Pajamas used both of their support ultimates here, but remember, 2 fights with a bit of stagger. That could be an entire flashpoint there and then, so they want to try and flip this one back obnoxiously. That one got flipped for BP.
Just the charge on the Maga, it's like so nasty. Like, it does a decent amount of damage, and then like that knock up, like right there, Halo, nothing they could do is Stone in position to just get that kill as soon as they see the Lucio fall in the sky.
Not a lot to work with now for the Pirates. Cage match is fine. Makes an easier pulse potentially. Stone may elect to use that on an individual basis though, before the fight even begins. Perhaps that would end it. Gonna depend on choice of target here. 95 and counting. Beluga's platoon have to step up here. Soil does so. Javelin spin to keep them hale and hardy on the point, but now that armor's gone. Here's the cage match. Somehow, again, I guess the Fortify allows you to walk out of that one, and so Soil gets back to safety. Beat from Halo. It kept him going for a little bit longer, but will it be enough? Strider was taken down. A trade of main support for main tank. Probably happy with that. But the May is down. Bun has been removed. Recall forced there by Stern. It's going to be a late EMP, and that might be the decider. You're not coming back from that one. No way. Another huge play from Chronic to secure the second. And now Pirates in Pajamas need one more to be done.
Yeah, and it becomes a lot harder now for Solhill because like the damage before, you were really just kind of like focusing on directly what was in front of you, right? With that like Reaper, like you really weren't worried about anything else. Now you're getting shot from every which direction, right? Trying to use Spear, Spin, Fortify, and as we've seen on previous maps and just previous games, as soon as the armor of the Orisa falls off, pretty squishy in terms of tank.
Strider makes his presence known irrefutably. Halo somehow getting picked off there. I think a Sombra hack might have been involved. Stone getting credit, but that was a team effort. Make no mistake. Oh dear, that is dirty. Coalescence? That is a cheaply won fight here, and Pirates in Pajamas have been nigh unassailable late in these flashpoints.
Yeah, you're playing like historically dive damage dealers here for Pirates in Pajamas, going with the Maga in terms of tank. So they'll match this, but instead of matching with the Maga, they'll use that Orisa as it's going to be a hack on a Solhill. Trying to use the Terror Search.
Yeah. Not exactly something that strikes fear into the hearts of Pirates in Pajamas there. They're all able to disperse from it. Soil overextends here into the Malga. Strider with the suplex. Make it 2 here for Pirates in Pajamas Malga player, and they look very comfortable now. They do spend a sound barrier in that fight. I want to make that clear, and they'll be dealing with Kitsune Rush in the next. But they can afford to drop a fight here if they can build some big ultimates, and another EMP from Chronic will be timed right for the end of the round, potentially.
Yeah, you gotta be careful though, right? You use the rush, you push in behind it, and that Maga's just gonna go right with a charge, right on through it. Land down, big damage, and then those flankers can follow up. Maybe even with an EMP.
Pulse from Pastel, I think, was meant for Strider. Woo! Takes them low, but really doesn't bother them too much. Magic Mabel got stuck there on the wall, I think maybe even a Javelin from the Orisa. So again, Pirates in Pajamas, they get to 99. They can see the point.
They do have Coalescence plus EMP for this next fight, so maybe you decided like hey, we're okay giving this up because you have an idea that there's no sound barrier yet on the other side because you just saw the fight earlier. But but still, it's a long way to get back to this point. Is what this next fight kicks off, it might be 60% already to Beluga's Platoon.
They want to end the round now. Pirates, they want to end it now. Chronic positioning here just for a very no frills EMP. And they'll get it, but only 2 get caught by it. Decent targets though, they're able to focus down on Halo. So player advantage, Terror Surge, they might throw a spanner in the works. Strider EMP'd for a time. Yeah, and then it comes in after, so that ultimate completely shut down, and all of that durability of the Malga basically compromised in that moment as well. 3 on the point here for Pirates in Pajamas. They do flip it back. Magic Maple hoping to try and put Sawhill in an awkward position, but what? It's a Tracer, Moira, Lucio. Not enough to construct a winning strategy with here. Staying alive is all they can really afford to do, and even that might be inadvisable now.
Yeah, I mean, staying alive almost is a worst case scenario, right? Because you're trying to have everybody get back so you can maybe get one more attempt at this.
Oh no! They lost the Orisa just as a bit came through. Halo wasn't able to keep Sawhill up. That is devastating. They still get the flashpoint though. Somehow Pirates in Pajamas aren't able to contest there. So, oh man, you dodged a bullet there, Beluga's Platoon.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Strider able to make it in time. Maybe got pushed back. Maybe there's a boop there that came in from Halo, but that beat was probably intended to keep Sawhill alive, and they end up losing the Orisa, but end up winning the fight in the long run. Is that could have been a disaster.
Coming to the next. Stone would be the first to the point with a pulse bomb in hand. Magic Maple not expecting to see Bun materialize there. Decloaking the Sombra and again forcing a translocate reposition there on that high ground. Otherwise it would be an environmental kill. Pulse, that's scary. Magic Maple going to hold on to the sound barrier though, and everybody benefits from it. Pulse this time though from Stone gets cut to pieces by the javelin spin. And an EMP thrown in the mix here. You've got to have to follow up, and Chronic at least does. It will be another Pirates point to start.
Yeah, it's that time. Fight kicks up on the upper ledge. Everybody pretty much, you know what? It's really the Chronic EMP that like turns the tides in that fight. Like, fight kind of kicks off some ultimates, but then really that's the one that ends up deciding it. Is Beluga's Platoon. They'll come back with an EMP of their own. I think the damage like follow up is just way better with the Maga than like the Orisa damage follow up after like a EMP, right? The Stomp plus just like the machine gun damage from Maga is crazy. Well, it looks like right now Beluga's Platoon, they want to try and bait them onto the point and bait them into this EMP.
Well, it works. They get 4. The Coalescence still came out from Divinity, but I don't think that's going to be nearly enough to give Pirates in Pajamas a fighting chance here. There's no good targets. The only one playing on the point is really Sawhill on this Orisa. Everyone else playing from the extremities here. That's a really nice set play from Beluga's Platoon. Not a moment too soon, might I add.
Yeah, and you got them to use their Coalescence, right? So Coalescence comes out for Pirates in Pajamas, and it gets absolutely nothing. Divinity's not hit by the EMP, probably thinks it's awesome, but a few players just get hit with it, and then I think it was like 3 or 4, but then they're also not in line of sight of the Coalescence series. Like, it's no value out of it. As Pirates in Pajamas, they'll go back to, this is the comp they ran on like on Legion Tower with the Reaper in the mix. So looking to put tons of pressure here on the Sawhill.
Strider obviously having a late line of sight and still contest. Great stick! Unity brought down. No fade opportunity there apparently, and this is looking better and better by the moment for Beluga's Platoon. 3 players left in the fight. This one is another wash here. And chance to equalize on flashpoints now rearing its head.
Oh, this would be a huge comeback here for Beluga's Platoon. I don't think you challenge this. Looks like potentially Pirates in Pajamas, they will. Sombra here gets a touch, sends it into OT. You have both supports, but it's not look like it's in a good spot, right?
You might try and like build Moira ult here. Chronic, if they were really going to fight, they would have popped that EMP in that moment there. Maybe a translate upstairs. Cage fight. Okay, he's going to walk out of that one. That's a big bonus, of course, of having that fortify. Chronic waiting here, seeing Bun and Co just poking, playing again off the point entirely. Luke's Platoon allowed to be flipped here. This is a bit dangerous because now it's a double EMP fight. Volatile as heck.
Yes, I was going to say that's the problem. The longer this goes, you're going to be like in this one fight territory. EMPs come out from both teams. It's going to be Magic Maple and Halo both dropping the beat.
Yeah, neither Lucio getting caught by the EMP. That's pretty massive. Terror Surge as only ultimate. That's about it. Coalescence here from Divinity, pretty well placed. That pulse bomb is not really going to bother Strider. It barely tickles, and in fact, the Pirates in Pajamas have made it through. What a way to end this map. Looked like it'd be going 2 apiece, but eventually they're allowed to stay alive long enough, Matt, to build their EMP of their own, to have this disengage from Beluga's platoon, a stumble there from the team that was trailing. There was a real chance to go all the way onto Rivasa.
Oh, absolutely. Beluga's platoon, I think they had their EMP. Bun had the EMP before it was even, available on the opposite side of things. And you just back out a second, right? The flashpoints tick up so fast, you're in last plate territory, and then all of a sudden it's just, okay, who gets better value with the EMPs? EMPs really didn't make a huge difference. Sound barriers come down for both teams. It's just that, the Maga just lived so long. I think Strider picks up 2 in that final fight.
I mean, those EMPs also just build up so quickly right now, so you really only have so much of a time window there to make it work for you. So, man, I love that they managed to take it all the way, though. That did look like a very competitive last match, and it was all due to the changes that we got to see from Beluga's platoon, right? Like, they opted out of the Maga mirror, and as soon as they opted out of that comp and went onto something which they're just more comfortable on, like the Orisa composition, suddenly it looked way more competitive. So I love that.
And like the Orisa comp even sort of had some issues to start with. It was the DPS that were paired with it, right? We saw the switch over to the Tracer Sombra, right? The classic, the Tracer Sombra look. And all of a sudden, like, you had avenues for individual play, from Pastel and Bun. She's fantastic Sombra. We saw that in map 1 of this series, even if they struggled at times, Beluga platoon. So good switch late in the map. It just was a little too late, perhaps.
Yeah, I think if Beluga's platoon could have a little bit of a redo on this series, they probably opt to just not play Maga and just try to make the Orisa work, because they definitely were making some pretty good strides with that Orisa in play. But big shouts to Pirates in Pajamas, so they brought it all series long.
I mean, just here, I mean, like, again, being able to walk out of that Maga ultimate is pretty big for the Orisa. It actually allows you to decide how to create space for your team. Chronic looked great across the series, right? This Sombra play was really on point a lot of the time, and especially here in that fight, like catching onto the Lucio on a couple of occasions really required Halo to think a couple of steps ahead in terms of how she was going to be able to have impact in that fight with their ultimate. Getting shut out of a fight and not being able to, use that sound barrier, sorry, it's awful.
It really is. Another player which caught our eye here, Strider on that Maga. Very, very impressive performance.
Yeah, absolutely. I think all series long, getting like really big value out of the stomps, and then early on Lijiang Tower, I think you saw just the value out of the cardiac overdrives. Where, look, rosters in the past, right? You could kind of mask some holes in players' games or whatnot with having like large rosters. 8 players, 9 players, right? Like it's going to be a specialist. Where I think the world we're in now is like everybody's going to have to play a bit of everything, right? You're going to have to know how to play kind of like every hero in your role, because you never know, like, when a situation like this happens, right? Maga, just like a complete afterthought, right? For multiple seasons now becomes like the tank of the week, right?
I mean, yeah, and again, the expectation at DPS is extremely high. Thankfully, Pastel and Bun were able to switch to Sombra Tracer and instantly have an impact, right? That's what's going to be required of you, because if you get caught in like an unfavored composition, especially when it comes to your DPS, maybe like your hit scan is getting absolutely crushed, or you need to find another way to put pressure down on backlines, you have to be able to pivot very quickly. Fortunate that it was able to be done, but I mean, Magic 8 Ball, cheeky little 3K, we saw that new Queen Street, great series overall.
Yeah, Magic 8 Ball doing Magic 8 Ball things. That's kind of what we've known him for as well. So it was really great to see him back in action with that squad. A lot of really great performances there throughout this series, and definitely a player everyone should be having on their radar further down the line of the OWCS.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Lucio play was great, right? I know being able to get some of these sound barriers off, like, I mean, if the fights look chaotic, even when you're watching it, it's moving twice as fast in the players' minds and like in their play, and being able to like land some of these beats where, players are just with a sliver of health and stay inside a line of sight, but also stay, safe yourself. I mean, it is really difficult to do.
Yeah, we talked about this already earlier today in the EMEA region, that like being able to have a really competent Lucio who has that map awareness and spatial awareness to be able to really bring out those really good displacements of, let's say, Reapers and whatnot, which are throwing themselves at you. That's so crucial to winning out fights.
Yeah, and also like the 5D chess of having to play around like Sombra ult as well, which is like, it's very hard to do. I mean, Zen's used to have to do that, right, with even less mobility, so that was quite difficult. But you know, like a bunch of situations, like that's why, like, you know, we talk about Magic Maple. Halo also fantastic in that role over that series, and had to navigate a lot of like really difficult wombo combo situations, right? Like if it's a Death Blossom and, you know, the EMP, of course, being able to play from outside of that, it's tough because you have to leave your team, which feels unintuitive as a Lucio player. So being able to do that in a smaller window as possible to have the least detrimental impact on your team from, you know, not being there is really important, and it's a hard balance to strike too.
I even think the amp on the Lucio is massive right now. Being able to, like, when the amp the heals or speed, get people in and out, like the heal's a little bit underrated when you have this like snowbally type of comp.
Yeah, let's actually hear it from the man himself. Magic Maple is joining us for a very quick chat after that victory. You guys are staying alive, so first, of course, hi.
It's you.
We got you. It's you. It's Magic Maple. First of all, of course, congratulations to you and the squad. Let's talk a little bit about what we just saw, because you were pushed there at the very end once your opponents switched up their composition. What adjustments did you have to make running into an Orisa comp?
Well, on New Queen Street, we were thinking about how to beat it, and we're like, we know Sim's pretty good into it. So we tried that, and then we realized that we're not really good at thinking. So we stopped doing that the next map, and we had a lot more success.
Where do you think the strength of this Maga composition comes from? Is it like you know, him as a hero being able to trade in the neutral? Is it like a little bit more flexibility? Like where do you think it comes from, the strength of the comp?
I don't think his kit's like, I don't know. It's like, I don't think he should exist. Like, he was way too strong last patch. I think I was the one Maga one-trick guy on ladder. I was like DMing him all of last patch, like just in case this hero becomes broken, because he is. Like, I was prepared to talk to that guy, because I don't think he should have ever been buffed. He should have been nerfed last patch. He just his invincibility to your whole team for 4 seconds. It's disgusting.
That's a quotable though. That's one for a t-shirt. He just shouldn't exist.
How do you play around just how powerful Malga is right now as a Lucio player? Because not only you have to play around the Malga, but also like around like Sombra EMP, the usual stuff, right? Like having beat timings to shut down maybe pulses and stuff like that. How does it feel, I guess, like, you know, playing Lucio here in the Malga meta as opposed to those in the past? Is it anything like GOATs? People have liked to talk about that, and that's kind of their shorthand way of saying it. Do you feel like it's different?
Remember, it was like that 2023 or 2022 playoffs meta kind of, or like the Sombra Reaper, like old like 6-man mirror.
The zombie comp, yeah.
Yeah, you just sit there, and except now you can like get caught on fire and stuff, which like isn't awesome. It's weird. Like Lucio, normally you don't have to aim, and now I'm the one who is like aim the most on the team. Everyone else is just shooting. It's weird.
It's weird, but you make it work, and you make it look good as well. Now, your next match is going to be a rematch against Dreamland, who handed you a 3-1 loss, obviously on a different patch. How much of the notes that you took from that last meeting are still applicable in this new meta?
You guys didn't play against them, right? Did you play against Dreamland? No, I think you guys played against
the students.
Did I get it? I might have gotten it wrong.
You got students of the game, right?
Yeah.
In your first matchup, that was like a 3-0. But yeah, I guess I'm still curious what you think about this Dreamland team, because it wasn't like the most convincing win for them in their opener.
Ooh, I think.
Well, they're one of my 7 evil X rosters, so I think they're pretty good. It's gonna be definitely a good like kind of grudge match also against them. We haven't really gotten to play each other, and I think both teams think they're better than the other. I don't know, they're good. They're actually quite good. I'm hoping to see that match.
I love that you have a hit list. I'm all about those grudge matches. Let's roll with that. Magic Maple, thank you so much for joining us, and good luck in your next game.
All right, thanks. Have a good day.
Right on. I love the answers there. Yeah, I got that wrong. I think it was Beluga's platoon, which actually went up
gave
against...
you false info at the start. He was just trying to set you up.
Yeah, I planned
to get
Did you bait me into this one? Nice.
Get back from when you had the mic mute last week and we got him. He tried to get you back this week.
Wait, how'd you get muted? Wait, wasn't it we didn't tell Zoe that she was muted because
Yeah, you both didn't tell me.
Because I thought that something was wrong with my setup.
I'm just trying to turn Zoe. I'm just trying to turn Zoe again.
He's not that kind of friend. If you had a kick me sign on your back, he would not tell you you're wearing it. You know that.
Like,
I'm trying to get Zoe back on my side.
His dog.
Not like that, Matt. Not like that. It's not working. Either way, I did love what we saw from Beluga's platoon there, even though they took an L. So I hope very much to see them again, of course, in the next stage. For now, they are out of the tournament, and we can congratulate the Pirates in Pajamas for a victory on the board and being one step closer to making it to the main event. Now, of course, we have one more match coming today, and that's Daybreak versus Shikigami, another rematch, and we're very excited to get that one started. But first, let's head into a quick break.
I think it's time to blow this scene. Get everybody in the stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam.
Welcome back, one and all. Zoe here, joined by Mitch and Matt, and we made it to the last match of the day. This ought to be a good one. I'm just going to manifest a banger. I'm going to speak it into existence. It's going to be a rematch. Shikigami won 3-0 in their opening match, so none of the stats back up my banger theory, but Daybreak, they were extremely dominant in their elimination match versus Final Gambit. One could say that Final Gambit didn't quite push them, but no, I'm running with my narrative.
So what would back your narrative up though, Zoe, is that the game we are playing this week is
different.
Not the same game we were playing last week, the week before. I mean, it's been kind of thrown on its head a little bit, and you know, we see like Beluga's platoon like in the last series, right? Like obviously, you know, a really talented team. I think they had like a top 4 seed. Like they end up going home probably earlier than what they would thought. I know the meta kind of just flips its on its head. So maybe we have ourselves a game.
I think you probably agree with this though, is that like the kind of comp that like Malga represents can definitely expose teams who are not able to be as coordinated. I think it's something we talked about, right? Because it has the stability, shouldn't we get that comp right? It has the stability that the GOATs did, but like a greater level of volatility because of where the game's at right now. The high damage that Malga offers, and also, again, that DPS passive that limits healing, that cuts it down, that prevents teams from stacking healing and being literally unkillable. So I don't mind the use of the transitive property here. I don't mind, you know, that discussion. The game is different, right? But that level of coordination, right, is something you need to lean on even more now than before, I would say, when it was more, you know, individuals that could dictate how a fight would flow. Capiche?
Yes. To a point. We'll have Nepal here to kick things off. I think it does obviously offer some volatility. I'm just thinking about when Magic 8 said that like you're basically invincible for 4 seconds during cardiac overdrive, especially like with the Reaper into play. So like, I think probably what you're looking at is like, you know, hacks and viruses, how you end up kind of maybe trying to burst the target down with that, but then also can you get maximum value out of that big cooldown from Maga? We'll see though, as in Daybreak they come in. This is an 8-9 matchup. Shikigami, like you mentioned, won 3-0 the last time, so we'll see what Daybreak decides to do. Do you have a nope, we're gonna have an even matchup. I thought we were gonna see Mari. I thought she was gonna play the ball there for a second. I would have been surprised.
That would be very surprising, yeah, but it's the kind of map we've seen on before, right? You can really cause a lot of problems if your pathing is good and you have some environmental kills to your name. So I'm a Reaper for both sides here. So again, we are looking very closely at how the neutral fight plays out. And so far, Shikigami Hikari playing very much around the corner here, just trying not to take any damage and feed any ultimates whatsoever. Virus on Mari here. Don't think she's bothered.
No, so I think both teams, like nobody wants to be the one that kind of like has to expend these cooldowns out first, right? So you just kind of like poke and poke and poke. Melophobia gets quite low there, but healed up now. This is just going to build up towards the EMP. Nobody wants the point. Yeah, who cares about the point?
So these two teams would rather play for the ultimates, I think, and we'll track that as a sort of a measure of progress, I suppose. Cardiac Overdrive here popped for Shikigami, and already before the EMP came in from Melophobia, there was an elimination. Murray, she's brought down. That's not good. Okay, Thunder Rabbit at least even the ledger somewhat with a Coalescence in play and a Sound Barrier being laid here for Daybreak. Jutsu not benefiting from it. Another environmental kill. That's 2 in a row from Thunder. EMP still maintained by Shikigami, but your opportunities for good connection on multiple players now are severely limited. And my goodness, this Lucio is throwing fear into the hearts of Shikigami.
Oh man, almost another environmental kill there for Thunder as the fight now ends up moving on to the point. That's an EMP there from Vintage. Cage match dropped as well there. So now this will be a full team wipe here for Shikigami.
That is tragic that Daybreak actually gets 0% from that fight. Shikigami actually sneaked the point early and never truly left it, despite Daybreak having some fantastic moments in their previous engagement, ones that would have led you to think they were winning the fight.
Yes, now we'll see Daybreak going to be forced to kind of break out of their spawn a little bit. So, Mari, Cardiac Overdrive used there. Oh, instead of Noctis now though. The environmental kill's been crazy so far this round.
How many Thunder have she had? 2 in the previous fight, almost a third by the looks of things. I think it had to be a translocate away. Noctis finding a key one there, but what really matters, bragging rights aside, is that number that is ticking up on Shikigami's side of the scoreboard. Daybreak have not captured the point yet this round.
So man, this is looking really difficult here as we've seen so many fights not having on the point. Yeah, nice boop. That's going to be the Kitsune rush. So you don't exactly want to run directly into that there if you're Daybreak.
Well, where do you go, really? You play back inside your own spawn. Mari, she couldn't get away. That's it. It's about done here, Matt. We'll have Shikigami push up, hold this room. Maybe some backcapping pressure from Daybreak, but it's unlikely they'll be able to put together anything more than that. Very one-sided, with a very drawn-out first fight to start this map. Shikigami really had their eyes on the prize.
Yeah, it was a lot of like, they're just kind of like neutral fighting on the side there for a while, and then, no, we got like, what, 2 fights maybe over the point, but that was about it as, Shikigami, let's take a look here. So, some of these boops.
Oh, no, the Asia. That is brutal. Okay, you know what?
But you still got a dub? Still got a dub? All right.
Again, quite a volatile fight that Daybreak wanted to push into Shikigami as they were the ones positioned in like the arguably more dangerous place near that sort of overhang. Regardless, again, like you said, Matt, it's all about the dub. We can back here over these comps, no big changes. We have a Moira for Daybreak, whereas the Kiriko for Shikigami, that's it.
So Mari gets pinned in this corner right away as Thunder gets quite low.
Suzu used.
Cardiac Overdrive wears off.
Unkillable is Mari, but Jutsu can't claim the same accolade. They'll be picked off right at the beginning. No Reaper, no party.
Stomp right onto Thunder there as Aspect pushes on in. This will be point for Shikigami right away. So looking very good here on these Maga-based compositions. So we've heard, Naga earlier talk about how it's similar to Goats. That last one, Match Maypal, kind of marketing back to, the zombie comp. I mean, Mari getting so weak. Nothing she could do.
That's so much damage. Again, you have nothing to mitigate that whatsoever. Maybe you're just, not looking to make use of defensive cooldowns there. Either way, you really need your Malga to get in position and not just stand there and get peppered down.
Malga doesn't really outside of the cardiac overcharge, doesn't really have defensive capability, obviously shield or anything like that. Kinetic grasp can kind of turn damage into shielding. This will be an EMP, a huge one there from Melophobia up on the high ground, and this should get Daybreak the point.
Pretty perfect. Hits everybody on Shikigami. And the follow-up is timely as well. It's, even the placement, the timing, execution, all great. Very well-deserved point flip here for Daybreak. And again, it's so efficiently done. What do they do? Spend an EMP for that? That's going to really bode well further down the track when they've got to leverage some of these other ultimates to stay in control.
Yeah, where Maga's defensive capability outside of the cardiac overdrive, it's just his body like Roadhog, right? Just just taking up space. It's going to be Shikigami trying to get a fight on the point here because you have Rush plus Death Blossom.
Okay, EMP, also Kitsune Rush thrown out here. Daybreak still able to get both of their support ultimates running though. I mean, if that's not enough to keep them in this fight, then nothing will be. Shikigami lean into that ultimate chest. Daybreak make use of what they had saved so far. And so we're left with 2 Death Blossoms.
Yeah, and I kind of like the idea there for Shikigami, right? Drop down to the point. Hey, look at, we'll trade support ultimates. We have an EMP advantage, right? We are open to fighting in this area of the map. And then once they use those ultimates, they did a great job speeding in and following it up. Look at this. I mean, they're making it so difficult on Mari. She gets onto the point. She's just so weak already, taking so much damage on the way in.
Gets lit up again straight away. Double Death Blossom here. It's 9 Echo. Unfortunately, for Jutsu, it's very fruitless an attempt. Dantwist able to absolutely cut a path through Daybreak here. This might be yielding the map in a few moments. There's not much really left for Daybreak outside of this EMP. They're going to need one as good, if not better, as the last one we saw from Melophobia.
Well, they have to get a touch here to even get into OT. And Melophobia gets on the point, hangs the EMP, but because they're forced to trigger OT, ends up staying on for a second too long and falling.
And again, you got hit by the Malga charge, so you are going to be stunned up, have no chance to make use of that. And Nepal is going to go the way of Shikigami Hikari. Great opener in that first round, never allowing Daybreak to touch. Second time around, a little tougher. But honestly, the only speed bump was that one EMP from Melophobia that outright won the fight on its own. From there wasn't much else from Daybreak.
Yeah, a lot of these fights today. I mean, just matches, especially in NA. It felt like EU, the matches were way closer, kind of more back and forth. We saw some different comps there. But when you get these mirrors, this feels like those zombie comps or those goats comps, right? Where, these series end pretty fast with how they're going. I mean, this is a really good map here for Shikigami off the start.
And it's really easy to get caught into this way of thinking that first pick wins fights. In many cases, it does. It's really hard to come back from it because every hero is so crucial to your game plan. Whether it's the Sombra in terms of hacking, finding an EMP, the Reaper with most of that front-loaded damage, God forbid the Malga goes down, the one with the literal cardiac overdrive. So many of these elements are so important.
This is the fight. Yeah,
a highlight.
This is the fight for Daybreak. Yeah, I mean that was the difference maker for them as everybody set up, but it almost looked like Shikigami. You knew that was going to happen, right? They all just kind of sat on the high ground. Okay, let them use EMP, then we come back. We'll have 50% on the point.
And they did not long after, right? And that was a fight where a lot of ultimates were used there. An earlier sound barrier from Thunder. And both teams kept Death Blossoms in. There was every reason why the next fight could have been either way either. But Daybreak can't get any connection with their Reaper ultimate. Can't say the same with Shikigami. They find 2 kills, I think 3 eventually for Dantwist at the end of that fight. And that's basically Nepal all wrapped up in a tiny little bow instead of packing. Next one's going to be King's Row. So another King's Row pickup, which is no surprise to see teams gravitate towards this map. Again, we've already seen what Amalgamira can look like here. And the team that maybe is a little less coordinated will suffer for the entirety of King's Row.
This is also a map that you would think these compositions play better on. Think about, the Goats, think about zombie comps, right? Comps that are very high sustain, play together, death volley, King's Row Streets, King's Row at the beginning, right? Lots of ways to force people down from high ground. this is a map that should tend well to this. I also think when you get into a situation like this where the meta changes, like flips on its head in like a week, everybody picks maps they're comfortable with. I think Kings Row, nobody's like, oh, let's absolutely not play Kings Row. We want to move away from that. I think Kings Row at this point is like a staple. Like everybody knows how to play Kings Row or how to make different comps work on Kings Row, right? So I think it's a pretty safe option.
One of the most scrimmed maps, I think, as well. I think it's just a general preference.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of the times when teams are scrimming, they are open with Kings Row, unless there's a specific map they need to practice for. In the past, right, in the Overwatch League, where the maps are like preset. But there's a consensus that Kings Row won't be banned through the veto, so everyone tries to practice that as one of the most guaranteed maps that you can see.
I'd love to, whether it be like the main event or in the future, just see like the map pick rates over the course of like, Swiss everything, like of what the pick rate of Kings Row is. I feel like it's got to be in the 80s to 90s. I mean, I feel like we've seen Kings Row and Blizzard World exclusively.
Yes. That is true. Yeah, Blizzard World again was with teams that really like to try
a handful of Midtown, but not really.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit of it. Yes, I feel like we saw it much more in like our first week of games. Not so much this week, that's for sure. Here it is, Kings Row. We're coming up next. The quintessential, the OG El Clasico location. Shikigami looking to extend their lead in this series. Remember, this is a rematch. These teams have played before, yes, under a different meta, so different conditions. But Shikigami likely already feel they've had a good chance to get the measure of their foes in that 3-0.
Yes, we'll take a look here with it'll be Shikigami on defense. Looks like we're getting a little emote standoff here. Ooh, is that a souvenir there?
There might be a little souvenir.
Little souvenir action. They'll actually have vintage play the Sojourn here. So some high ground potential, right? Maybe you want to play something that's a little bit more, hit scan damage.
We've seen it on this map. We've definitely seen it a couple times. Even some teams tried it on Lijiang Tower, I think. Well, you just didn't really have enough time as the enemy team advances to the point, or the places you contest in just didn't lend themselves necessarily to it. But yeah, both sides on the Sojourn here. So Disruptor Shot obviously has value as a way to try and impact the pathing of your opponents, at least for a short window.
What do you think about dropping the Reaper, though? As Milliphobia gets a kill on Sombra.
Yeah, not great. I mean, losing the Sojourn here, not ideal. Dan Twist falls. I think I'd rather have the Sombra at the end of the day. Probably one of the most impactful ultimates, that you can work with, because you can turn off, Malga's healing. You turn off that cardiac overdrive. That's really important here in order to win those sort of full 5-on-5 fights. Pretty back and forth stuff here. Slowly, Daybreaker trying to maneuver themselves into a commanding position, now finding their second tick. Eventually, Shikigami are going to have to put this to an end.
Yeah, they're going to have to get a touch. Aspect actually got booped up, yeah.
Aspect going to just drop there. I don't know what the plan was for Shikigami, but if Malga was Malga staying alive rather was a part of it, then they've absolutely screwed the pooch on that one. Dan Twist again down. You see the railguns coming in from long range here. So nicely done by Daybreak. I love this. Again, the Sombra inclusion here. Now you build up to that EMP. I wonder how important that boop really was.
Yeah, I mean, it just knocked Aspect offline a little bit, right? I think they tried to Suzu from range. Graveyard just kind of chucked it from Hotel across, but didn't connect. As now they'll actually play with the Sombra in the Reaper. So this part of the map don't exactly need that long range capability. It's Daybreak. That's where they may struggle here, right? You just don't have that, close range, big, just kind of damage chunking at tanks like with the Reaper here.
See the Sombra looming and brooding overhead. Bam! And the EMP dropped in instantly. Still the chance though to deploy that Kitsune Rush here from Graveyard. And it's just as well they did. It's going to give Shikigami a fighting chance here. The Death Blossom came in from Dan Twist, but was cut short by Maria Trade. And it will be a Malga down for Daybreak. Noctis able to find a couple here, and we have a slowdown for the attackers. Finally, Shikigami able to find some footing here on Kings.
Yeah, this is where I would like to see Daybreak switch and bring the Reaper in. I think having the Reaper here for this part of the map might be essential. I don't think you're not really kind of having these long range battles. because Shikigami, like, you can just play, you know, corners and whatnot, and then like speed and get in the Sojourn's face if you wanted to, right? Vintage takes some shots, so they'll back up.
Slow and steady here for Daybreak, really ponderously trying to force their way around this corner. Both cardiac overdrives are offline here, so Daybreak take a sidebar. 99 and counting for Vintage. Shikigami have that Sombra ultimate over after switching to it. Definitely feels better than the Sojourn. Glad they seem to agree here, and great connect with the EMP, but to follow up.
Nice virus hit.
Hard to pull off. Speed boost, though, will always answer that question. And Daybreak get run into the ground.
Yeah, I mean, that's way harder to do than the way that they just made it look, right? Vintage uses a translocator EMP around the corner, speed, as he's kind of like landing from using that EMP up in the high ground. He drops down and ends up hitting like the virus at the same time. So really nice play there.
Kitsune for both sides. Disrupt the shot thrown. They know Aspect is playing close, but it's a question of whether or not they can do much about it. EMP from Melophobia could be big here, but too late. They lost Mari again. She capitulates in the face of all that frontline damage. Daybreak consistently struggling to keep their Malga standing.
Well, that's why I think you need the Reaper, right? Like, you need the Reaper to kind of keep the Mog on the other team, like, honest. Like, Aspect, you know, if Cardiac Overdrive's up or has some healing, right? Doesn't exactly even care if he gets hit with, like, a Sojourn shot, right? Just kind of, like, barrels on through it. So, Dan Twist can play this corner. Melophobia gets taken out of stealth on the way in. Gotta go with the EMP anyway.
Oh, okay. Wraithwolf from Dan Twist to avoid the EMP. What great timing. And guess what? There was a Death Blossom to come out of that. Noctis able to find two. And again, Daybreak cannot keep their tank in the fight. So hard for Murray to withstand that. I gotta give it to Dan Twist though. I saw that very clear that they were gonna get hit by an EMP. So straight into the Wraith.
A few fights in a row though, and you've had this overclock and you have not used it. I feel like it's time to, you know, pop this, you know, try and get some value out of it. If you don't switch,
clean the windows.
I mean, you just gotta create some space or something, right?
But I mean, that's what you were sort of talking about, and why maybe dropping the Reaper is not ideal.
Well, I mean, having the Reaper there, you would have created that space just by the Reaper existing, right?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, you do have a lot of power in your ultimate here. And Daybreak are trying to surge ahead of where the card is. Vintage will have a chance to come back though and have an impact. Yeah, Sojourn obviously only reaches Reaper levels of threat during that overclock. Outside of it, its Disruptor shot is powerful. But with all this healing, I think you can almost ignore it.
Yeah, you have a sick combination coming online here for Daybreak. Mari, she'll have the cage fight. So she goes in.
Doesn't seem to help at all. I mean, Aspect just can't die. It's impossible. They're just saying no damage. Or they just heal too much. Whichever one, doesn't matter. Once again, it's in the front line. Daybreak get bowled over.
I was gonna say they had the cage fight plus the EMP. They end up using both, and it like almost doesn't even matter, right? Shikigami able just to kind of chunk on down through it.
36 seconds to play for the attackers. They are absolutely snarled up during the Streets phase of King's Row. And what do they have to get themselves out? Just a Kitsune Rush?
Yeah, but they're gonna have beat up. Like if Shikigami sees the Kitsune Rush, you can beat this and then just run down it with the Reaper.
That might be the plan here. When's it gonna come out?
That's Cardiac Overdrive used.
Phobia! Solo, Vintage doing a great job finishing the job that Noctis started up there on that high ground. Your Sombra's gone. You have 6 seconds. You won't be able to rejoin the fight with your Sombra in tow, but you'll be able to top up and go for it with 4. That's it. Last desperate ditch effort for Daybreak. And they're immediately going to get caught inside the cage match. They do at least get the Kitsune Rush up, but man, that beat, just like you said, Matt, wait for the rush, send the beat, and then send the rest of your team on a collision course with your attackers. Shikigami able to hold Daybreak off here.
Cage fight plus Death Blossom, even with that sound barrier in play there for Shikigami, you're just not able to break through that if you're Daybreak. So they actually did get a decent amount of payload progress, right, around the first 2 corners here on King's Row, but I feel like maybe some adjustments needed on the defensive side of things. Like if we get to the Streets phase, I think you need to see them bring the Reaper in.
Yeah, no pressure, not enough pressure on the Malga, like we talked about with the Sombra. With the Sojourn. As powerful as she is, and I think Disruptor Shot does have value, I just think we spent so long talking about how ridiculous the rate of healing is with this setup, especially during those aggressive sort of pivots behind Cardiac Overdrive, that No one's noticing that. There's also so many particle effects on the damn screen that you don't even see the disrupt the shot. You're just like, oh, it's just part of the scenery at this point. Hard to respect it. Daybreak also make that change.
Yeah, they'll play the Reaper on D because I think you need it. Like, if you're Daybreak's position, right, and you know where that golden box victory is, what are they, like, praying to here? What is that? Like a little bird?
I think they're simping for Le Seraphim.
Hi.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm on board.
Well, it was like a souvenir. They were all kind of like, you know, nodding their head yes to. We'll have to get a replay on that.
Yeah, well, yeah, we need to run that back. Thanks, Matt. We'll get the one queued in with our EPS operators. High priority.
I'm gonna put that in our takeaways channel. Need replay.
Oh my goodness, Malaphobia. That is not how you want to start this defensive round. Not at all. That's shades of Lane Roberts there for you, folks.
I mean, that was a sick shot there. And then now, I mean, what do you do, right? You just gonna run on the point, and we are in a fantastic spot here if you're Shikigami.
It's 2 ticks about to come up here. Daybreak sheepishly running on back in. They're trying to hack Aspect here. I think they get Dan Twist instead. Tamago remains hard to break through. Murray down again. Aspect able to stay alive. This time just using the terrain really to avoid that line of sight. Malaphobia though back with a vengeance. They bring Dan Twist to heal. But it's a 3 versus 3. And oh, that virus almost connecting there. Should have updated you, Norton.
I wonder if that was the cleanse there, the Susu, that actually prevented that from landing. It looked like it was on target, but now you're in a rough spot because Daybreak, you have to invest pretty much into every single fight. Shikigami, they can like kind of hold on to some of these ultimates. Just at this point where the cart's going to be, you see they're going to take this first corner. You're at one good fight and then kind of like a last-ditch effort kind of scenario for Daybreak.
I mean, that's about as subtle as a sledgehammer, isn't it? EMP thrown straight in, but the Kitsune Rush is there in response, and Daybreak don't have anything else to play around. They were hoping EMP wouldn't be enough to stop Shikigami in their tracks. They were wrong. Now they're in an even worse spot. Vintage holds on to that EMP. Shikigami come back into the fight. Maybe they just ignore this Kitsune Rush to some degree. Yeah, disengage from it. They have all the time in the world until it's time to go. And that's gross. Absolutely savage. Aspect just turns up and has no one to stomp on at the end of that charge.
Yeah, and I was, when we were seeing them hide inside by their mega health pack, it was like, okay, if they decide to push up Daybreak through this Kitsune Rush, they're going to be on the opposite side of an EMP, and it's exactly what ends up happening. But like I mentioned, they're going to get one good fight, which was that previous one. Now one attempt to touch the point here. It'll be March. She'll get on and give a touch.
Pops the overdrive as well. Lacking backup, I'd say. Now the sound barrier comes down. Aspects can't quite withstand Jutsu's Death Blossom there. It's a lot, to be fair. And nobody else has the damage to really get through Daybreak's healing, so it will be Shikigami crumbling right at the final hurdle, but with an immense amount of time left to work with.
So maybe you can rattle something together here. Graveyard, looks like just kind of... Are we looking for a backup scenario here? What's going on? Nope,
potentially.
Get spotted
yes.
out.
Yeah. I mean, again, you can just like randomly double tap someone down and get close enough, sneak up on them, and then TP back to your team and just have won the map there. So,
in theory, this should be another fight that Daybreak wins, right? EMP, nothing available for Shikigami. Should be one you're able to kind of like EMP, speed boost in, get a fight win.
Is that EMP? Should be pretty straightforward this fight. With no Kitsune Rush to allow you to claw back from that. Nicely done. One alt fight wins is what you're looking for as defenders here. Ration them out as much as you can. Make them last.
Yep. And look, you get some kills here at the end. Even better, right? Vintage gets quite low. They can't finish. This will be the toughest fight
to build an EMP, right? I mean, that's what Shikigami did. They're in a lost fight, but they don't run away straight away because they want that critical mass of ultimates just to dump on the table, really. Jutsu. Little flick there, love that, but doesn't see Dan Twist coming. That's right, Sombra was just the diversion. And then the real heavy hitter comes in. Dan Twist Death Blossom shut down to some degree here. And that sound barrier is not timely enough for Daybreak. They'll drop King's Row as well. Shikigami Hikari again seem to have their measure.
It's just a second too light there. It's so... when your team loses like your Reaper or something, it has got to be so... difficult / annoying to be the Maga who has to stand on the payload versus a Reaper and other Maga and Sombra with a Kitsune rush going down, and just like, okay, like I'm gonna stand here and try and exist. Where, yeah, I mean, you lose your Reaper there first, and with all the ultimates that Shikigami had, it's almost impossible to overcome that.
Yeah, absolutely. Lingering, late in that lost fight just to make sure they had their ultimates build up for the next one here.
Yeah.
Some Flowchart Overwatch mixed in there for Shikigami Hikari. They look like a confident team. And again, they seem to be more than happy to take this rematch. Again, here's sort of how it played out. This is where, to start with, Shikigami Hikari lose that first fight pretty convincingly. Yeah. But they managed to build back around that choke here. I think it was like a vintage EMP in that fight that really sets them up.
And I think Daybreak actually could have had a better offense. I think they just needed to move over the Reaper and mirror early. Like, I think the Sojourn gets good value on that first point, right? Being able to get some high ground, right? Some railgun shots. You can play it like a more medium to long range. As what is that? Looks like a little bird or something.
Chicken. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. This shot, that's pretty sick.
Yeah,
I mean, like, come on. Again, why was Melophobia not cloaked in that position?
It looked like he was like uncloaked. Well, you come out of stealth once you start shooting, right? It looked like maybe he had shot and then came out of it. Didn't expect a Widow on the other side.
I don't understand that at all. Okay.
Things happen.
Yeah, things happen. That's extremely deep, Matty. Thank you very much. There'll be more things happening in the rest of this series here. Colosseum.
After this break, don't come back. Bring young Griff back. I heard young Griff. He's been called. He's like, hey, like, get me on the phone with Matt. You can just go take a break.
I've got to say, like, you getting paid to say the stuff you say is like the heist of the century. Like, genuinely, the Italian job has nothing on you. Like, not even. It's mental.
If I had a cool accent and, like, silk shirts, I'd be you.
What do you mean? You'd be me? We need a few inches at the very least.
Hey, I'm looking taller than you now.
Oh,
I've grown a little bit.
We're going to a break. I'm done with you. We're going to break. We're going to come back. We'll talk about some other stuff. See you in a sec.
Goodbye.
Welcome back, everybody. Yes, at times we were worshipping strange idols, at others it was Shikigami absolutely dominating here, especially when it came to their ult economy in the Malga Mirror. The Sombra Ultimates were absolutely crisp and their frontline looked unbreakable. They've taken us to a third and potentially final map in this series, a rematch for them against Daybreak, and they've looked crisp from start to finish, Matthew.
Yeah, and I think this is a meta that is prime for results in the 3-0-3-1 fashion, in the sense that, not... He heard Magic Maple. He's like, I found like one Maga, one trick on the ladder and was benching him, right? It's a hero that like not a lot of people like, one trick or play or along those lines, right? Like I think everybody played him a ton when he came out and was pretty strong on release. And then, after those adjustments probably went away from Maga to like other tanks who are just stronger. And now having to pick him up because he's extremely valuable, right, and work him into comps becomes difficult. So Daybreak will move away from it. Mari will play the Sigma. So we saw a team do this earlier, play the Sigma in the first match of the day in NA with Obsidian. And then Shikigami, they will keep the Maga. So you'll bring in Vintage here on the Sojourn. So drop the Sombra and you're going to keep the Reaper. I like the idea of keeping the Reaper over the Sombra, just because it gives you a little bit more pressure advantage on the front line.
They are working so hard to keep this Malga comp at arm's length, man. Look at how desperately Daybreak are trying to create some space. And Shikigami aren't letting him do that. Again, they are playing on hard mode, Shikigami. I do think that poke comp is obviously pretty good against the Malga setup here. But, hey, they're making it work here. They are running headlong at Daybreak. And guess what? That bot's heading the other way.
Yeah, the bot's is going the other direction. So you'll have Shikigami pushing the bot as like both teams have like somewhat swapped sides here. Is nice Suzu there, able to keep Dan Twist alive. So now Daybreak is gonna have to like push into them, but you have a few players split off of spawn. Okay, so everybody's gonna get back together. Looks like for Daybreak up on the high ground here. And you're gonna be able to battle out of this. Melophobia building up this EMP rather quickly too.
Spending so much of that fight, yeah, just playing at arm's length here. Safe distance for the Sombra to be at. With the spread being reduced recently, right, it's actually a more consistent way of building up. Nicely done. Dan Twist never getting out of that one. And eventually the Malga comp will get ground into dust here. But again, free 26 meters to work with. That's nothing to sneer at.
But those are the type of positions that Daybreak is going to have to fight out of, and it's not a lot of them on the map where like inherit high ground, right? Large gap that needs to be closed. Like that's where you can just like poke down the Maga. Like right here, look at the position they're playing here. Like there's not a great way for Aspect to get close without taking some damage. But now that they've kind of pushed them back down to where this barrier is, that's a fight where Shikigami is okay to take.
Continue the rush here. Gonna try and catch Amari, but again, the kinetic grasp. Good way to stay alive, but look how quickly Sigma collapses when Malga's able to close the gap. Meanwhile, Melophobia just falls to a Kunai, which honestly is one of the most common victims of Kiriko just randomly owning you, is the Sombra.
Yeah. And I think that started off with actually a Daybreak first pick. Like they were actually able to get the first kill in that fight. And then Graveyard drops the Kitsune Rush. They decide to push on in, and nothing you can do once that Maga gets close. So that's where you have to try and create this space. You're Mari and Daybreak.
Looking for a big Gravik flux here is Mari. A little awkward to do that right now. But what's not moving? Shikigami been forced to play somewhat together here in that low room. Maybe group up for a high ground play, and they've done that. The bot though is headed away from the middle.
And what a weird start to a Coliseum. We had like them flip sides on like the first push of the bot, and now we flip sides here. Nice stun there.
Great
sound barrier for both teams.
Just with the Dr. Automat, especially with that Kitsune Rush overlaid. Shikigami though can fight back from this position. Cage fight doesn't leave I don't really think it catches anyone there. I think again this poke comp's so good at keeping Shikigami at arm's length, but they'd already lost that Sigma in the previous fight. That bot be swinging back the other way.
Yeah, with Lucio, right? Like you can't really create that separation that you need for the Sigma to stay in a healthy, safe range, right? Like once Aspect and like Noctis, they get right on top of Mari, like you get a boop right into like a Reaper. There's nothing you really do. Oh, that's a huge shot they desperately needed as Jutsu takes out Dantwist with a railgun shot from afar, so that's going to send Shikigami backing all the way up.
Yeah, I mean, because once you close the gap, you've got no one to actually capitalize on that proximity without Reaper in play. So Shikigami, yeah, they're so susceptible to being poked down. They've got to group up off the objective, which is actually very good, providing Daybreak can follow up on these EMPs that Vintage wants to deploy. Gravitic here for Aspect, maybe overkill. Amalga was in trouble anyway. I love that, though, interrupted by the EMP. Murray forced a touchdown now without the satisfaction of dumping the Malga into the earth. Melophobia might make one here, but that's about it. We're approaching halfway through the round, and Shikigami once more are back in control.
And just look at that 790 HP with armor and like, you know, just like even just kind of like what leech you're just having to burn through. I mean, I don't know how you do that without like a Reaper or Sombra, like, you know, characters that can really impact some of those abilities. Is Mari will switch over to the Orisa. So we've seen some teams go to the Orisa, some teams go to Sigma. Really specifically on this map against the Manga, and Abyss gets a kill. So actually a few times, Mitch, throughout this map so far, it's been Daybreak to get the advantage early on in terms of, you know, having a player up.
Yeah,
they just haven't been able to capitalize it.
Yeah, often Jutsu, right? A huge pick on the Reaper in the previous fight, good example of that. This time Abyss just finding purchase with the kunai.
And Aspect are both weak.
All right, here it is. Once more Jutsu with the overclock. And like what Aspect was up to there, he managed to find his way into the backline, but no satisfaction there. Here's the Death Blossom for Dantwist. Somehow got two. That's more than I expected him to come away with.
Yeah.
But Daybreak keep this momentum. They're still in control of the bot. They're still advancing.
I was shocked they even used it. No, you're down like two players. You end up using the Death Blossom. I'm sure you even it up. You're gonna lose the lead here though. And you don't even see like a swap. I thought maybe we see a swap, but Vintage will be the one that makes the changes. Put away the Sombra, go back to the Sojourn.
Build that EMP though. Gonna be big here. The Orisa can capitalize pretty well on that as well. Now Daybreak can afford to stand and fight to a much greater degree than if they just had this Sigma. And they're almost beckoning Shikigami to engage them, so they do, and straight into the EMP they go. Noctis, though, unaffected by that ability, so able to deploy a sound barrier for the rest of Shikigami to shrug off the EMP at large. Cage fight eventually comes down, but Mari needs help badly. Vintage taken down by that virus there. Surely Shikigami able to find a way to get some of these low health targets, but I mean, Terror Surge is so huge. Even when you're low health, the effective health it provides you in that moment, Daybreak are very hard to kill right now.
That is incredible that Daybreak is able to live through that. I mean, that seemed like a fight that Shikigami was going to be able to win in the long run, and that's going to force them to finally move off this Maga. So it's going to be Aspect on the Sigma, Dantwist over to Tracer. So a completely different look now for Shikigami is Daybreak. They found something here that works.
Shikigami, yeah, forced now into the poke matchup. Daybreak again. It's not easy to win it out with this Orisa composition. We mentioned it before earlier today, but once that armor is gone, you feel extremely fragile, very squishy. And not only because you're at less than half HP, you have no damage reduction available. Whereas Aspect has a number of cooldowns he can rotate to stave off that damage. And it buys enough time. Jutsu getting picked off there by a railgun. Vintage enjoying the switch to Sojourn apparently. Byron being ignored when necessary in favor of Abyss, for example, and also the Lucio of Thunder. She will also capitulate. Shikigami comfortable in a poke matchup.
Yeah, so now looking at this, Daybreak will still have the lead when this next fight kicks off. Vintage, I like the position they're trying to get control of high ground. Yeah, you're just gonna have the Lucio move the bot. Looks like you actually may even get the lead out of this if you're Shikigami. It's gonna be very close. Yeah, they'll get the lead. And a pulse bomb here from behind could be huge.
Oh, the damage from Dantwist! What? What a pulse! Unreal! Double kill for Dantwist there after basically one-clipping Melophobia. That is absolutely disgusting! And that's a checkpoint now for Shikigami out of absolutely nowhere.
Dude, that was sick. As it just gets the kill on the Melophobia. Must have taken some damage, like gotten out of stealth. Just takes out that Sombra, and then the pulse bomb, perfect, connects with two. For a second, I thought he was going to get the Lucio as well. I thought we were going to see like a 4K there from Dantwist. I mean, that was nuts.
I'm paying attention now, that's for sure. Vantage here, not bothered about the Sombra because once more, Noctis is able to answer the EMP with a sound barrier. Great accretion on the way down. Jutsu had no idea what hit him. And now Aspect can take all this space for free. Just rotate those cooldowns. There's nothing Abyss could have done. That health pack might be hacked, but Melophobia is not getting out of that room alive. The bot got snuck back down the hill during that fight, at least to buy some time for Daybreak, but Shikigami now, they've gone up a gear, Matt.
Yeah, and they're going to push up. You see where Aspect is, put that shield in position. They get very costly in terms of HP to push on through. It's now below a minute on the clock. Daybreak, you know, they had the lead like 10, 15 seconds ago, and then once the play from DanTwist happened, everything fell apart.
Another pulse bomb already almost built up for DanTwist. Playing safe here, doesn't want to get a random accretion splash. Pulse there from behind, like the idea, trying to avoid the kinetic grasp that would have sucked it away. But no connection. That one field golds between two of those Daybreak players. Murray, this could be a bit desperation here. They're quite low. Topped up though, and again, they'll get what they want for that one. Kiriko removed. Aspect might have found the tracer, but now Shikigami are going to lose their footing here as time runs out and Daybreak have to push another 50 or so meters all the way.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you're okay with that if you're a Shikigami, right? You just need to get ultimates out on the other side, and you got Mari to use the Gravitic Flux, so they can come back, use a sound barrier here, and then their own Gravitic Flux. So you can even fight like mid-map if you want, right? You have a few different options here if you're Shikigami.
So much to work with. Again, yeah, you can let this push. Like you talked about, like just
you have to
get
get
high
the
ground
accretion.
position.
You have to get the accretion out, or figure out how you're gonna like dodge this.
There's the accretion being used. Yeah, gonna throw that one Amari. You cannot accrete while you're kinetically grasping. And that's the Sigma pick. That's gotta be enough, surely. Just into the high ground, gonna try and fight Graveyard there, and Abyss trying to join with a swift step. They're gonna try and overwhelm on the high ground, and so they do the sound barrier. Great timing for that to come online here. Even without their tank, Daybreak are holding on. They're taking a lot of splash damage though from these hyperspheres, and Aspect is being ignored, and he doesn't like that. Great accretion, he'll get 2 on his own. Gotta respect the tank, gotta respect the Aspect. And now Daybreak are in deep trouble. Thunder, she attempts to touch, will be forced away. Doomfist returned to the fray, owing of course to those mobility cooldowns, but there's not going to be any backup, not nearly enough. Shikigami will take the series.
Yeah, wild there at the end. It's Daybreak probably in the lead with like a minute and 20, minute 30 to go. 2 straight fights go in the way of Shikigami with DanTwist doing some crazy stuff on Tracer. And then there at the end, it's a nice Gravitic Flux to kick things off from Aspect. And that's really the start of the end there for Daybreak as Shikigami with a really nice 3-0 win.
Nice to see them switch as well off like the Malga comp, starting to like kind of fill in the blanks on where it is and isn't strong. But kind of sick to also know that Shikigami have a really nasty Sigma set up there. That was really good. We were on board, right? With Aspect being ignored in that last fight. And they said, all right, well, I'll have 2 kills for myself and I'll take this fight over. So yeah, pretty impressive.
Yeah, I mean, was it a banger of a match? No, but we did get treated to a really clean showing from Shikigami, which is just as good. Daybreak, I feel like they still managed to come out on top of some of the fights here and there. Obviously, there is a lot of talent on that roster, and I'm sure this was not the last we saw of them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of rosters who we've seen really good things from are going to struggle with a composition like this. It's something we haven't seen in a while, with some heroes that we haven't really seen a ton from, right? So I think Daybreak, that roster will be back in a big way, once you kind of get things rolling yet again. But Shikigami was really good at playing this style.
I want to point out as well, like in the qualification process here, in stage 1, like Swiss is kind of unique. Like we haven't really done that before. It kind of means that like if you keep winning, your opponents tend to get stronger. And vice versa, right? So there's no reason for these teams not to really make use of that, right? To take advantage and to continue to put this time in. I mean, this team is already, top cut. When we're talking about a team that has made it this far already, they have a head start. They're already here in stage 1. I've been really impressed by them, but I have to say, like Shikigami Hikari, they win that one to me. Yeah, it's brutal. Yeah. Maybe like you just forget maybe that you're visible. You just don't think that's going to happen, but that really hurts here. Some fantastic individual moments, I think, from like a lot of these players. Vintage DanTwist and Aspect gave us some nice clips here for sure.
Yeah, and these 2 teams that actually matched up in the first round of the Group A, where Shikigami actually won that one 3-0. So a similar result this time could just be like a pretty bad matchup for Daybreak as a team.
Yep.
Yeah, some teams just always have, the upper hand on you, and you just don't know why. And also, I mean, in their group, they also had Toronto Defiant, which is arguably one of the strongest teams. So it was not the easiest group to advance out of either. That said, they will still walk away with a few competitive points here, I think. Now, of course, our player of the match is Vintage, well deserved. Actually, the EMPs from Shiki were so on point.
Yeah, I mean, the EMP is like a huge win condition in terms of like certain fights or whatnot. You see right here, just backs around the corner. Yeah, then the EMP comes down. Really nice connections on the Virus. Obviously, like a huge skill shot added to Sombra makes a big difference. And right there, I mean, that basically gave them King's Row point A.
The cage fight really important, by the way, because it does block you. Like, it looks like a normal shield that you can walk past normally. You can't get out of that. So you have to EMP it so you can win the fight after getting rid of the Malga that's inside of it. That's like really heads up play, obviously, to make use of that ability there.
Indeed, and now we have Vintage joining us for a chat. Vintage, of course, congratulations to you and the squad. Let's talk about this, because while your team did fall against the Toronto Defiant in the winners match, you did make quick work of everyone else you faced in that group. We, of course, expect the matches to look a lot more competitive in the main event, which you now officially qualified for, so congrats on that. How do you think you are stacking up with the Toronto Defiants of the world in this new, still evolving meta?
I think together as a team, I think we're, if this meta sticks, I think we're cooking, honestly. But even against like the Toronto Defiants of the world, I still think we have a chance, even if we're not, 3-0 and a team of professionals. I still think us up and coming players, we got a shot to like leave a dent on them.
What do you think it is about this meta that works well for your guys' team right now? Because you guys looked awesome today.
I think we just have a lot of like mechanically like solid players overall. Like mechanics is my favorite thing about the game. I love clicking heads. Something not really a head clicker, but like overall running down someone feels great.
Now, we saw a switch up there in Colosseo, right? You're playing the Malga comp, you see you're up against a Sigma composition. You feel like that like counters the Malga comp, or is naturally strong against it? You guys eventually do opt to switch into a mirror, which you're a lot better in. So do we actually have like a natural counter to this Malga comp already?
I think so. I think there's a lot of ways to like space Malga, because once Malga has no abilities, he kind of explodes. He's a big hulking man, so he's kind of easy to just space out if you can, the long sight lines.
Well, it looked like you were very confident and competent no matter what you run. If you're cooking, we're eating. So thank you so much for that. We're going out of this satisfied. Congratulations once again on the W, and we can't wait to see more of you and the team in the main event.
Thank you.
And that was Vintage. Great hearing from them.
What are you doing?
What are you doing? What is this? That's how you eat it?
Oh, I thought you were reeling in a fish. I was like, what is he doing?
I thought you had a stroke.
Get me on full screen so I can, I mean, that's a problem. See, my camera's too small. I've always had an
That was the most anime. That was the most anime eating I've ever seen. That's like so Goku like.
No, this is how they do it in this like a football celebration. You know what I mean? Matt would recognize it if he can actually see it. Yeah. We can go. Yeah, you do.
Anyway.
I agreed, so.
I'll cover this up with some brackets. How about that? So we don't have to watch more of it. No, I said I cover it up.
This is what we don't want to see. We want to see the brackets.
That's eating. That's how you eat. You don't eat like that?
It is an interpretation of eating, and
it's a very efficient way to get a large amount of calories delivered into your system as soon as possible. I recommend you try it sometimes. Very handy, especially when we have like 3-minute breaks for the entire show. Eat a damn big old bowl of whatever you want and deliver it thusly.
Thusly. I love it. I also would like the brackets to be delivered thusly. So let's take a look at the Group A bracket from our Stage 1 in NA. This is where we at. I mean, I don't think there's any surprise here. Daybreak had some great performances in some of their matches, but overall, I think it was Toronto and Shiki. They were the ones to make it through.
Yeah, I think we all expected Toronto to make it out of this. I think, Shikigami versus Daybreak, probably the other kind of like toss-up in this group. But I think Shikigami proved, not just once, but twice, right? They beat Daybreak 3-0 in the first match and then 3-0 here in the second match, that they are the second best team in this group.
I think it says a lot about just the disparity, I guess, between these teams in these groups, right? This is kind of common, in this sort of GSL style. Like, you have quite a big gap between 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Like, all 4 teams actually quite, disparately distributed, I think, in their sort of strength. So what we look for quite often is like for those elimination games, those winners games, to be even closer, right? That's what we're observing, a gap closing at that point. You've got Toronto to find in this group, so I don't know how quickly that's going to happen, but that's what I look forward to in our coming GSL brackets. But as we come out of them, of course, the main event's a great chance to see how some of these teams that don't come out first in their group perform against other groups.
The one thing Vintage did mention, I would like to say so real quick, is that, and we did see it throughout the day, Maga struggles when there's really long sight lines, like a Caliseo. I wonder if teams, obviously with the map veto process in play, start to figure out maps that Maga is not great at and figure out a way to get some of those in the series if you're not good at them. It seemed like today we saw a lot of typically what we've seen in terms of like map draft. But, could we see somebody try and get like a Hollywood in the pool or something along those lines, right? Midtown, something with really long sight lines, high ground that could mess it all up.
Bro, she's so excited for you to stop talking. I can see it written on her face.
She doesn't want to hear about the map draft.
She is so pumped for that.
No, I did.
I love the map draft.
I think we touched on it obviously in our first ever show, like how that adds another level of strategy to the game to have those map drafts. It's very interesting, or it will be very interesting to see that being used more, especially now that there is a new meta. So I'm actually really, you could, but definitely, I think the takeaway of today is that Maga can be avoided.
Yeah, when he has no cooldowns and he's in the open. You need both of those things. I think that's what they're mentioning.
So you need no sight lines.
Play Sim. Play Sim, bro. Sim, Malga, Lucio. That seems amazing to me.
Easy. That's you know what else is amazing? Some of the plays we saw today. So let's head on over to our amazing plays of the day. Some people made the highlight reel for sure.
Oh yeah, this one is just so good. My favorite play of the day, so I'm glad I makes it in here. Somehow Melophobia just gets crushed.
I think Melophobia actually gets hit with a body railgun shot here. Yeah, because you see how low. Because it was like Dan just put one shot onto the Sombra, just dead.
And then Vintage steals that fourth, by the way. Unreal. This is an EMP. Yeah, this is a really nice follow-up here. And you don't even necessarily need the Sombra to go absolutely ape on your team after EMP.
No.
But if they do, then it saves you a lot of time.
I mean, you see how fast somebody dies, so if they get hit with the EMP and the virus, so right away.
Oh, this was... Oh, man. That hurts my soul. Nicely done by Vintage there. And we can't tell from that POV if Melophobia at any point was cloaked.
I think they were just shooting at the start. Yup. And then this describes the day well.
It's a bird of some sort, some avian creature. I'm not an ornithologist.
An avian creature. Yeah, someone please enhance, zoom in.
Yeah,
give us
I'm not an ornithologist either, if anyone's wondering. What did you say?
I could have planted a word there that did not mean that at all and got you.
Yeah, probably.
An ornithologist is someone who I believe studies birds.
Yeah. I believe you.
I mean, I know that Matt has ChatGPT open right now, just to take a look at that. Yeah, let's take a look at our group standings and let him do some research in the meanwhile. I don't actually think that there were many big surprises here so far. Obviously, we haven't concluded the groups yet. Some matches are still out there to be played with everything on the line.
Yeah, Group B, LFO versus Citrus Nation, that went 3-2 in the first matchup, and then Citrus Nation to fall into Luminosity, but that should be an awesome matchup, though, when that one kicks off again.
Yeah, I mean, again, we have Group C mostly sort of decided. I do want to see what M80 look like. They have such a close game against Timeless that you fear for Obsidian a little bit, but we've seen crazier, right? If we see, Timeless Obsidian turn up and have that kind of showing.
We've been around the block.
I don't know, man. I'm just saying, we've again, this is probably like the 72nd of our rodeos, so to speak, when it comes to upsets in Overwatch. But I'm excited for that one. I want to see if, the other Obsidian team can take a proper chunk out of M80 and that star-studded roster.
Hey, tomorrow's gonna look bloody. We have so many of the decider matches to really finalize the teams that we get to see in the main event of stage number 1 of the OWCS. Very excited for it. For now, we say goodbye. Once again, thank you all for watching. Of course, it's been quite a day with a lot of matches. I mean, you two lazy bums.
What are you talking about?
The last 3, but I've been around,
That's true.
Start since the beginning.
What did we do?
I mean,
I'm just lashing out. I'm tired.
To be fair, I get that because and I'm pretty sure Jack. I don't know if he told this on stream, but he probably arrived at like 4 a.m. right, and then got on and cast like a few hours later. Yeah, sucks to suck, bro. I don't know. Just
sucks to suck. I don't have that excuse. I don't have that excuse, but I do have a child, so that's you got me, Mitch.
Yeah, I do. I feel that.
So yeah. That's that. Now, of course, we are done for the day, but if you still need some more Overwatch in your life, well, we got you covered because one of our featured co-streamers, Apply, is streaming and we're about to raid him. So join in on the fun, say hi from us, and we're going to see you all again tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Blizzard and then the wall on top of it so it can't get destroyed. Clean up from Ken might be possible. Pulse bomb in hand. Good stick. No Wraithborn from Lutu. And now in the sights is the Moira. Healing orb gone. Ken is dominating on the Tracer.
Watch the Reaper. Watch the Reaper. I mean, Kai just has the opportunity to close it out here. Gonna hide in the rafters, waiting for one man Arby to walk in, and there's no supportive ultimate for them.
Oh yeah, they know too. Oh, Death Blossom from the sky. A Tracer dupe from Naga hits the recall already. Looking for a target to go into. You never normally see a Tracer up there. That's just echo movement for you. Looking for one. Oh, misses the melee. Oh, and the heals come through from Buddy. A stick onto the Kiri though. Naga eventually cleans the backline.
Dynasty just in a really odd spot.
They already used Suzu. This is the opportunity. Dynasty doesn't even have to draw the steal to find these two. They knew he was there. They were aware that the Genji was in a flanking position. The Bob used earlier on. They hold on a blade. They hold on a beam. They might as well get away with this. Oh, unreal. Gravitic Flux going to catch Paradox. The Garchomp can't do anything. Held aloft as he is steward.
Oh, wow. I lose Magic Maple. I don't want to wear you flame from old in good soil. That triple there just kind of comes out of nowhere.
Neither Lucio getting caught by the EMP. That's pretty massive. Terra Surge as only ultimate. That's about it. Coalescence here from Divinity, pretty well placed. That Pulse Bomb is not really going to bother Strider. It barely tickles, and in fact, the Pirates in Pajamas have made it through. What a way to end this map.
What adjustments did you have to make running into an Orisa comp?
Well, on New Queen Street, we were thinking about how to beat it, and like, we know Sim's pretty good into it. So we tried that, and then we realized we're not really good at thinking. So we stopped doing that the next map, and we had a lot more success.
Daybreak. Mari, she'll have the cage fight, so she goes in.
Doesn't seem to help at all. I mean, Aspect just can't die. It's impossible. They just take no damage, or they just heal too much. Whichever one, doesn't matter. Once again, it's in the front line. Daybreak get bowled over. Oh my goodness, Malaphobia. That is not how you want to start this defensive round. Not at all. That's shades of Lane Roberts there for you, folks.
It's like you actually may even get the lead out of this if you're Shikigami. It's going to be very close. Yeah, they'll get the lead. Yeah, a Pulse Bomb here from behind could be huge.
Damage from Dan Twist. What a Pulse! Unreal! Double kill for Dan Twist there after basically one-clipping Malaphobia. That is absolutely disgusting.